Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the accompanying exercise files for this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to this course on an introduction to Excel 2021. My name is Deborah Ashby and I've been a Microsoft trainer for about 25 years now in various different forms. And I'm going to be your host for this course. Now, Excel 2021 is the latest standalone release from Microsoft, and it opens up many of the features and functionality currently only available in Microsoft 365 to customers who don't have or maybe don't want to sign up for the subscription service. And we're going to explore all of these new features and everything else Excel in this course. Now, this course is aimed at Excel novices, Excel beginners. So if you are brand new to the world of Excel and are looking for guidance, or maybe you have some very basic skills and would like to learn more, this course is going to give you a great foundation from which to build from. The only prerequisite required is that you have Excel 2021 downloaded to your PC. So before we begin and dive into the content, let's run through some housekeeping so you understand how this course is structured and how everything works. So this course has a total of 85 lessons, and those 85 lessons are split across 17 logical sections. And all of the lessons are bite-sized, so they're between 5 to 15 minutes in length. Each lesson contains a video where I'll demonstrate to you a discipline in Excel using some course files. And those course files are available to download from the course files folder so that you can follow along with what I'm doing. And throughout this course, you'll get a chance to practice what you've learnt with end of section exercises and also quizzes. So the first thing to do here is to download those course files and make sure that you have them somewhere easily accessible. Grab yourselves a drink and let's dive straight in. Once again, my name is Deb and I am thrilled to be your host for this course. If you're trying to decide whether you want to use Excel 2021 or Excel for Microsoft 365, this lesson is here to help you make that decision. And what you can see on the slide here is just some of the differences between Excel 365 and Excel 2021. Now, the main difference between these two is that Excel 365 is essentially a subscription service. And what that means is that you sign up with Microsoft and you pay a small monthly fee to effectively rent the software from Microsoft. So you don't actually ever own the software, and over time, if you have that software for a number of years, you end up paying a lot more for it than if you just purchased the software outright. And this is the main reason why a lot of people prefer to go for the standalone version of Excel, as it's a one-time purchase option. And you'll see in a moment the difference in the price. And I'm going to show you in a moment where you can go to Purchase Excel 2021, and then we can compare it against the subscription service. Now, if you do have a subscription to Microsoft 365, as a subscriber, it means that you're automatically going to receive the latest updates directly from Microsoft. So if they make a change to Excel, that's going to get pushed out to your PC automatically. Whereas if you've purchased Excel 2021, whilst it is yours to keep and you own that software, it doesn't receive perpetual updates. Now, Excel 365 can be installed on up to 5 devices. So if you're in a household and you have a laptop, maybe an iPad, maybe another PC, if you have a subscription, you can install your Microsoft applications on 5 different devices. With Excel 2021, because it's not a subscription service, it can only be installed on 1 device. And I would say that that is a general rule, that it can only be installed on 1 device. There are methods you can use to try and get that onto another PC, but in general, 1 device only. Also, with the 365 applications, it gives you access to the online versions of those applications, which means you can work and access your documents and files anywhere, anytime. So if I'm sitting on a train and I want to look at a spreadsheet that I created in Excel back at the office, I can log into my online portal for Microsoft 365 and open the document from there. Whereas with Excel 2021, you don't get access to a subscribers hub, the Microsoft 365 portal, from which you can access lots of other applications and also all of your files. So it really is your choice. Now, looking at this table, you might think to yourself, well, Excel 365 sounds like a much better deal. And I would say that for most people using Excel these days, most people are using the Microsoft 365 subscription service. But depending on your situation, you may decide that you would rather just pay outright for Excel and not have to pay an ongoing monthly subscription fee. And speaking of fees, let's take a look at the difference. So if you go onto the Microsoft website, and all I did here was I typed into Google, purchase Excel 2021, you can see here the two options that I have. The first one is that I can buy Excel outright for $149.99. All of my prices are in pounds because I'm in the UK, so these may differ depending on your location. Alternatively, I can choose to subscribe to Microsoft 365 and get Excel that way. And for me to subscribe, it costs me $5.99 per month. And I'll be paying that subscription fee every single month. So if you wanted to download Excel 2021, all you need to do is come onto this page and click Buy Now. Now, I will say that this price here of $149.99 is the Microsoft price. You can purchase this software for a greatly reduced price from other third-party websites. Now, you always have to be a little bit careful here which ones you choose. So I'm going to recommend a site to you, and the reason why I'm recommending this one is because I've purchased many pieces of software from this website and I've never had any problem at all. And that website is Brightsoft. Now notice here the difference in price. It's currently in dollars, but it's only $79.99. And not only do I get Excel 2021, I get all of the other applications as well. So Word, OneNote, PowerPoint, Outlook. So this is a much better deal. And if you look at this price compared to paying for a subscription monthly, this is a lot more cost effective. However, I'll leave it to you to choose which one you want to download. This course is for Excel 2021, but if you have purchased this course and maybe at this stage you decide that you would prefer to buy Excel for Office 365, this course is still fine for you to use. Because Excel 2021 was really released to bring the standalone versions in line with the features and functionalities currently available in Excel 365. So just bear that in mind. If you want to download 365, you can, and this course will still work for you. So download Excel, make sure you have the course file saved, and let's get to work. Now that we've downloaded and installed Excel 2021 onto our PC, it's time for us to launch the application for the first time. And the way that you do this really does depend on the operating system that you're using. So for me, I'm using Microsoft's latest version, which is Windows 11. But I'm going to hazard a guess that most people who are watching this course are going to probably be using an older version, so possibly Windows 10, maybe even something older. Now, from what I recall from Windows 10, pretty much everything I'm going to show you when it comes to launching applications is pretty much the same. So the first place that we need to go to here is we need to open up the Start menu. And the Start menu you'll find down on the taskbar, and it's this Windows icon just here. If you're using Windows 10, you should have something on the taskbar which looks similar to this. When you hover over it, you're going to get that little screen tip pop up that says Start. So you can click to pop that menu up, or alternatively, if you're into your keyboard shortcuts, you can press the Windows logo key on your keyboard. Now for me, this pops open the Start menu. And what do I have on this Start menu? Well, at the top I have a search bar, which is going to allow me to search through all of the applications and files that I have on my PC. Underneath that, I have some pinned applications. So these might be applications that I use all the time. Now, if you can't find Excel in this pinned area, we have an All Apps button, which is going to take us into the full list of applications we have available to us. And everything in here is organized in alphabetical order. So I could scroll through to find Excel, or alternatively, I can use the search bar at the top, simply type in Excel, and the best match is the Excel application. One click, and it's going to let me launch the app. Now, if Excel is going to be one of the applications that you're using on a regular basis, so maybe you go into Excel every single day, then I would definitely advise you to pin Excel either to your taskbar or to your start menu. Now, notice that once I have Excel open, if I look down in my taskbar, I can see the application on the end here. So if I want to pin it to this taskbar permanently so it's available like these other icons, I can simply right-click my mouse and choose the Pin to Taskbar option. Now, even when I close Excel down, that icon is going to remain on the taskbar and I can simply click to relaunch Excel. Another thing that I can do, again from the Start menu, so let's press the Windows key to pop that back up again, is I could pin it to this pinned area at the top. So once again, I'm going to jump into All Apps. Let's search for Excel. This time, I'm going to right-click and I'm going to say Pin to Start. So now that's going to pin it to that Start menu. And if you can't see it in this list, if you scroll down, you might find that it's right at the bottom. And of course, we can reorganize our pinned icons and applications. So if I want Excel to be further up this list, I can click and then just drag it into the position that I want it to be in. So let's put this right at the start. And then it makes it very simple for me to click Excel and launch the application from here. When you launch Excel, it's going to open up by default in something that we call the Start screen. And you only ever really see this screen in this configuration, this exact layout, when you launch Excel for the first time. So let's take a quick look around at some of the things that we have on this page. Now notice over on the left-hand side, we have three icons: Home, New, and Open. And currently I'm clicked on the home page, and we can tell that because it's highlighted in dark green. So what do we have on this home page that's going to be useful to us? Well, look at the section at the top called New. This is where we can go to create a new blank workbook, or maybe select a template. And the templates that you can see running across the top there are ones that I've created. So these are my own personal templates. And if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, just under those templates, you can see that there is actually a link to take us to more templates. Now, it's worth noting at this stage that within Excel, there are hundreds of Office templates that are free for us to use. And I'm going to talk to you more about templates and how you use them, and even how you create your own in one of the later lessons. But for now, just know that if you do need to access the fuller library of templates, you can click on the More Templates link from this home screen. Now, underneath our New section, we then have a Recent and a Pinned section. Now, this area really allows you to access files that you've opened and used recently. And you'll see underneath the recent list, this is basically all of the files that I've been into over the last couple of days. You can see the date modified column. I've been into most of these files either today or yesterday. Now, the amount of files that you see listed in recent is really dependent on what you have set up in Excel options. But the default for recent documents is 50. And I'll show you a bit later on how you can modify the number of recent documents you're seeing in your copy of Excel. So this area is really great if you just want to quickly access something that you've been working on recently. Now, one thing to remember about this particular list is that this is what we call a dynamic list, meaning that it's going to change all the time. So as I open new documents, those documents will appear at the top of this list, and the ones at the bottom of this recent list are going to kind of fall off the end. Now, if you have a particular document that you want to use all the time, so maybe it's something that you go into every single day and update, And you want to make sure that it doesn't start moving down this recent list. You want to pin it to the top of the list so it's permanently available. Well, you can do that. So let's take this second document in this recent list, the document called Lookup Functions. As I hover my mouse over that file name, notice over on the right-hand side, we get this little pin icon. When I hover over it, it says pin this item to the list. So if I click the pin, that item is now pinned in recent, and I'm also going to be able to find it underneath this pinned section. And there you go, there it is. So again, this makes it super easy for me to access. So that's what we have on this home page. Let's jump across to the next icon, which is this new icon. Now this is where you would come to create new workbooks. So again, we have something very similar to what we had in the new section on the home page. This is where we can quickly create a blank workbook, or we can access any templates that we've created. And once again, the ones that I've created and the ones that I use are at the top of this list. Now, if we scroll down, this is where we can find our template library. Now, notice again that I have two headings, Office and Personal. Now, the Office section is where you go if you're looking for a particular template. And all of the templates that are available in Excel are categorized. So it might be that you're looking for a business template, or maybe something related to planners and trackers. Maybe you want to create a household budget, so you're looking for all of the budget templates. Notice underneath where we have the search box, we have these different categories just here. So if I click on budgets, it's going to search through all of the templates in the library and just present me with all of the templates that are related to budgets. Let's click the back arrow to go back. What about if I want to actually search for a template as opposed to looking or browsing through each of these categories? Well, I can click in the search box and maybe I'm looking for an invoice template. I can hit enter, or I can click on the magnifying glass to kick off that search. And there we go. We have all of the templates which match the criteria that I've specified. So super simple. We're not going to select a template at this stage because we do have an entire lesson on templates. But just for now, make sure that you know where you go to access them. And I'll also talk a little bit more in that lesson about what this personal section is and how it differs from the office section. Let's move down and select the next icon. So this time, open. This is where you can come to open any workbooks or folders. So if we've created a workbook previously and we've saved it to a location on our PC, maybe to the Documents folder or maybe to a OneDrive cloud storage folder, and we want to reopen that, this is where we would come. So every time you want to open a file, come to the Open section. And this is just showing us a list of different locations that we can open files from. So currently I'm clicked on Recent, and on the right hand side of the screen, you can see that I have recent workbooks showing currently. So again, these are the workbooks that I've used most recently. If I want to open any of them, it's simply a case of clicking and it's going to load up that workbook in Excel. What I also have here is folders. So this is going to show me any recent folders that I've saved into. So again, all of this is here to help us access files quicker. Underneath recent, I have a couple of other storage locations that I have access to. So 2 OneDrive accounts effectively. And I can open files from my cloud storage from here. And I can also choose to browse this PC. So if I'm more comfortable going to File Explorer and working my way through my folder structure, then I can definitely open files from here as well in that way. Now, right at the bottom of this menu, we have 3 little options here: Account, Feedback, and Options. So if we click on Account, this is where you're going to find some useful information related to your account. You can see your user information at the top. So this is your login credentials for Microsoft. I can choose to change my account photo. I can sign out of my account, and I can also switch account from here as well if I do have multiple. I can choose an Office background from here and also an Office theme from here as well. So if I wanted to, I could change my Office theme to black. We've also got dark grey, white, and of course, colourful. I can see what services I have connected from here as well. So in general, I usually have OneDrive connected so I can save my files, and also a SharePoint site. And if I want to add or connect up any new services, I can do that from down here as well. And on the right hand side, I just have product information about the version of Office that I'm using. So you can see here that we are using Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2021. This is also where I can come to check to see if we have any updates available for Office. So very useful to know where this is. Underneath the account section, we have feedback. So this is really if you just want to send some feedback about a particular feature of Excel to Microsoft. So you can do that if you choose to. And then finally at the bottom, we have options. And this is a really important area and one we're going to dip into and dip out of throughout this course. I'm not going to go into this in any great detail at the moment, other than to say this is where you come to customize how your copy of Excel works. So this is effectively all of your settings. You can set up autosave from here. You can check what language you're using. You can customize your ribbons and even create your own ribbons. You can modify the quick access toolbar and turn off and on different add-ins as well. Now I've just scratched the surface there with the types of settings that you can change, but make sure that you know where Excel options is because we're going to be coming in and out of here a lot. Now if I click on cancel, notice what happens here. It doesn't take me back to that start screen. And if I click on the file menu, I don't get exactly the same screen. So I get things that are fairly similar. I've got home, new and open at the top here, but I have some additional options underneath which weren't part of that start screen. Now remember, I said at the beginning, you only ever see the start screen in that particular layout when you launch Excel for the first time. So if I close down Excel one more time and click to reopen it, there I get back to my start screen. So just remember that. So that is the start screen. Make sure you're familiar with it and you know where to go to create new documents, where your templates are, and also how to open files and check your account settings. So now that we're comfortable with this start screen, it's time to create a new blank workbook and make ourselves familiar with the Excel interface. So I'm on the start screen, I'm clicked on Home. If I want to create a blank workbook, I can select Blank Workbook from here. Or alternatively, I could go to New and click on Blank Workbook from here as well. As soon as I click it, it's going to load it up into Excel. And the first thing you'll notice with Excel 2021 is that we have a lovely, shiny new interface. This definitely has a much more modern look and feel to some of the older versions of Excel. For example, we now have these curved corners and the icons have been slightly refined, so everything just has a much more modern look. So now that we have a blank Excel workbook open in the main screen in Excel, let's take a look at the interface so we understand what we're looking at. So let's start at the top of the screen with this green bar that we can see. This is what we call the title bar. And among other things in this bar, you're going to see, as you would expect, the title of your document. Now, currently, I haven't saved this file, so the title of this document is really the generic default file name that Excel gives new workbooks. And that is normally Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, something along those lines. So my file name is currently Book 1. When I save this file, this is going to update and I'm going to see the new name in this title bar. Now to the left of where we have Book 1, we have a number of different little icons. And this is called the Quick Access Toolbar. And again, we have an entire lesson dedicated to looking at the Quick Access Toolbar and also customizing it to suit our needs. So we're going to come back to that in a later lesson. Moving across to the middle of this title bar, we have a search bar in the middle. And notice that there is a keyboard shortcut for this search bar of Alt-Q. And from here, we can search for pretty much anything. Moving all the way over to the right-hand side, this is where you're going to find your account information again. And I can also sign out of my account from here also. I then have the minimize button, which is going to minimize Excel down into what we used to call the system tray, now down into the taskbar. Now, when you minimize, it doesn't close Excel. Excel is still there. It just means you have to hover over the Excel icon in your taskbar and click to maximize that window. The button next to that allows us to restore this window down to a smaller size. So sometimes if you want to move this around and see something underneath this window, that can be quite useful. And if we hover over again, I can click to make this full size. Now, if you're wondering what these little pop-up grid structures are when I hover over that button, that's related to a new feature in Windows 11 called Snap Layouts. It's not actually part of Excel. And then right in the corner here, we have the Close button. Now, a really important thing to note here. If you click the cross in the top right-hand corner, it's going to close all of Excel. So if you have multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all because this one closes Excel. If you want to close just the file that you have open, you would do that from File, and you can see that you have a Close option in here. Alternatively, there is a keyboard shortcut to close the file that you have open on your screen of Control W. That's going to close down just the workbook, but it's going to leave Excel open. So now that we've done that, we really need to load up another blank workbook. Now, a quick way of doing this is again to use a keyboard shortcut. So to create a blank workbook, Control N is going to do that for you. Now, underneath the title bar, we have these little tabs at the top here. So we have Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, so on and so forth. And each time I click on one of these tabs, it shows me a ribbon. And that is the terminology in Excel. These are the tabs, and each tab has its own ribbon. So currently, I'm clicked on the Home ribbon. And what you see on these ribbons are basically the commands that you're going to use to execute tasks and actions in Excel. And these commands are categorized logically onto different ribbons. So in general, on the Home ribbon, you're going to find most of the things that you use most frequently. So things like cut, copy, paste, format painter. You're going to find your formatting options, alignment tools, number formatting, things like that. The Insert ribbon is where you find all of the things that you can insert into your spreadsheet. So things like pictures, shapes, charts, links, text boxes, symbols, all of that good stuff. The Draw ribbon is there if you need to make any annotations. So this is particularly useful if you work with a touch screen device and a stylus. You can ink up your documents, make annotations and notes. The next ribbon along deals with the layout of the page. So from here, I can do things like apply specific themes to my workbook. I can change the margins. Maybe I want to change the orientation of the workbook from landscape to portrait. I can do things like add a background image, turn the grid lines off and on, and also align objects, things like that. The Formulas ribbon is where we go if we want to access our formula library. And formulas are really the backbone of Excel. It's really what it's known for, its calculations. So we're going to be doing a lot of work in here a bit later on in the course. The Data ribbon is where we go to do things like connect to external data sources. So if you want to import data in from other applications, you would come into this ribbon. We can sort our data, we can filter, we can do things like remove duplicates and do various different types of data analysis. The Review ribbon is generally the ribbon that I come to last. So once my spreadsheet has been done, I come to the Review ribbon because this is where you come to do things like spell checking. You can add comments in, and you can also do things like protect the worksheet and the workbook. The View ribbon contains how we're actually viewing our workbook when we're working in it. So by default, you're always going to be in normal view. But you do have some other views here that you can switch between. I can also do things like zoom in and out from here, create new windows, arrange windows, and also switch between any open workbooks. Now, I've got two ribbons turned on here that you might not see in your copy of Excel. So the Developer ribbon and also the Power Pivot ribbon are not turned on by default. If you want to use these, then you need to go into Excel options and toggle these on. Now, the developer ribbon contains a lot of the more advanced commands in Excel. So this is where you would come if you want to work with macros, if you want to take a look at the VBA code, all things like that. And we're not going to touch this ribbon in this beginner's course, so we're going to go in and turn those ribbons off in a moment. The final ribbon, Power Pivot, this is actually an add-in that I've turned on. And again, this is one of the more advanced features of Excel, so for this course, you don't need to have that ribbon either. So the final ribbon that you might possibly see, and again, this is one that isn't always turned on by default, is the Help ribbon. And that is pretty much what it says on the tin. This is where you can come if you need to access the help files. So let's quickly jump in to Excel options, because this will give you a good little introduction to how Excel options works, and turn off developer and PowerPoint ribbons, because we're not going to be using them. So we're going to go to File and all the way down to Options. Now, in these categories on the left-hand side, I'm going to go to Customize Ribbon. And here I can see all of the ribbons that I have turned on. So I'm going to deselect Developer and Power Pivot just to turn those off. And there we go. Hopefully my Excel now looks more similar to yours. Now, underneath these ribbons, we then have something called the name box over on the left-hand side, which is currently just showing the cell reference of where my cursor currently is. Now, if you're not sure what I mean by cell reference, just wait a few minutes. I'm going to explain that to you. And then next to the name box, we have the formula bar. And this is where you can come to edit your formulas. And you can also see what you have in your cells in this formula bar as well. And then underneath, we have the main part of the workbook. And that is the worksheet. Now, each worksheet has a grid structure. You can see it's organized by columns that are labeled with letters and rows that are labeled with numbers. And all of these rectangles that you can see in this grid are referred to as cells. And how do we identify different cells in a worksheet? Well, we use what we call the cell reference. So take a look at where my mouse is clicked currently. Notice the column that it's in is shaded in grey. It's in column H, and it's also row number 8. So the cell reference for this particular cell is H8. And you can see that in the name box just here. So wherever I click on this worksheet, you're going to see it highlighted in the column and the row, and you'll also see the cell reference in the name box. And cell references are so important. You're going to be using these all the time, particularly when you're doing things like formulas in Excel. Now at the bottom here, I have Sheet 1, this little tab. So we're working in a workbook and we're also working in a worksheet. And I can have numerous different worksheets as part of this workbook. So that is the structure. You have a workbook, but that workbook might contain many different sheets. Notice that we also have horizontal and vertical scroll bars to help us navigate and scroll through our worksheets. And then finally at the bottom, we have the status bar. And this status bar is pretty much fairly plain at the moment, but you can customize this to show different pieces of information that's going to be useful to you when you're working in Excel. Way over on the right-hand side, we also have quick ways of switching our document views or our worksheet views. And we also have a zoom slider, which lets us zoom in and zoom out of this particular worksheet. Now, all of these things we're going to go into in a lot more detail, but I just want to give you a whistle-stop tour of the different elements of the screen so that you'll start to become familiar with some of the Excel terminology and where you need to go to access different options and commands. In the previous lesson, we started to introduce the concept of tabs and ribbons. And in this lesson, we're going to take a bit of a deeper dive into tabs and ribbons, and we're also going to take a look at menus as well, because all of these are really important concepts to grasp when you're working in Excel. Now, as we mentioned previously, we have our tabs running across the top, and each tab has a corresponding ribbon. And what we'll find on each of these ribbons are commands that will allow us to execute different actions within Excel. And all of these commands have been arranged logically onto their corresponding ribbons to make it a little bit easier for you to find the command that you're looking for. For example, if I wanted to insert a shape into my worksheet, the logical tab to click on would be the Insert tab. And I'm going to find shapes within this illustrations group. Which brings me on to my next point. All of the commands on each ribbon are organized into these different groups. So if we jump back to the home ribbon once again, you can see that for things like cut, copy, paste, format painter, those are all part of the clipboard group. My font formatting options are part of the font group. My alignment tools, part of the alignment group, so on and so forth. Now, with so many different commands in Excel, if you're fairly new to the application, you're probably going to go through a good few weeks where you're not 100% sure what each of these commands does. Now, fortunately, in Excel, we have something that can help demystify this for us. If I was to hover my mouse over any of these commands on the ribbons, notice I get a little screen tip pop up, which tells me the name of the command. It gives me a short description of what that command does, and it's also going to show me if there is a keyboard shortcut for this command. Now, some commands have keyboard shortcuts and some do not. For example, if I hover over bold, I can see that that one, yes, that does have a keyboard shortcut. But if I hover over, let's say, increase font size, you can see that it's not showing me a keyboard shortcut. Also, what you'll find with these commands is that if you right-click your mouse on any of them, you're going to see what we call a contextual menu. Now, contextual menus appear throughout Excel, and they're called contextual menus because they're kind of contextual to where you're currently clicked. So because I've right-clicked my mouse on the Format Painter command, in that contextual menu, I'm seeing menu items related to that particular command. So what you see in this contextual menu changes depending on where you're clicked. For example, if I was just to click on a cell in the worksheet and right-click my mouse, I get a much longer, completely different contextual menu. So this is basically showing me all of the actions that I can take in relation to the cell that I'm clicked on. So I can copy this cell, I can paste it, I can insert new cells, I can delete it, so on and so forth. Another thing you'll notice when you right-click on the worksheet, in addition to that contextual menu, you're going to see what we call the mini toolbar just above. And this mini toolbar contains some formatting commands. And these are in general formatting commands that you'll find yourself reaching for all of the time. And the idea of this mini toolbar is that it just makes it a little bit easier for you to access these formatting options without having to drag your mouse all the way up to the home ribbon. Now, some people love this mini toolbar, some people really don't. And this is one of those things that you can control within Excel options. So let's just divert for a second and let me show you where you can go if you'd like to turn that mini toolbar off or on. So we're going to go back up to File, into Excel options. I told you at the beginning we would be coming out of here fairly frequently. Now, in the General section in this first group where it says User Interface Options, notice that this second option down is Show Mini Toolbar on Selection. So if you don't like that mini toolbar and you find it just gets in the way when you're right-clicking, you can deselect this box just here and it's not going to come up when you right-click. Now, another place you can go to get access to more commands is by clicking on this little diagonal down arrow in the corner of the group. Now notice not every group has one of these diagonal down arrows. For example, styles, cells and editing don't have them, but we have this arrow in all of these other groups. Now if I hover over the one for font, you can see here it says Font Settings, and this does have a keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift-F. So if I click this, it's going to open up a little dialog box. It's going to jump me straight to the Font tab, and in here I have a few additional options for formatting my font that I don't actually have on the ribbon. Let's cancel out of there. Let's click on Alignment. Now notice it takes us to the same box. It's still the Format Cells box, but we've jumped to a different tab, and that is the Alignment tab. And again, we have a few more controls that we can use to deal with alignment in our worksheet. Now, what about if I click on this one here in the clipboard group? Let's see what this does. Now here we get something completely different. This opens up the internal clipboard. Now this clipboard is here to basically collect items that you cut or copy in your worksheet. And again, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because we do have a whole lesson about this later on in the course. The main thing I wanted to highlight to you there is that by clicking on that dialog box launcher, the little arrow in the corner, doesn't necessarily always open a dialog box. In this particular scenario, it's opened up what we call a pane on the left-hand side of the screen. And if I want to close down a pane, I can just click the cross in the top corner. Now, the final point I'd like to mention here in relation to ribbons is that you can choose to hide the ribbon from view. By default, this ribbon is going to be visible at the top of the workbook all of the time. And mostly that's absolutely fine because you're going to find yourself reaching for your different commands frequently. However, if maybe you're viewing or scrolling through a very, very large worksheet and you want to basically maximize the real estate that you have on the page, you could choose to temporarily collapse up the ribbon. Now, there are a couple of different ways that you can do this, and by far the easiest way is to use the keyboard shortcut. And the keyboard shortcut to collapse or expand the ribbons is Control F1. You'll notice as soon as I do that, I'm just left with those tabs and the ribbons no longer display. Control F1 again to bring the ribbon back. Alternatively, if I go all the way over to the right-hand side, notice that I have this little drop-down arrow, and when I hover over, it says Ribbon Display Options. So if I click this here, I have some other options when it comes to showing the ribbon. Now I can choose to always show the ribbon. I can show tabs only, which is pretty much what we had when we pressed Control F1. And notice that once this is collapsed, I don't have a little down arrow anymore to bring that back again. But what I can do is simply click on one of these tabs and it's going to drop that ribbon back down. I can then choose to always show the ribbon. And if I want to truly maximize the space that I have on the screen and also get rid of these tabs, if I click the drop down, I could choose full screen mode, and that's really just going to leave me with the spreadsheet in view. To come out of here, we can click at 3 dots in that title bar, click the drop down again, and switch it back to always show ribbon. So far, there's one tab at the top here that we haven't really spoken about in any great depth, and that is the File tab. Now, the File tab is different from these other tabs as it doesn't contain a ribbon. So when we click on File, instead of getting a ribbon, it takes us into what we call the Backstage area. And this area is a little bit similar to the start screen that we see when we first launch Excel. But there are some major differences. We have a lot more options that we can select in that left-hand menu from File. And this Backstage area is really what we consider to be the admin area. This is where we can come to create new blank workbooks or even select a template. We can open workbooks from here. We can save workbooks from here. We can also do things like print workbooks, share them with other people, export them out to different file formats, and even publish them to the Power BI service. And we're going to be using each of these options throughout this course. But just for now, know that in order to get to these options, you need to click on File and go into what we call the Backstage area. Now, one page here that I do want to draw your attention to is this Info page. Now, in Info, we kind of have two parts to this. This is where we can come to do things like protect our workbook. So if we want to add a password to our workbook to protect which parts of the workbook other people can edit, we can do that from here. We can also inspect our workbook, so we can check for any metadata or information that's stored in the background of each file, such as things like the author's name, when the document was created, things like that, we can remove all of those things before we send this out to other people. This is also where we can effectively recover any unsaved workbooks. So if we're working away in a workbook and we haven't saved it and Excel crashes, we're going to be able to see our unsaved workbooks listed here, and we can effectively recover them. And then finally, we also have some browser view options. So if somebody else was viewing this Excel workbook on the web, we can control how they're viewing it. And once again, we are going to go through all of these options as we go through this course. Something else we also have in here are the document properties. Now, I haven't saved this document yet, so we don't have too many document properties. It hasn't got a title and it's blank, so it doesn't really have any size as yet. But we do have a little bit of information about this document. I can see when it was last modified, when it was created, when it was last printed, and I can also see that I'm the author and I was the person who last modified this. Now, the only other option that I really want to highlight in this Backstage area at this stage is close at the bottom here. If you recall, previously when we were working in our Excel workbook, I mentioned that if you click the cross in the top right hand corner, that's basically going to close all of Excel. So if you've got multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all. If you simply want to close the workbook that you currently have open, you would choose Close from here. Now, it's recognizing that I haven't saved this file. And that's fine, we don't really need this, so I'm going to say don't save. That file is going to close down, but notice that Excel remains open. And remember, if I want to quickly create a new blank workbook again, I can use my keyboard shortcut of Control-N. Notice the file name at the top is now Book 3. So every time you create a new blank workbook and you don't save it as something else, when you create another one, it's going to be Book 3, Book 4, Book 5, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that. This close in here will close the current workbook. The cross in the top corner will close all of Excel. Now, if you want to backtrack out of this Backstage area and go back to your Excel workbook, you have a couple of different options. At the top here, just above where it says Home, we have a back arrow. If I click this, it's going to take me back to my workbook. Another way that we can do this is we can also press the Escape key on our keyboard, and that's going to take us back as well. So now we're a bit more familiar with the general overall layout of Excel. It's time to switch our attention to the Quick Access toolbar. And again, this is something I briefly mentioned at the start of this course when we were exploring the Excel interface. Now for me, my Quick Access toolbar is right at the top here in the left-hand corner. And it's this tiny little toolbar that has a few little icons on it. So where you can see the Save command, we also have Undo and Redo. This is basically my Quick Access toolbar. And currently I don't have a great deal on there apart from the default commands that display when you enable the Quick Access toolbar. So what exactly is this? Well, the Quick Access Toolbar, or QAT as it's known for short, is where we can add commands that we use frequently. So instead of having to go through and hunt through different ribbons for commonly used commands, we can simply add them to this Quick Access Toolbar, which makes them super easy to access. Now, before we start doing that, let me show you how you can change the position of the Quick Access Toolbar. Because currently mine is kind of shoved up in that top left-hand corner. And when I leave mine up there, I tend to forget that it's even there and I very rarely use it. So I prefer to have mine displaying underneath my ribbons. So how do we change the position of the QAT? Well, if we hover our mouse over this little drop-down arrow, notice that the screen tip says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. And when I click it, it's going to open up a menu of different items. And right at the bottom of this menu, we have an option to Show Below Ribbon. And that's going to move this to underneath your ribbons. Now notice that the Save icon is still showing up in this title bar. So this save icon isn't actually part of that quick access toolbar. You're going to find that this is just part of Excel's title bar. So the only commands that I currently have on my quick access toolbar are undo and redo. Now if I click this drop down arrow again, you can see that I have a few different commands in this menu that I can add on to my quick access toolbar with one click. And these are really the 15 or so commands that Microsoft have deemed are going to be useful to you. So if I want to add any of these that I can see in this list to my QAT, I simply need to just select them and it's going to add that command. Let's also add spelling in here as well. Now, if I want to add save to the quick access toolbar, maybe I forget that it's up here in the top left-hand corner, I can add another save icon to the QAT as well. Now, if you're looking at your Excel and you're thinking, well, I don't actually see anything that resembles this quick access toolbar, it might be that you don't have it turned on. And this is one of the things that's very different from older versions of Excel. In the last version of Excel 365 that I used, and in versions before that, the quick access toolbar was turned on by default. And there was no way for us to control if we have it toggled on or if we have it toggled off. But now in Excel 2021, we do have that option. So let me just show you that. Let's jump up to File. And again, we're jumping back into our Excel options. Now notice in this list we have a whole page dedicated to customizing the quick access toolbar. And we're going to come back into here in a moment and start adding commands this way, but I want to draw your attention first of all to this bottom section. Notice I have Show Quick Access Toolbar selected. If I deselect this box and click on OK, it's going to get rid of that quick access toolbar altogether. So if you find that you never use it and it's just taking up additional room, you can definitely turn it off. Now, I quite like having my quick access toolbar turned on, so let's jump back into there and put a tick in this box. Another thing we can do is also display labels for the items on our quick access toolbar. So if I select this checkbox as well and click on OK, now look at my quick access toolbar. Instead of just the icons, I have the actual labels. So it's a lot easier for me to determine what each of these does. I can see undo clearly, redo clearly, email, so on and so forth. So now that we've established how to activate the quick access toolbar and how we can very simply add any of the commands from this customized quick access toolbar menu, let's take a look at some other customizations we can make. Now, obviously, in this right-click menu, we're not seeing all of the commands available in Excel. So what if I want to add a completely different command onto my quick access toolbar? Maybe I'm always using conditional formatting. Well, this is very simple. What you can do is right-click on any command on any ribbon, and the first option that you're going to have in that contextual menu is Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Notice as soon as I do that, it appears with its label. Now, I mentioned in an earlier lesson that not all commands available in Excel have an icon on the ribbons. There are some commands that purely exist in the background, and they're usually commands that you don't tend to use all that often. So what about if I want to add one of those to my quick access toolbar? Well, this is where we can jump back into Excel options. So let's go to File, into Options, and we're going to go straight to Quick Access Toolbar. Now, over on the right hand side, this is where you can see the current Quick Access Toolbar. And you can see the icons that I have showing undo, redo, email spelling, save, and conditional formatting, which is the one I just added. And on the left hand side, currently I'm showing all of the popular commands in Excel. If I wanted to see the full list, every single command available in Excel, I can choose all commands from this first menu. And now I have every single command in Excel available listed out in alphabetical order. So I can now go through and I can choose any of these that I want to add. So let's say I want to add shape after. Click the Add button in the middle, and that's going to put that onto the Quick Access Toolbar. And I can carry on going through, adding different buttons to my quick access toolbar, like so. And of course, if I want to remove them, I can do exactly the same thing. So I'm actually going to remove these separators. And I'll explain to you what separators are in a moment. Let's select the first one, click remove, select the second one, click remove. So now that I have all of my quick access toolbar commands showing, I can reorganize these using the arrows on the right hand side. So maybe I want to move save so it's the first icon on my quick access toolbar. I just need to select it and use my arrow keys to move it up. So don't be afraid to reorganize your commands on your QAT. Now, we just deleted out a couple of separators there, so let me explain to you what separators are. Separators will effectively separate your commands on your quick access toolbar into groups that you specify. And all it really is a tiny little line. It's actually barely visible, but it just does give a little bit of structure to the quick access toolbar as opposed to just having a horizontal list of commands. So at the top of any list you select, whether it's all commands or popular commands, you're going to see separator. And you can add in as many separators as you like. So I'm going to add 3 into here. And then I can move these into the correct position. So maybe I want to separate save from everything else. Maybe I want to separate undo and redo from the rest of my commands. And then finally, let's just move this one up to, let's put that just there. Once you're happy with how you have your QAT organized, if we click on OK, it's going to update with those changes. And I don't know if you can just see, very faint line in between these, that is the separator. So I definitely recommend that once you've been using Excel for a while, you're going to get an idea of the kinds of commands that you use all the time. And once you do know that, start adding them to your quick access toolbar to make them super easy to access so you're not digging around the different ribbons looking for your commands. It's also worth noting that if you want to remove commands that you've already added to the quick access toolbar, you don't have to keep going into Excel options. You can simply right-click on the command and then in the contextual menu you have a remove from quick access toolbar option. So I'm actually going to remove the 3 that I just added. In this lesson, we're going to run through some of the most useful keyboard shortcuts. And we've used quite a few keyboard shortcuts so far in this course, and for me they are the #1 thing to learn if you want to improve your efficiency when working in Excel. Now there are hundreds and hundreds of keyboard shortcuts and you are definitely not going to remember all of them. And what I would say is that most people have 10 to 15 that they use all the time. So let me show you some of the most popular ones. Now, if you take a look at my workbook, I currently don't have anything open. And as we've already seen, if we want to create a new blank workbook, we can use the keyboard shortcut of Control-N. If I now wanted to save this workbook, and bear in mind we haven't really discussed saving in any great detail at the moment, we could press Control-S, and that's going to prompt us to save this file into a location. Now I'm not going to do that at the moment because we have an entire lesson on saving. Let's just click Cancel. So now let's type something into a cell. So I'm just going to pick a random cell somewhere in the middle here. H7 is the cell reference, and I'm going to type in the number 1000. Now what about if I want to format this number? Well, there's a couple of things I can do here. The Control-B keyboard shortcut is going to apply bold formatting. If I then choose Control-I, it's going to apply italic formatting. Now notice, as I've used these keyboard shortcuts, if we take a look up on the Home ribbon in the font group, notice that now both bold and italic are showing as being toggled on. What I could also do is Control-U. That's going to toggle on the underline. And if I want to undo the underline, the italic and the bold, a very important keyboard shortcut which you're going to use all the time is Control-Z. That's going to undo your last action. So I can go all the way back to how the number was originally simply by doing Control-Z 3 times. What about if I want to move this number to a different cell in the worksheet? Well, for that, I can use Cut. And we have a keyboard shortcut for Cut of Control X. Notice as soon as I press Control X, I now have what we refer to as marching ants or sometimes dancing ants around the outside of the cell. And that really just lets me know that I've cut this information. Now, if I was to click the diagonal arrow next to clipboard, if you remember previously we looked in here, this is where any cut items will be gathered. So you can see at the top here, because I haven't pasted this yet, I've simply cut it. It's now being held on this clipboard until I paste it elsewhere. Okay. So now what I can do is click in another cell and use the paste keyboard shortcut, which is Control V. And that is going to move that number from one cell to another. But what about if I want to make a copy as opposed to cutting it? Well, the keyboard shortcut for copy is Control C. Again, I have my marching ants. I can select another cell and I can do paste Control V. And now I have a copy. Notice that the original is still showing with marching ants around the outside. So I need to press the Escape key to deselect that cell. Now, to demonstrate some more super useful keyboard shortcuts, we're actually going to open a file that contains more data. And there is a keyboard shortcut for Open. If we press Control O, it's going to jump us into that Backstage area and straight to the Open page. And the file that I want to open, I've accessed recently, so I'm going to go to my recent list of workbooks, and it's this one here. So I can just click once to open that file. So now we have quite a bit of data in here. We can demonstrate some other useful keyboard shortcuts. Now, if I'm clicked in cell A1, where we have the word date, and I want to jump down to the last row in this data set, I can press Control down arrow, and that's going to jump me to the last row. If I want to jump back up to the top, Control up arrow. If I want to jump to the last column in my data set, Control right arrow and Control left arrow to go back. What about instead of just moving around, I want to actually make a selection. I want to select all of the data in column A. Well, for that, we can just add in the Shift key. So Control, Shift, down arrow will select all of the data in that column. If I do Control, Shift, right arrow, it's going to select everything. Now, another way that we can select all of the data in this little table here is to press the Control A keyboard shortcut. Control A is Select All, and this functions slightly differently depending on where you're clicked. So if you're clicked within some data and you press Control A, it's going to basically select all of the data that surrounds where you're clicked. So it's super useful for making very quick selections of tables and data sets. But if I was clicked somewhere over here, just in a blank cell on this worksheet, and I press Control A, that's going to select every single cell in my workbook. Now, a keyboard shortcut that we've already been introduced to is Control F1. That is going to minimize up the ribbon. Control F1 again to bring it back. What about if I want to print this spreadsheet? Now, again, we haven't really covered printing yet, but this is a very popular keyboard shortcut. Control P is going to jump us across to that Backstage area and into the print page where we can then select our printing options. Remember, to come out of this Backstage area, we can press the Escape key. So those are some of the ones that I use all the time. Now, if you're somebody who finds it maybe difficult to work with a mouse, I know some people who have wrist injuries really struggle working with a mouse and very much prefer to do the majority of their work using the keyboard. Now, if you're one of those people and you want to navigate entirely around Excel using just the keyboard and really cutting down on the amount of times that you're using the mouse, this next shortcut is going to be super useful to you. If you press the Alt key on your keyboard, notice what happens to my ribbons. I get a special shortcut key assigned to all of the tabs, the search area, the items on my quick access toolbar, so on and so forth. So maybe I decide that I want to insert a shape into this worksheet. And I know that shapes are on the Insert ribbon. Instead of clicking on Insert with my mouse, I could use the assigned letter. So I can see that that is N. If I press N, it's going to jump me to that Insert ribbon, and I get a whole new set of keyboard shortcuts. So I want to go to Shapes. I can see the key combination there is SH. So I'm going to press SH, and it's going to drop down that Shapes menu. What I can then do is use my arrow keys to move down and select the shape that I want to use. So it could be any of these. I'm going to go with a rectangle. And all I need to do to select this is press the Enter key on my keyboard, and it's going to insert my shape. If I want to nudge this or move this off of my data set, instead of using my mouse to drag it, I could use my arrow keys, which is going to move this shape along. So you can pretty much navigate and execute actions entirely using your keyboard. So don't forget about that Alt option. And if you find yourself in here and you want to come out of this setting, just press Alt again to get rid of those letters. And finally, if you're really interested in keyboard shortcuts and you'd like to know the full comprehensive list of all of them available in Excel, and as I said, there are hundreds, then your best bet is to go to the help file. And this in itself has a keyboard shortcut. So if we press the F1 key, this is going to pop open Excel help. And again, we do have an entire lesson on how to access help, but just to show you, if we just type in keyboard shortcuts and hit enter, it's going to search the help files. The top option here will show us all of the keyboard shortcuts available in Excel. So if I click this, it's going to open up this little pane, and if I scroll down, the keyboard shortcuts are divided down into different topics. So if I go to frequently used shortcuts, I'm going to see what all of those are. So some of these we've already used: close a workbook, Control W, open, Control O, save, Control S, cut, copy, paste, undo, that one that you're going to be using all the time. So this is a great little reference guide if you are super keen on using shortcuts as opposed to using your mouse to click on commands. To finish off this introductory section, I just want to make sure you know where to go if you ever need help when you're working in Excel. Because let's face it, we all need a little bit of help sometimes. It might be that you're not sure what a particular command does. Or maybe you know the command that you want to use, but you don't know which ribbon it's located on. Or maybe you just want to do some additional reading about a command so that you know if it's going to be fit for purpose. And there are a few different ways that we can get help in Excel. Now, two of them we've already kind of had a little look at. The most basic way to get some help is by hovering over any of the commands in this ribbon. These screen tips in themselves are help. If you just want to know what a command does, the screen tips are going to show you this information. For example, I'm hovered over Merge and Center. I can see underneath a short description, and it tells me that if I click this button, it's going to combine and center the contents of the selected cells in a new, larger cell. This is a great way to create a label that spans multiple columns. And if I want any more information, if I want a bit more detail, notice that I have this little Tell Me More link at the bottom. If I click this, it's going to jump straight into the Excel help files and to the exact place in these help files that I need. So now I get help on merge and unmerge cells. And notice in here I have a little tutorial video that I can play, and then underneath I have some instructional text that walks me through the process step by step of how to merge cells and also unmerge cells. So these screen tips are a really great way to get a quick look at what it does, and if you need more information, you have the Tell Me More link at the bottom. And you'll notice that you have this for all of these commands. Conditional formatting, I have a Tell Me More link. If I go to font color, I have a Tell Me More link. So a really nice way of getting to help. Now these help files can also be accessed by pressing the F1 key on your keyboard. And if you have the help ribbon showing at the top, notice that the first command on here is basically what you get when you press the F1 key. It's exactly the same thing. We do have some other options on this help ribbon as well. So if you're in the US, you might want to use this contact support option. Now, I'm in the UK, and unfortunately, this feature isn't supported if you're outside the US. We have a feedback section. So this is where we can provide some feedback to Microsoft, maybe about features that we think could be improved. We have a show training section. So this is super useful if you're looking for a little bit of training in the form of video files. You can come into here and you can search for what it is that you're looking for. So maybe I want to find a video that's going to show me how to format a table. I can click on the link to format an Excel table. I will say there isn't a video for everything that you search for, but at the very least you will get step-by-step instructions. Now we also have a group here called Community, and these are going to take you to external websites. So if we click on the Community command, it's going to open up a web browser and jump me straight across to the Microsoft Excel community. And this is where I can come to get some really good information. I can become a member, I can start discussions. So if I have a particular issue, I could post it here and get help from the Excel community. So a really nice little option there. I could choose Excel blog. Again, this is going to jump me across to the Microsoft web page and to the blog specifically about Excel. And blog posts are posted here on a frequent basis, and it's a great place to come if you're interested in keeping up to date with new things in Excel and you're somebody who enjoys reading blog posts. And then finally, we have the Suggest a Feature button, which again allows you to make some suggestions to Microsoft. Now, aside from all of these options for help, we have a couple of other options. Now, notice at the top of the screen, we have a search bar. Now, if you're clicked somewhere down here on your Excel spreadsheet and you want to quickly jump up to that search area, notice the keyboard shortcut Alt-Q. It's going to pull your cursor up to the top. So what I can do here is I can search for something in Excel. So maybe I want to know how to format a table again. And what this will do is it will find if what I've typed is a command that exists in Excel. So format as a table is an actual command, and it's listed up here, and it basically jumps me straight to the command that I need. It also gives me some other selections that are similar to what I've typed. It's also going to show me any Excel files I have that contain the words format a table. And if I want to get some help on this, I can also get help from here simply by clicking Get Help on Format a Table. And it's going to pop open that help area again. Now, the final way that you can get help is what we call contextual help. So let me show you an example. If I click the diagonal arrow in the bottom corner of this font group, notice that in this Format Cells dialog box, I have a little question mark icon. I have a question mark symbol, and if I hover my mouse over this symbol, it says help. And what this does is it provides contextual help. So because I'm in the Format Cells dialog box, clicked on the font tab, when I click on help from here, it's going to find me help related to the font dialog box, which is where I currently am. So that option is a great way of getting contextual help. Notice that if I do the same thing in this alignment group, which is basically the Format Cells dialog box again, we're just on a different tab. If I click the question mark this time, it's going to open up a web page and take me to the correct page of help information. So those are all of the ways that you can obtain help when you're working in Excel. It's now time for us to do our first exercise of the course, exercise 1. And in this exercise, I'd like you to practice the skills that you've learnt in this section. So first, I would like you to launch Excel. And I would also like you to pin Excel to the taskbar to make it easy to access. Once you've done that, I would like you to customize the Quick Access toolbar and add the following 3 commands: Autosum, Wrap Text, and Fill. I'd then like you to add a separator to the quick access toolbar. And then the final thing I'd like you to do is to practice creating a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. See how you get along with that? And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to launch Excel and then pin it to the taskbar. Now I'm using Windows 11, so I'm going to jump down to my search, type in Excel. There it is in the list. I'm going to right click on the application and choose to pin to taskbar. Now that I have it pinned to the taskbar, I can simply click on the icon to launch Excel. The next thing I asked you to do was to customize the quick access toolbar and add the commands Autosum, Wrap Text and Fill. So let's jump across to the Formulas tab, find Autosum, right click, add to quick access toolbar. Let's go to Home, find Wrap Text, right click, add to quick access toolbar, and the final one is also on the home ribbon, right click, add to quick access toolbar. I then asked you to add a separator to the commands on the QAT, and I don't really mind where you place this separator, but to do this you need to go into File, into Options and Quick Access Toolbar. And from here we're going to select the separator at the top and click Add, and then we can move it into position using our up and down arrows. And the final thing I asked you to do in this exercise is to create a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. So all we need to do here is press Ctrl N. Sometimes it can be a little bit daunting if you're asked to put together a spreadsheet from scratch. If you're faced with just a blank workbook and your manager asks you to create a budget spreadsheet or maybe something like an invoice, you might not really know where to start. And that is where templates can be your best friend. A template is simply a pre-built spreadsheet. It contains formatting, formulas, and lots of other items. And the great thing about Excel is that we have a whole host of inbuilt templates that we can use for free. So if we want to find our templates, let's jump up to the File menu to go into that Backstage area, and let's jump down to New. Now, if we scroll down to the lower half of this page, notice we have a tab at the top that says Office and one that says Personal. Now, I'm going to get into what Personal is in a moment. Let's now concentrate on this Office section. This is where you're going to find all of your templates. And all of the templates in Excel are organized into different categories to make them easier for you to find. And you'll notice just under that search bar at the top where it says search for online templates, we have some suggested search categories. So for example, if I was looking for some kind of budget template, I could click on the budgets link just here. It's going to search through all of the inbuilt templates in Excel and just present me with the ones that are related to budgets. And you can see in there we can go through and take a look for the one that most suits our needs. For example, I have some monthly company budget templates. We have a wedding expense budget, college budget, holiday planner budget, so on and so forth. Let's click the back arrow to go back to the main template page. What I can also do is I can search for templates as well using the search bar at the top. So maybe I need to create an invoice. I don't want to do it from scratch, so I'm going to search to see if Excel has any invoice templates that I can use. And you can see that yes, we do. We have quite a few in here. So once you find a template that you want to use, and I think I'm just going to choose this simple invoice template, let's click it once. It opens up a little window that gives me a little bit of information about this template. It also tells me who is providing this template, in this case Microsoft, and I also get to see the download size as well. And I can check in that preview to make sure that this is the template that I want to select. Notice that I have arrows either side, so if I want to scroll through and take a look at some other templates, I can definitely do that as well. Now I'm pretty happy with this template, so I'm just going to click the big old green Create button in the middle there. And that is going to load up that template into the main window of Excel. Now, one thing to notice here is if you look up in that title bar, you can see that it just says Simple Invoice 1. And that is the name of this actual template. And the cool thing about these templates is that they are reusable. So if I was to come into here and make some changes, so maybe I need to change the company name. Let's just change that to IT Train Now. If I try and save this template, it's going to ask me to save it under a new file name. So effectively, I can't overwrite this template, which means that if I want to reuse this, I can just go into File New and reselect it again. Now, all of the elements of these templates can be customized, so if you don't particularly like the colors that are in use here, you can change things like that by simply using your formatting tools at the top. Also notice that all of these fields are editable. I can just double click in them if I want to add information. And also notice that I have some formulas included in this template as well. So if I click on cell G9, if you take a look up in the formula bar, you can see there's already a formula in that cell. And what this is basically going to do is when I start adding in line items, it's automatically going to calculate. So if I add in the line item, let's just add something in. I'm going to put in webinar. We've got 1. The unit price is 250 and there's no discount. Notice that it automatically totals for me. So by using this template, I've saved so much time because it means that I don't have to hash out the main structure of this invoice myself. I don't have to add formulas. I don't have to add formatting. Now, once I've finished editing this, I have two options when it comes to saving. And I'm going to talk a bit more about this when we get into the lesson related to saving, but I could choose just to save this as a regular Excel workbook, or I could choose to save this as a template file. And in fact, I can save any workbook that I create as a template file if I want to. So maybe, let's delete out what we've added in here. Maybe I make some changes to this template. So let's just change the background fill at the top here. I'm going to change that to this dark red color. Maybe I've made some other changes. Maybe I've added my company logo, something like that. And now maybe going forward, I always want to use this template, which I've now customized a little bit, instead of starting from the blank invoice template every single time. So if I want to use my customized template, I would need to save this as a template file. So if I jump up to File and go down to Save As, I'm going to browse for a location to save this in. And for the time being, I'm just going to save this on my desktop. But what I need to do here is I need to give it a name. So maybe I want to call this Train IT Now Invoice Template. But I need to change the type of file that I'm saving it as. So instead of just saving it as a regular Excel worksheet, I want to save this as a template file. And you'll see if we click the drop down just here, we have this file type .xltx, which is an Excel template file. Now notice that as soon as I change this save as file type, it jumps me to an entirely different folder. If you remember, I had selected my desktop to save this to. As soon as I change this, I am now in the Custom Office Templates folder. And this is the default folder where Microsoft saves any templates that you create. Now you could choose to override this and go back and save it to whichever folder you prefer, but there is one big advantage of saving it into the default folder. So let's click on Save. I can now see that that file name has changed, and I'm going to close down this template. And for this, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control-W. Now, if I want to reuse that template, if I go to File and down to New, this is what this personal section is for at the bottom. So when you save a template into the default templates folder, it's going to save it to personal in here. And it just means that any template that you create, you can access very quickly from this personal section. And you can see there is my template on the end here, Train IT Now Invoice Template. If I'd chosen to save this template to my desktop as opposed to in the custom templates folder, I wouldn't be able to select it from this personal section. So I'll leave that up to you to determine if you want to save it in here or if you have a specific folder that you'd like to save your templates into, but just be aware of that distinction because saving it into personal makes it so much easier to access. Let's just click to open this again. It's now opened my template with my customizations. I can update this file, maybe for a new client, and then I could choose to just save this as a regular Excel file if I need to send that to the client, and then reuse my template again for the next client. So templates are definitely worth checking out if you want to get a head start on spreadsheet creation. As I mentioned previously, every workbook in Excel can contain numerous different worksheets. And you can have up to 255 worksheets per workbook. So that is a lot of data. So you have the potential to have a lot of data stored within each workbook. The workbook is the overall container that houses the worksheets. So if we take a look at my workbook, this workbook is currently unsaved, but the workbook is called Book 1. And currently I have one worksheet in this workbook called Sheet 1. And you can see that as a tab at the bottom of the screen. And it's fundamental to your understanding of basic Excel to know how to work with your worksheets. So let's take a look at some of the basic things that are important to know. Each worksheet in your workbook contains a grid structure of what we call cells. Each workbook contains columns represented by letters and rows represented by numbers. And these rows and columns, where they intersect, we have what we refer to as cells. And it's in these cells where we type all of our information. And each cell can contain numerous different types of data. It might be that we're typing text into a cell, or it could be that we're typing numbers into a cell. We can type things like percentages into cells, or even dates. And everything you type into a cell in a worksheet can be formatted so that it looks exactly as you want it to look. And as we already know, we identify different cells in a worksheet by using the cell reference. So where the column and the row intersect, we get our cell reference. So currently I'm clicked on cell G5. And it's these cell references that are used consistently throughout Excel when we're building things like formulas, and pretty much when we're doing anything in Excel, it all relates to the cell reference. Now, when it comes to your different worksheets, you'll notice that when you create a new blank workbook in Excel, you're just going to get a default worksheet that's called Sheet 1. And each worksheet contains over 1 million rows. If I click in cell A1 and press Control down arrow, that's going to jump me down to the very last row in this workbook. So you can see there just over 1 million. Control up arrow to jump to the top. If I do Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column. And there are just over 16,000 columns in one worksheet. Control left arrow to jump back to cell A1. So what that means is that within each worksheet, we have roughly 17 billion cells, and we have the potential to fill all of those with data. Now, this is not something I would advise when you start getting into spreadsheets that are that large. You're probably going to find Excel starts to slow down greatly. But just be aware of the potential amount of data that you can squeeze into every worksheet. Now, what about managing different worksheets? Well, again, if we go down to the bottom where we have Sheet 1, this isn't a particularly meaningful name. It's rather generic. So what I would probably do here is immediately rename this worksheet to make it a little bit more meaningful, depending on what I have on this worksheet. Now, I don't have anything at the moment, but let me just show you how you can rename your worksheets. If you right-click on the tab, it's going to pull up that contextual menu, and we have a number of different worksheet-related menu items in here. And one of them is Rename. You can now see Sheet 1 is highlighted, and I can just go in and call it something else. It's also worth noting that to rename, you can simply double-click on the tab and it will let you rename that way as well. Let's right-click again and take a look at some of these other options. Now, if I want to insert another worksheet in this workbook, I have an Insert option just here. It's going to ask me what I want to insert. The first option that's highlighted is Worksheet, so I'm just going to click on OK, and now I get a brand new worksheet. Now, a much quicker way of doing exactly the same thing is simply to click on the plus just here. So when I click on plus, I get yet another worksheet. And once again, I can right-click and I can rename. So let's call this one Calculations. Let's right-click and call this one Tables and hit enter. If I want to reorder my worksheets, so maybe Summary needs to be the first worksheet in this workbook, I can simply drag and drop. So let's click on Summary, drag it over. Notice I get that little down-facing black arrow, which is going to show me where this tab will be placed when I let go of my mouse. Let's let go to reorganize those tabs. Let's right-click again. I have a Move or Copy option in here. So from here, what I could do is I could choose to move or copy this particular worksheet to a completely different workbook that I have open. Now, I don't currently have another workbook open, I just have book 1. But if I was to select New Book and click OK, it's going to move the Summary tab to a brand new Excel workbook. If I want to create a copy as opposed to moving it, I would need to make sure I select Create a Copy. If I click on OK now, what you'll see is that I now have a new book at the top, book 2, which contains that Summary tab. Now I don't need this, so I'm going to do Control W to close this down. Let's right-click one more time, and on the subject of moving and copying, if I want to make a copy of a worksheet within the same workbook, I can simply hold down my Control key, drag and drop, and it's going to make an exact copy of that worksheet. And it will copy across all of the data contained on that worksheet as well. And of course, we can right-click and delete any worksheets that we no longer need. Another cool thing to do is to change the tab color of the different worksheets and essentially color code your workbook. This is particularly useful if you are working on a large project where you have numerous different tabs. Grouping them together using colors is a really nice visual way of adding some structure to your worksheet and letting people know that these tabs are related. So if we right-click, we have tab color just here. I can choose green from the palette. And maybe tables and calculations are related, but summary isn't. So maybe I want to make the other two tabs exactly the same blue color. And one final little tip before we move on. If you're interested in knowing the keyboard shortcut to quickly insert a new tab, it is Shift F11. Let's move this by dragging and dropping. I'm going to right-click and change the color to blue, and then I'm going to rename this to Pivot and hit Enter. So far in this course, we've been working away inside different workbooks, but I haven't yet shown you how to save your workbooks. So let's take a look at that now. Now, most of us are familiar with saving documents and spreadsheets. And I will say that if you're used to saving documents in other Microsoft applications, such as Word and PowerPoint, then this is pretty much exactly the same. Now, there are a few different methods that you can use when it comes to saving workbooks in Excel 2021. And there is a fundamental difference between Excel for Microsoft 365 and the new Excel 2021 version. If you're used to using Microsoft 365, or specifically Excel in Microsoft 365, you may have noticed that in the Quick Access toolbar, there is an Auto Save slider. And basically what this means is that as you work away in your worksheets, Excel is constantly saving your workbook. And the cool thing about that is that it means you are very unlikely to lose any work if Excel was to unexpectedly crash. Now, in Excel 2021, because this is a standalone version and not a cloud version, we don't have the auto save toggle. So this means that you need to save your document or your workbook as you're working. Now, of course, we do have some backup to that. There are autosave capabilities within Excel 2021, which I'll show you in a moment. But just be aware of that fundamental difference if you are coming to this course after using Microsoft 365. Now, when it comes to saving, you have a few different options. We have a Save button on the Quick Access toolbar. And you can see as I hover over that, you can also see the shortcut key for save, which is Control S. And that is probably the quickest way to save your workbook as you're working. I know that for me, I am now in the habit of periodically, sort of every 5 minutes or so, just quickly doing Control S to make sure that everything that I'm doing is saved. Also notice we have a save icon up in that title bar. And if we go to the File tab to jump into that Backstage area, we also have Save and Save As in here. Now, what is the difference between these two? Well, you would use Save As if this is the first time that you're saving your workbook. So if you create a new blank workbook, as we have done here, it's going to be assigned the generic name of Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, so on and so forth. So effectively, when I save this, I'm going to be saving it for the first time. So I would need to do File, Save As. Now the thing is here that if I was just to press Control S to save, it's going to basically ask me to save as anyway. The same thing is going to happen if I go to File and down to Save as opposed to Save As. It's going to jump me across to the Save As tab anyway because it's the first time I'm saving. So now from here I can browse to a location where I want to save this file. Now I'm going to save all of my course files on my desktop. And I would recommend that for the purpose of this course, you find a location like your desktop or maybe even My Documents. Create yourself a little folder and call it something along the lines of Course Files, just so you have somewhere to save all of these files that we're creating during this course. So I've created a brand new little folder. Let's double click to open it up. And now I can give my file a name. Now, when it comes to naming files, a lot of people like to use some kind of naming convention. And it might be that within your business, you have a standard way that you name files. For example, if you're saving an invoice, you might start all file names with IMV and then maybe the date and then the invoice number, something like that. Now for this first file, because it is our first one, I'm just going to call it My First Workbook. Now by default, if you want to save an Excel file, the file extension is .xlsx. And you can see that underneath, that is the default file extension that it's giving me. And basically the main point of file extensions is really to help identify what type of file this is. For example, if I'm in File Explorer, and I double click to open a file with the file extension .xlsx, File Explorer knows that that's an Excel file and it needs to launch Excel. Now in this Save As type, if we click, you can see that we have so many different file types that we can save our workbooks as. And we will dip in and out of some of these as we go through the course. In fact, in the last lesson, we briefly took a look at saving files as Excel templates. But for the time being, we just want to save this as a regular default Excel file. So let's just click on the Save button. Now, as soon as I do that, it jumps me back to my workbook. And you can now see in the title bar, it's updated to say My First Workbook. So now I can go in and I can start to work. So maybe I'm just typing some numbers into this workbook. And if I want to save as I go along, I can press Control S, keyboard shortcut, or I can click the Save button on the Quick Access toolbar. Now, what about if I've been working for 2 to 3 hours and I've just completely forgotten to save? If that does happen, I have the potential to lose quite a lot of work if I accidentally close down Excel or maybe it unexpectedly crashes. So to help with this, we have some auto-save options that we should be reviewing before we really start working in Excel. And we'll find those options underneath the File tab. And if we go all the way down to Options at the bottom, notice in here we have a page specifically related to saving Excel workbooks. Now it's this section just here that you want to double check. I can see here that I'm saving files by default in the standard Excel format, which is perfect. And then underneath I have this little checkbox selected, Save Auto Recover Information Every, and then I have mine set to 5 minutes. Now you could choose to take this down to 1 minute, 2 minutes, or even take it up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But that basically means that if Excel does crash and you haven't saved it, you're really only going to lose up to 5 minutes of work because Excel is going to auto-save every 5 minutes. Also note that I have checked underneath, keep the last auto-recovered version if I close without saving. So what does that exactly mean? Well, let's click on OK. I'm going to make a few further changes to this workbook. I'm just going to add some numbers in here. And I'm not going to save, but I'm going to just close this workbook. Now notice it says want to save your changes to myfirstworkbook.xlsx. So it's recognized that I have unsaved changes and has prompted me to save. So I can now choose to save or don't save. Now I'm going to click cancel here. Now sometimes if Excel crashes, it's not going to pop up that message. But because we've chosen to auto recover, the next time we open Excel, we're going to get a message at the top saying that files have been auto recovered and we're going to get the chance to restore them. And in that scenario, what I could also do is go to File, into Info, and underneath this Manage Workbook area, I have an option to recover unsaved workbooks. So this is going to pop me to a folder where any unsaved files are stored. And you can see that I have one in here. So this is one I was working on yesterday, I think. And my laptop actually ran out of power and just closed itself down. So you can see that Excel has actually recovered that book just there. If I want to reopen that, I can just by clicking the Open button. So the main takeaways here are the different methods you can use to save your file, how you can save as into a folder, and also how you can review your auto save and auto recover options. All different types of data can be entered into cells in an Excel worksheet. We can enter text. We can enter numbers, decimal numbers, percentages, formulas, and many other data types. So let's take a look at some of the basic things you need to know when it comes to entering and editing data in cells. So currently I am in my first workbook and I'm clicked on the Calculations tab. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up to cell B3 and I'm going to type in the word months. So to type into a cell, simply select the cell and start typing. Now notice as I type into the cell, the word that I've typed also appears in the formula bar. So anytime you click on a cell that contains numbers or text, you're going to see the contents of that cell also reflected in the formula bar. And you could, in fact, if we just backspace out of here, if I wanted to use the formula bar instead of typing into the cell, I could click up in the formula bar, type the same thing, and it's going to enter it into the cell. Now, one thing to note here is once you've finished typing in your piece of data into the cell, you have a couple of different options. If I press the Enter key, the cursor is going to move down to the cell below, ready for me to type in my next piece of data. Now, if I type into a cell and I want to stay in the same cell, I can press Control Enter and it's going to leave my cursor there. And that's particularly useful in many, many different scenarios. If I want to type something in the cell to the right of where I've typed Jan, I can simply press the Tab key, or I could use my mouse to click on the cell. I can also use my arrow keys to navigate horizontally and vertically in a spreadsheet. Now that I have Jan in here underneath the heading Months, what I effectively want to do is I want to list out all of the months of the year. So what I could do, I guess, is go through and just type them all in. There aren't that many, so it's not going to take too long. But we have a special little tool in Excel which recognizes certain standard patterns. So things like months of the year and days of the week. So if I just delete out, and I'm just highlighting both of those cells and pressing the delete key on my keyboard, What I could do is use my autofill handle to fill the rest of these months into the worksheet. Now the autofill handle is this tiny little solid green square in the bottom right-hand corner of the cell. If I hover my mouse over it, you can see that it changes to a small black cross. So what I can do now is click and start to drag down, and notice the screen tip. It's telling me what it's going to fill into the cell when I let go. So I can drag this all the way down to December, let go, and I haven't had to type those in. Excel has done all the hard work for me. So Excel recognizes certain patterns. If I go to cell C3 and type in days and hit enter, and now type in Monday, this would be a good example of when I want to stay in the same cell, because I want to use that little autofill handle again. Control Enter to stay in the cell, and then I can drag down and complete the days of the week. So a really nice quick way to get that information into a spreadsheet. We could also do this with things like dates. So if you need to type in lots of dates, let's just say the 1st of the 1st, 2021, I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the cell. And if I drag down, you can see it goes up by different days. And just a quick point to note here for all of our American viewers, I'm actually using the British format for my dates. We do switch around the day and the month, so if that's confusing you a little bit, that is why. Now, what about if I type in something like, let's say, week number? Now, the first thing to note here is that week number kind of breaches the boundaries of column E. You can see it looks like it's spilling across into column F. Well, in fact, it actually is all contained within cell E3, but it's too wide for the current width of the cell. So in this type of scenario, you're going to probably want to resize the width of column E to accommodate the full length of the text. And there's a very quick way that we can do this. If we hover our mouse over the boundary between column E and column F and double click, that's going to auto fit that column to the width of the longest item in the column. And that is a really useful little trick. You can also apply that trick to multiple columns. So if I select all of these columns, again, I can double click and it's going to resize or auto fit those columns. Now, what about if I type in numbers? Well, if I start to type in 1, 2, 3, I could carry on going, but again, I could use my autofill to make this even more useful. So what I could do here is select all of those numbers, carry on dragging down, and you can see that it's going to fill in the rest of them for me. And a bit later on in this course, when we talk about autofill, I'm going to show you an even quicker way to fill in lots of different numbers. So if you need to type into an Excel spreadsheet numbers 1 to 10,000, there is a very quick way of doing that. Now, what about if I want to go back and edit cells? So maybe I want to change where it says Jan to January. Well, again, there's a couple of different ways that I can do this. I can click on the cell and double click my mouse, and that's going to put me in edit mode, and I can now just go in and change that to January and hit enter. And for this, I think I'm probably going to want to widen out this column, and I can actually drag this and customize how wide I have that column. Another way that I can edit cells is to press the F2 key on my keyboard, which again puts me into edit mode, and I can simply jump in there and edit. The third way I can edit is to go up to the formula bar and make any changes I need to from up there as well. And now that I have these all in long format, I'm going to select them all and re-drag down, and it's going to switch or autofill the rest of those long format months. Now, other common ways for getting data into your worksheet is to import data from other worksheets or other sources. You can even import things from Word or PowerPoint if you wanted to, using copy and paste. And you can even copy and paste things from one part of your workbook to another part of your workbook. So for example, if I now wanted this little column of data here where we have the months, if I wanted to copy that and paste it over here in column L, I can simply do that using copy and paste. So I'm going to select all of these months. Up on the home ribbon, you can see in the clipboard group, we have options for cut, copy, and paste. And all three of these have keyboard shortcuts. Control X, Control C, and then Control V. So it's up to you which method you use. And the difference between cut and copy is that cut will move and copy will copy. So I'm going to click copy. Notice that as soon as I click, that cell range now has those marching ants around the outside to show that I've selected and I'm about to copy. I can then click in cell L3 and I can click the paste button to paste that information in. Remember, if you want to deactivate this selection that you've made, just press the Escape key. Now, cut, copy and paste works across the Microsoft applications. So if I have something in Word that I want to bring into Excel, I can do that by using copy and paste as well. So here I just have Hello World in a Word document. I can select it. I can use the same tools on the Home tab. I can copy. Let's go back to Excel. I can choose a cell and then I can simply click the paste button to paste that text in. And of course, if I want to, I can reformat this so it matches the font of everything else in my workbook. So currently I can see that this is Calibri font and the rest of my workbook is in Arial. So I can simply go in and also change this to Arial. Now, the final thing that's worth noting here is that if you're going to use the formula bar to enter data in, so for example, if I select, let's select cell C4, if I want to change this to Monday, I can do that up in the formula bar and I can simply type in Monday. Notice that I also have a little tick and a cross next to the formula bar. And the tick is basically the same as pressing the Enter key. If I decide I want to cancel and just go back to the word MON, I could click on the cross to cancel. So in this case, I'm happy with this. Let's click the tick, which is basically the same as clicking Enter. And I'm now going to drag down to change all of those to the long version of the day. Another important thing to know when you're learning Excel is how you can make different selections in your worksheet. Now, for this example, we're going to switch to another workbook that contains a lot more data. Now, before we do that, let's just very quickly give my first workbook a save. So I'm going to press Control S just to save those changes. So now what we're going to do is we're going to flip across to a larger data set that contains sales data. And you'll find this file saved in the Course Files folder. Now notice here, this is standard sales data. We have some column headings running across the top, and then we have our data. And this data set is reasonably large, at least a lot larger than the ones that we've been working on in previous lessons. And if I press Control down arrow, as we know, that jumps us to the last row of our data, you can see that I have just over 21,500 rows. Control up arrow is going to jump me to the top. Also remember, when it comes to navigating, if I press Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column of data, and Control right arrow will jump me to the first column. Now, there are lots of different ways that you can make selections in Excel. And a basic cell selection would be simply clicking on a cell in our worksheet. If we want to select more than one cell, we can simply click and drag our mouse to select the cell range that we're interested in. So maybe I want to apply some formatting to the column headings in this worksheet. I can make my selection just by clicking and dragging. And then I can go up to my font formatting area. I'm going to click the font color drop down and I'm going to change this to a red font. So cell selections are very straightforward. Simply click, drag to make your selection. Now notice here, all of the selections that I've been making using this method are cells that are all next to each other. What about if I want to select what we call non-contiguous cells, so cells that aren't next to each other? Well, what I could do here is select the first few cells, hold down my Control key and then make another selection, hold down my Control key again and make another selection, and just keep doing that. So the addition of the Control key when you're selecting cells will allow you to select cells which aren't necessarily next to each other. And if I wanted to apply formatting to all of these cells, for example bold, I can simply click bold and I get the effect that I want. Now I don't want these to be in bold, so let's just toggle our bold back off. Now what about if I want to make a selection in my worksheet of an entire column of data? So for example, in column H, where we have some sales figures, I have some numbers. They're currently unformatted, as in they don't have any currency symbols or decimal places or anything like that. What about if I want to change the format of all of the sales figures in here? Do I really want to be clicking and dragging my mouse down 27,000 rows in order to select this cell range? Well, no, not really. It's not the most time-efficient way to do this. What I could do instead is click in the first cell, H2, and press the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift down arrow, and that's going to select every cell downwards that I have in my data set. Now that I've made that selection, I can simply go in and apply some currency formatting. And we haven't really spoken a great deal about number formatting so far in this course. So I am going to jump ahead very slightly here. So just above in this number group, I can click the drop down and I'm going to say that I want this formatted as a currency. And you can see how that affects those numbers. So don't forget that very useful keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift down arrow to make a selection of all of the data in the column. Now so far we've been very much focused on making cell selections. But cell selections aren't the only things that we can select when we're working in Excel. For example, maybe I want to make a column selection, or maybe I want to select an entire row. So this is very straightforward. If I want to select a column, I can simply hover my mouse over the top of the column where we have the letter. Notice that I get a little black downward facing arrow, and if I click, that is going to select the entire column. And I mean it's going to select the entire column, as in it's going to select every single cell in that column all the way down to the bottom of the workbook. If I want to select multiple columns, again, I can simply drag my mouse across to make multiple selections. If I want to select columns that aren't next to each other, again, I just add in that Control key when I click. And the same works for making row selections. I can hover my mouse over the row until I get the right pointing black arrow. I can click to select one row. I can click and drag to select multiple rows, or I can add in that Control key to select non-contiguous rows. It's also worth noting that you can make selections just using your keyboard. So if I'm clicked in cell A2 and I want to select all of the data in this particular row, if I hold down Shift and then use my arrow keys, it's going to allow me to select that data. If I keep Shift held down and use my down arrow key, it's going to go down the rows. I can use my up arrow to refine my selection further. And then the final thing that's worth pointing out about making selections is select all. And select all functions differently depending on where you're clicked in your worksheet. So if I'm clicked within my data and I press Control A, which is the keyboard shortcut for select all, it's going to select all of the data that it finds surrounding where I'm currently clicked. Now, if I was clicked on a blank cell somewhere else in the worksheet, so not within my actual data, and I press Control A, it's going to select every single cell in my worksheet. Now, I find myself using Control A inside my data all the time. If I want to format this data as a table, or maybe I want to add borders or something like that, I'll find myself making this selection, and then from there I can go up and maybe add a border around the outside of every single cell. It just makes this entire process a lot quicker. So that is how you can make basic cell, row, and column selections when you're working in your worksheets. So guys, it's time for exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice the skills that we've learned in this section. So the first thing I'd like you to do is create a template. So I'd like you to search for the keyword invoice in the template library. I'd like you to open one of the invoice templates, and I'll leave it up to you to decide which one you want to open. And I'd like you to save it as invoice template with the correct template file extension. And I want you to make sure that you save it to the default templates folder. Once you've done that, I'd like you to create a new blank workbook. I'd like you to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, and then add 3 more worksheets. And then rename each of those worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and Charts. Next, we're going to practice entering data into our worksheets. So on the Sales Data worksheet, in cell A1, I'd like you to type in a title that says Sales Data for 2020. I'd like you to format that title, so make sure that the font size is 14 points and it's in bold. Then, in cells A3 to C3, I'd like you to enter the headings Month, Revenue, and Profit. And then in cell A4, enter the word Jan. I'd then like you to use the fill handle to copy down the months February and March. And then finally, I'd just like you to add some values for revenue and profit like I have in the screenshot. And then the final thing we need to do for this exercise is simply save this Excel workbook. So I'd like you to create a folder on your desktop and name it Excel Practice Files. And then save the workbook as Exercise 02 Practice. That's it, guys. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is search for an invoice template in the template library. So let's go to File and down to New. I'm going to scroll down to my templates, and in the search box, I'm going to type in invoice and hit enter. Now, I didn't mind which one of these you chose, so I'm just going to choose this first one just here. Let's double click to open it up and load it into Excel. Next, I asked you to save this as a template file into the default templates folder. So we're going to say File, Save As. Let's click on Browse, and remember we need to change the Save As type to an Excel template. Now that is automatically going to jump us across to the correct folder, and I'm just going to call this invoice_template and click on Save. Next, I asked you to create a brand new blank workbook, so Control N to do that. We're going to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, so we can double click and type in the word Summary. I then asked you to add 3 more sheets, so let's click the plus once, twice, 3 times, and then rename these worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and the final one is going to be Charts. We're then going to switch to the Sales Data tab, and in cell A1 we're going to add a title. So this is Sales Data for 2020. We're going to format this font so that it is 14 points and also bold. And then in cells A3 to C3, we're going to type in some headings: Month, Revenue, and Profit. And then underneath, we're going to type the word Jan, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and I'm going to use my autofill handle just to fill down February and March. I then asked you just to enter some numbers into the revenue and profit fields. And again, I don't really mind what numbers you entered in here. And just to finish this off, I'm going to give these headings a bit of bold formatting, and we're also going to apply a background fill. Next, I asked you to create a folder on your desktop and call it Excel Practice Files. So all we need to do here is right-click our mouse, go to New and Folder. We'll call this Excel Practice Files and hit Enter. And then we're going to save this file into that folder. So let's go to Browse, to our desktop, and open up that new folder, and we're going to call this Exercise 02 _ practice and click on the Save button. It's now time for us to move on and concentrate on the exciting part of Excel, and that is formulas and functions. Formulas are really what Excel is most known for. And all formulas are, if you're not familiar with them, are basically calculations. And the most simple example of the type of formula that you can do in Excel is a sum calculation. And what I mean by that is just simply adding up a list of numbers in a worksheet. Now, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's fully explore what formulas and functions are, and I'll show you the basics of how they work. It's really important that you understand how formulas are constructed and the general layout and how they calculate before you can move on to more complex formulas. Now, you'll notice there that I've used the words formulas and functions kind of interchangeably, and in many respects that is absolutely fine. A formula is a calculation that uses Excel functions. And if you're wondering what a function is, well, if you take a look on your Formulas tab, notice here we have a function library. And there are over 500 functions in Excel that will help you construct very simple to very complex formulas. Each function is assigned to a specific group, so really whatever it is that you're trying to do determines which function you're going to use in your formula. Now, I will say that throughout your Excel career, you're probably never ever going to use all 500 formulas. A lot of them are very specialized and tailored towards specific industries like engineering or accounting. But there are definitely 15 to 20 formulas that you'll find yourself using all the time. And it's really important that you have knowledge of the basic formulas, or what I call the big 5 formulas in Excel. And that is what we're going to start out with in this section. So let's take a look at how formulas are constructed. Now, I'm working in the Formulas and Functions Explained workbook, and you'll find that in the Course Files folder. We have 3 tabs at the bottom, and I'm currently clicked on the Intro tab. So let's start out with a basic sum calculation where we're adding numbers together. If I have a couple of numbers in a worksheet, so let's just say I have 10 and 20 in here, and I now want to add both of these together, I could construct a very basic formula. Now, when you're typing in any formula into Excel, you must always start with an equals in the cell. That tells Excel that you want to type an actual formula as opposed to typing text into the cell. So if I want to add 10 and 20 together, I could type 10 plus 20. And when I hit enter, it's going to give me that correct answer of 30. Now, the way that I've done this, and if I click on this cell, you can see it in the formula bar, this isn't the most efficient way of working with numbers in Excel. Because what this means is that if either of these numbers above were to change, so let's change the 10 to a 5, the formula isn't going to update because I've hard-coded the numbers into the formula. A much better way of working with numbers when you're doing calculations is to use the cell references instead. So what I could type instead is equals F3 plus F4 and hit enter. So that gives me the answer of 25, but because I'm using the cell references, now when any of the numbers change in either of those cells, the formula is going to automatically update. So this cuts down on the amount of editing I'm having to do if numbers are constantly changing. So my first tip is always use cell references in your Excel formulas. So that is one way I could add up some numbers. But what if I have a much longer list of numbers like I have in this little table? I have some figures in here, let's just say they're sales figures for the months January to December for the year 2020. And I want to add them all up so that I get a total in cell C15. Well, what I could do here, I guess, is I could type in equals, and I could use the same method. I could select cell C3, plus, I could go to C4, plus, C5, plus, so on, and so forth. But that's going to take me quite a bit of time. Imagine if I had 10,000 rows of data and I wanted to add up all of the numbers in 10,000 rows. Do I really want to go through and start individually selecting cells and separating them with a plus symbol? No, I don't. So this is where we could use an Excel function instead of just the cell references. So let's escape out of here because we're going to use the sum function instead. And sum is normally the first formula that everybody learns in Excel. Now notice as I typed in the word sum, I have a list of functions appear underneath. And this is something called IntelliSense. As I start to type in a formula, Excel searches through its massive function library to try and match what it is that I'm typing. So currently it's brought up all of the functions that have something to do with sum. Now the one that I want is the one at the top of this list. So I could press the Tab key simply to select it. Now notice what it's also done there. It's put in an open bracket or a parentheses if you're in the US. And brackets contain what we call our function arguments. That is the information that we need to provide to the function so it knows what to calculate. And you'll notice underneath we get a little bit of helper text. So it's telling me that I need to provide some numbers basically. What do I want to add up? So what I can do here is simply select the entire cell range that I want to add up. Now notice that I have two dots separating C3 and C14, which basically means cell range C3 to C14. Now if you've got an open bracket, you must always remember to close off as many brackets as you've opened. So now if I hit enter, it's very quickly used the sum function to add up everything in the cell range above. Now notice that I have a little green triangle in the left-hand corner of this cell. And I'm going to talk to you more about what exactly that is and why it's appearing when we talk about error checking. So now that we've seen our first very basic formula, I just want to talk to you in a bit further detail about operators. So let's jump across to the operator worksheet. Now when you're doing calculations in Excel, you can do additions, subtractions, multiplications, divisions, and other things. These are by no means all of the operators that we can use in Excel. They're just really the main four, and the four we're going to be focusing on in this section. So again, if I had a couple of numbers in some cells here, and I wanted to subtract these, what I could do is I could say Excel F5 minus F4, and that's going to give me my total. Similarly, I could do F5 multiplied, which is the asterisk symbol on your keyboard, by F4 to get a different total. And if I want to do a division, I can select the cell and we want to put a / in there and then select our other cell to perform that calculation. So don't forget about these different operators and make sure you know where to find those on your keyboard. Now, so far, we've been taking a look at very simple formulas in their structure. And what I mean by that is that we've just been adding, subtracting, multiplying two numbers together. Now, what about if I have a more complex calculation? So what if I wanted to type in something like 10 plus 2 divided by 2? What do you think the result of that calculation is going to be? Because in my mind, this calculation is doing 10 plus 2, which is going to be 12, divided by 2, which is going to give me 6. Now, if I press enter, Excel comes back with 11. Now, why is it giving me a result of 11 as opposed to 6? Well, this has something to do with what we call the order of operations. And this is going to take you all the way back to maths class when you were at school. So let's jump across to the BODMAS worksheet. Now in maths we have the BODMAS principle or the BODMAS rule. And I know that the acronym for this rule is different in different countries. In some places it's referred to as PIDMAS, sometimes PEDMAS, but the rules are effectively exactly the same. So I've got two versions of it listed out here. And what this rule does is it tells us the order in maths that calculations are performed. So basically, anything that's in brackets within a calculation is going to be calculated first. It will then calculate the orders, so things like square roots. It will then do division, followed by multiplication, then addition, and then subtraction. So based on this rule, we can work out why we're getting the answer of 11 as opposed to 6. So if I go back to my BODMAS page, and let's just type this in again, 10 plus 2 divided by 2. So if we now look at the BODMAS rule, do I have anything in this formula in brackets? No, I don't. Do I have any orders? No, I don't. Do I have any divisions? Yes, I do. So Excel is going to do the division first. So in this case, 2 divided by 2, which gives us the answer of 1. It's then going to do any multiplications, additions, or subtractions, and we have an addition remaining. So then effectively what it's going to do is 10 plus 1, which is why we get the answer of 11. If I wanted this to calculate so that we have an answer of 6, the easiest thing to do here would be to put the 10 plus 2 within brackets, because then Excel is going to calculate 10 plus 2 first, and then it's going to do the division, which will give us an answer of 6. So this is a really important rule to get your head around because it runs through every single formula that you construct in Excel. In the last lesson, we started to take a look at the sum function. And as I said, the sum function is by far the most popular function in Excel and one you'll find yourself using all the time. And all the sum function does is it takes a range of numbers and it will add them together. And as you get into more complex formulas, you can use the sum function for many different things and combine it with other functions to make it really powerful. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves at this stage, but let's delve into the sum function in a little bit more detail. Now, once again, we have a very basic spreadsheet here. We have some years running across the top and some months of the year. And then we just have some random numbers here, possibly sales figures, something along those lines. And what we want to do is we basically want to complete the total for each of the different years. Now, as we've already seen, we can simply click in the cell, type in equals, and as we start to type in the word sum, it's going to come up in the list below. We can press tab to put that first bracket in. And then all we need to do is select the list of numbers that we want to add up, in this case C3 to C14, close off the bracket and hit enter to get our result. Once again, we have that little green triangle in the corner, and I'll explain what that is in a couple of moments. Now, there are other ways that we can perform this sum function. Now, it might be that when you're first starting to learn formulas, you don't particularly like typing functions directly into the cell. And I know that a lot of people who are new to Excel prefer to use the functions dialog box to construct their formulas. So let me just show you what that is, and then you can decide for yourself which method you prefer. So instead of typing equals sum into this cell, what I could do is jump up to this little FX button. And you'll notice here it says Insert Function. It's also worth noting that we have this button on the Formulas tab as well. It's this one just here with the keyboard shortcut of Shift F3. So when we click this, it's going to open up the Insert Function dialog box. And this is a really nice method to use if you're not entirely sure what the function name is that you need to use. You can see at the top here, you can search for any function available in Excel, or you can browse through the different categories of functions. Now I'm going to select all just here, because what I could do is I could type a brief description of what I want to do. So maybe if I just type in add numbers and click on go, it's going to pull up all of the functions that will help me do that. And I can see that one of them in there is the sum function. Now I can double click to select this, and it's basically going to open my function arguments. Now remember, when we're typing the function into the cell, these function arguments appear in that little screen tip underneath where we're typing. And this is basically exactly the same. It's just saying provide the numbers that you want me to add together. And you can see here it's made a good guess based on where I'm clicked as to the numbers that I want to add up, D2 to D14. And if I check my spreadsheet, that's not quite correct because D2 is actually a date. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove those numbers and make my selection again, which is D3 to D14. Notice it puts the formula in the cell for me, click on OK, and then I get my result. So that's another method you can use, not only with the sum function, but with any function that you're using in Excel, the functions dialog box. Now, another way that we can very quickly add up numbers is to use the Autosum button. Now, Autosum you're going to find on the Formulas tab in the Functions Library group, and this is one of those double-sided buttons. So I can click the top half or I can click the lower half. Now, if I click the lower half, it's going to show me the different functions that I can use Autosum with. So I can use it for other functions aside from sum. However, the default action for the Autosum button is to use the sum function. So that means I can just click the top half of this button. So if I do that, notice what happens. Again, it tries to select the data that it thinks I want to add up. And most of the time, this selection is fairly accurate. But again, if I look at my data, I can see that within this range that it's selected, it's also including the column heading, because effectively the column heading is also a number. Now, what I could do in this scenario is I can simply adjust my range. Notice I have these marching ants around the outside, and in the corner there, I have these little blue squares. As I hover my mouse over, it allows me to adjust the selection. So I'm going to move it down one cell, and then I can simply hit enter to complete my sum formula. And an even quicker way of invoking Autosum is to use the keyboard shortcut, which you can see there is Alt plus equals. Now again, if I do Alt plus equals, it's going to make the cell selection, but for this example, I need to readjust that cell selection so it doesn't include the date, and hit enter. So a few different methods that we can use there to quickly input a sum formula. Now the final thing I want to talk about here are these little green triangles in the corner of each of these total cells. What are they and why are they there? If you see a green triangle, this is some kind of warning. And warnings are always worth checking into further so you can determine if this is actually an error that needs to be fixed or if it's something inconsequential. Now, when I click on a cell that has one of these green triangles, notice that I get a little icon next to it, which is a little warning icon. And if we click this, this is kind of going to give you an idea as to what the problem is. So I can see here at the top of the list, it says formula omits adjacent cells. So what this is basically telling me is that in this sum formula, and if we look in the formula bar, C3 to C14, it says it's found other data nearby that I haven't included in my formula. And that would be correct, because I have these dates at the top here, which are effectively numbers to Excel, but to me they're dates and I don't want them included in the formula. So that is what this error is referring to. It's basically saying, hey, you've missed out a number in cell C2. Do you want to correct this before you go on? Now, I know that these years are not supposed to be included in these formulas. So what I can safely do here is select all of the cells where I have this little warning, click the drop down and just say ignore error to get rid of them. Another function that belongs in the category of the big 5 functions that everybody needs to know in Excel is the count function. And what this function allows you to do is basically count the number of items in a range or a list. So let's take a look at a basic example because there is a very important point here that you need to understand. Now in this worksheet, I just have a list of student names and I have the score that they've achieved in a test. And basically all I'm trying to do here is count the number of students that took a test. So I just want to count the number of items that I have in this list. Now bear in mind that this list is a very short list and this is probably something I could just do visually. But again, remember with all of these examples, imagine if you have a list of thousands and thousands of students. That is where the count function is going to be really useful. So what we can do here is we can type into the cell equals, and this function is simply called count. And notice again as I start to type it in, Excel's IntelliSense is pulling up a list of all of the functions that it finds in its library related to count. And if you find the one that you want to use, and if the one that you want isn't at the top of the list, you can use your arrow keys to move further down and select the one that you want. Also notice that with count highlighted, I get a little bit of informational text to the side, which tells me what that function does. So it says, counts the number of cells in a range that contains numbers. And that is the really important part, in a range that contains numbers. So let's press the Tab key to make our selection and put in that first bracket. Now our arguments here are basically the values that we want to count. So I want to count the number of students. So I'm going to go across to my little table. I'm going to select all of the student names, so that I have my range B3 to B15. I'm going to close off my bracket and hit enter. I get a result of 0. Now why is that? Well, it's down to that very important part of instructional text. The count function will count numbers in a list. So because I selected these student names, which are effectively text for my formula, that's why I'm getting an answer of 0. If I double click to edit this formula, and instead of cells B3 to B15, I'm going to count using the test scores instead. So this time my range contains numbers. I'm going to close off my bracket, hit enter, and now it's working. It's telling me that I have 13 items in the range that I selected. So what do I do if I want to count anything in the cell, regardless of whether it's text or if it's numbers? Well, for that, I need to use a slightly different function. So let's double click on our cell, and I'm going to delete everything out. So if I want to count basically all, I would use the count A formula. Notice this time it says counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So it's not going to count empty cells either. So now that I'm using count A, which will count all or count everything, if I open a bracket, I can use either the student range or the test score range, and this formula should work. So let's use the student name because this is the one that didn't work when we were just using count. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and now I'm getting the correct result of 13. Now, how does this work if we have blank cells? Well, let's go in and delete out Olivia from this list. So now effectively I have a blank cell in this cell range. Notice immediately as soon as I did that, the number of students decreased to 12. So count A doesn't count blank cells. What about count? Well, let's try that. Let's double click. Let's type in our formula again. Let's do count. I'm going to count the test scores because with count, we can only count numbers. Close the bracket and hit enter. And again, that also gives me 12. So it also doesn't count the blank cells. Now, what about if I just wanted to count the blank cells in a range? Well, we have another count formula that we can use for that as well. And that is count blank. I can see it's the third one in my list, so I'm going to use my arrow keys to go down. Tab key to select it, and this time I just need to select my range of cells. So if I select these student names, cells B3 to B15, and hit enter, it's returning the result of 1 because in this range it's found one blank cell. So there's 3 formulas there related to counting items. Count, which will count numeric values in cells, count A, which will count anything, and count blank, which will count just the blank cells. Now I'm going to Control Z a few times just to put Olivia back into my student list. Because remember, with these formulas, you can also use other methods as well. So we looked at previously the functions dialog box. We can use that for count as well. So if I click the FX icon, I could go in here and search for count. There it is at the top of the list, and basically I can then go in and select the values that I want to count. So I'm going to select the test scores, click on OK, and the formula works. I could also use that Autosum button. So if we go back to the Formulas tab, click the lower half of Autosum, we can also use this to count numbers. Now notice a problem as soon as we do this. Because the cell where I want my result to be returned is far away from the actual data, it doesn't know which values I want to count. So it's just put the count formula in there for me, and now it's asking for me to select these values. So I would need to go in, select the range, and hit enter. If I was doing this formula directly underneath where I have these numbers, if I choose Autosum and count numbers, because the results cell is right next to the numbers that I want to count, it's recognized that those numbers are there, and it's automatically input the cell range for me, so I just need to hit enter. So just be aware of those little things when you're using things like Autosum. But that, in its essence, is how you can construct 3 different types of count formula. Another one of the big 5 functions that all Excel users need to know is the average function. And the average function is pretty much what you would expect it to be. It's a function that helps you find the average of the values in the selected cell range. And much like the other functions that we've looked at in the last few lessons, the sum function and the count function, we can either type this function directly into the cell or we can use the functions dialog box. So let's take a look at how the average function works. So on this worksheet, I have some years running across the top and then again some months running down column B. And then we have some values in this table. And what I want to do is at the end here in column G, I want to find the average amount of sales for January across all 4 of these years, 2018 to 2021. So for this, we can simply type in average into the cell. Once again, as soon as you can see it in Excel's IntelliSense menu, you can just press the Tab key to select it. And we have very similar arguments to the sum and count functions. Here, Excel just requires us to select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So I want to find the average of these 4 cells, C3 to F3. I'm going to close my bracket and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. And there I have the average sales figure. So really nice and straightforward. Now, of course, we've seen how we can do this using the functions dialog box. It's a simple case of searching for the average command, double-clicking, and then we can go in and select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So pretty much the same as what we've done in the last 2 examples. So just to finish off this lesson, let's jump up to the Formulas tab, and we're going to go to the Autosum drop-down. Because notice in there we can also use Autosum to find the average. So if we click average, again notice it's made an incorrect selection. So all I need to do here is select the cells that I actually want to work with, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Now if you have a scenario like this where you need to complete the averages for a number of different values like we have here, we need to complete these average totals, you don't need to go to every single cell and complete an average formula. And this is going to lead us on nicely to a lesson that we're going to do a bit later on. Because what we have in Excel is the ability to autofill or copy formulas down. And this is such a useful time-saving utility. Now, if I hover my mouse over cell G4, where I have my last average calculation, notice in the bottom right-hand corner, I have that little green square. That is my autofill handle. So if I want to copy this formula down to fill the rest of these cells, I can simply drag all the way down like so, or alternatively, and I'm just very quickly going to Control Z to undo that, I can double click and it's also going to copy that formula down. And notice if we pick any of these, so let's go to this cell just here, G9, notice that the references C9 to F9 are highlighted in blue in the formula, and it's also showing me the cells that that formula refers to in the table highlighted in blue as well. And I can see that as this formula has moved down, Excel has automatically adjusted the cell references that it needs to use for this formula. And that is what we call relative referencing. When we drag a formula down, Excel will adjust the cell references accordingly. And again, we're going to talk more about that a bit later on because there are two other types of referencing aside from relative, and that is absolute and mixed. But for the time being, just be aware of this concept of relative referencing when you copy formulas down. So far in this course, we've looked at 3 of Excel's big 5 basic functions that everybody needs to know. So it's now time to finish off this little list with the final 2. And the final 2 functions that everybody needs to know are the min and the max functions. Now, what the min function does is that it will return the lowest value in a range of cells. And as you would expect, the max function does the exact opposite. It will return the maximum value in a range of cells. So these are pretty simple to construct. Let's start with min. I'm going to type in equals min. I'm going to press the tab key to select it from the list and put in that first bracket. And once again, we have some very simple arguments. We're just required to select the numbers or the cell range that we want to find the minimum value of. So I'm going to select this cell range just here, C3 to F3, and what this is going to do is tell me which value is the lowest. So when I hit enter, it's telling me that 6247 is the lowest value in that range, so I can see at a glance that for January we had the lowest sales in 2019. I can do exactly the same for max. Let's type it in, let's select our cell range, close the bracket and hit enter, and now I have the maximum value, which was in 2021. Now, once again, I'm going to want to copy all of these formulas down both of these columns. So let me show you another way that you can very efficiently do this. I'm going to select the 2 formulas that I've already done and all of the other blank cells. And if I press the keyboard shortcut Control D, that's going to copy that formula down each column. And if we just double check one of these, so let's double click somewhere down here, just to double check that it's actually calculating correctly. So C9 to F9, the lowest value there is 5538, and I can see that yes, that is correct. So Control D is another really useful little shortcut when it comes to quickly copying a formula into other cells. In this lesson, I'd like to start introducing you to some of the basic errors that you might come across when you're working with formulas and calculations in Excel. Because a very important skill to have is to know how to check your spreadsheets for errors and also what those errors mean and how you can resolve them. The last thing you want, particularly if you're sharing a spreadsheet with other people, is to send it out with all different types of errors all over the place. So in this lesson, we're going to look at some of the most basic ones. Now, in a previous lesson, I showed you how to deal with these little green triangles that you can see in the top left-hand corner. And in most cases, when you get something like this, you can click on that warning symbol, and the first item in the list will give you some idea as to what that error is there for. So as we determined for this one, I'm getting these little green triangles because the formula has recognized that I also have numbers in the top row that I'm not including in my formulas. And because these are the actual years, I don't actually want to include them in the formula anyway. So for these ones, we can simply select and choose to ignore the error. So what other types of errors might we come across? Well, you can see that I have 3 of them listed out in column I. Now the first one is a name error. And if you see a name error in any of your cells, it normally means that there's some kind of issue with your formula related to either the name of the formula or maybe something like the named range that you've used within your formula. Now we haven't covered named ranges yet. We're going to cover those in the next section. So let's take this from the standpoint that we've got a problem with the name of our formula. So the first thing I would do here is I would double click so I can take a look at this formula. And I can see here immediately that the name of the function is wrong. Now this might be a simple typo. Maybe I was typing sum particularly quickly and I've accidentally added an X on the end. So I can immediately see here that this is what is causing that name error. But what about if I wasn't so sure? Maybe I didn't know that SUMX wasn't the name of the function. How else could I troubleshoot the formula in this cell? Well, let's press Control Enter. I could jump up to the Formulas tab, and we have a formula auditing section just here. And this is where you can come for all of your tools that will help you find where errors are located in your spreadsheets. For example, for this particular formula, if I click on Trace Precedence, this is going to show me any of the cells that are being used in this formula. So I can see here I've got an arrow pointing to these total sales figures highlighted in blue. So it's basically telling me that this cell range is referenced in the formula. So it might be that when I click on Trace Precedence, this arrow is pointing to a completely different set of cells that I didn't mean to include in my formula. So then it's fairly easy for me to adjust that cell range. I'm going to remove the arrows. What about trace dependence? Well, I don't have any dependence for this formula. Nothing relies on this particular formula to calculate. What about if I click on Show Formulas? We'll take a look at what this does. This is going to show all of the formulas that you have on your worksheet. So you can see here, I can now see actually on the worksheet without having to double click to edit the cell, all of those sum calculations in that total row. I can also see the formulas that I have over in column I. So Show Formulas is a great way if you just want to quickly see all of the formulas on your worksheet. Now what about error checking? What happens if I click here? Well, this is basically going to evaluate my formula. And it's telling me that there is an error in cell I3. Now I have a few different options here. I can ignore the error, I can edit the formula in the formula bar, I can get some help, or I can show the calculation steps. So I'm going to show the calculation steps, and it basically takes me into this Evaluate Formula window. Incidentally, I also get this window if I click on the Evaluate Formula button in the Formula Editing group. Now what this allows you to do is walk step by step through your formula and evaluate each part separately so you can pinpoint where the error is occurring. So I can see that the first thing that's going to be evaluated in this formula is the actual formula name, in this case SUMX. So if I click on Evaluate, I can see there it's coming up with name. So this is where my issue is occurring because that is where the error is appearing. So this Evaluate tool is pretty useful, particularly when you start to get into more complex formulas, which maybe combine multiple different functions. Being able to step through them and evaluate each part individually to really determine where the error lies is so helpful. So let's click on Close and let's click on Close again. So I now am pretty confident that this is causing the problem. So let's delete out the X, hit Enter, and like magic, my formula is now fixed. What about this next error? We have a reference error. Let's double click and take a look at this. Now this doesn't really tell me much. It says sum and then we have reference. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go straight to Evaluate Formula. And I can see that the sum part of this formula is fine. It's this part that's causing the problem, the hash reference. Now, you normally get things like reference errors when you've maybe referred to a cell in the formula that no longer exists. So you can see here, this cell is supposed to be displaying the total sales for December. So I bet there was probably a sum calculation in here that was totaling all of December's sales. And if I take a look at my table, where's December gone? December has actually been deleted. So that is why I'm getting this reference error. The row was there when I first constructed the formula, but at a later time, someone's gone in and deleted that row out, which means my formula is now invalid. So look out for things like that when you see reference errors. It normally means whatever you're referring to, whatever cell, has either been pasted over with something else or deleted entirely. So for this one, because we no longer have December totals, I maybe will want to change this to the last month, which is November. So now let's do a sum calculation of November. And there we go, that looks a little bit better. Another type of error that you might see is a div error. And this comes up when you've tried to divide a number by 0. Now, the formula that I've got here is just very simply 1 divided by 0, just to show you an example of what that error looks like. In most cases, when you get a div error, it's not that clean cut. You might be doing, again, a longer, complex formula, and somewhere along the way, in the way that you've constructed that formula, you've ended up dividing it by 0, and maybe you haven't even realized that you've done that. So if you see that div error, it's worth taking a look at that formula and checking to make sure your calculation is correct. So for this one, let's just take that out, and we're just going to do the total sales for Q2, so that is going to be all of these figures just here. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I have a spreadsheet that's completely error-free. Now there are a number of other different errors that you'll see pop up from time to time in your spreadsheets. You might see a value error, or you might see a null error as well. And we'll come across more of these as we progress through the course. But for now, that should give you an introduction as to some of the most common errors and how you can use the tools available in Excel in that formula auditing group to do some troubleshooting. One of the most important concepts to understand when you're learning Excel is the difference between absolute and relative referencing. And I did mention this briefly a couple of lessons ago. And it's worth noting that by default, Excel uses relative referencing. So let me show you a very quick example of relative referencing, and then we'll dive into absolute and why it's different from relative. So just to demonstrate relative referencing, I'm going to type in some numbers just down here, and we're going to type in some numbers next to these, like so. So maybe here I want to have the totals of these numbers. So what I could do is type in sum. I can select the cell range, close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can drag to copy that formula down. Now, as I drag this formula down, Excel uses relative referencing to adjust the cell references. If we double click in this first total, you can see the cells that this formula references, I6 and J6. If I take a look at the last formula, you can see that Excel has adjusted those cell references as I've dragged that formula down. So now it's summing I8 to J8. And it's this relative referencing that allows me to copy this formula down and all of my formulas remain correct. And relative referencing is the default in Excel. But as you'll soon find, it doesn't always work in every situation. It's not always the most appropriate type of referencing to use. So with that in mind, let's take a look at an example of absolute referencing. Now what you can see here on this worksheet is that I have in column A some employee names. In column B, I have the departments that they work in. In column C, we have the number of years they've been working there. And then finally, in column D, we have their salary. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to change these to British pounds because that is what my Excel is currently set to. So I'm going to keep everything nice and consistent. Now, what I want to do here is I want to work out the bonus amount for each of these employees. And I can see over in cell J1, all staff members are getting a bonus of 2%. Lucky old them. So how would I do this calculation? Well, this is going to be a straightforward sum calculation. What we want to do here is we want to take the salary in cell D2 and we're going to multiply it by the bonus amount of 2% in cell J1. I'm going to close my bracket and hit enter, and now I can see there that the bonus is 697.56. So that amount is 2% of their total salary. Now once again, I'm just going to change the formatting of this column to pounds. So great, everything is working so far. And what I want to do here is I want to do exactly the same thing for all of the other employees. So effectively, I should be able to grab my autofill handle and drag this formula down, right? Wrong. Take a look at what happens. It's not working. I'm getting 0 in all of these other cells. So why am I getting 0? Well, let's double click and take a look at one of these formulas a bit further down so we can see which cells the formula is referring to. So here we go. It's doing a sum of D11, which is correct in this case. We want to multiply the salary, but take a look at J10. J10 is over here, and that is a blank cell because Excel has assumed that if I'm dragging this formula down, it needs to modify the cell references and move those down one each time as well. And for the salary part of this calculation, that is absolutely fine, but it's not fine for the bonus. In this example, we always want this formula to refer to cell J1. We don't want it to adjust and move down to any blank cells. So with that in mind, we need to make cell J1 absolute. So let's delete out everything we have and let's do our formula again. So we're going to say equals sum. It's still going to be D2. We're still going to multiply it by J1, but we need to make J1 absolute. Now the way that we do that is we press the F4 key once on our keyboard. And what that will do is it's going to place $signs in front of the column and the row number. So basically what those $signs are a way of locking to that particular cell. So I'm saying lock column J and column 1. I can close the bracket, hit enter, and now if I double click to copy this formula down, the formula is working. If we take a look at one of the formulas a bit further down, we can see again the cells this is referring to, and this time this is absolutely correct. It's referring to cells D17 and it's multiplying by J1. So knowing when to use absolute referencing is a really important skill in Excel. Now there is another type of referencing that you can do called mixed referencing, and that is where we basically either lock just the column or just the row. And those are by far the least common ways of using cell referencing. Most of the time you're going to be using absolute or relative. So for the time being, we're just going to stick to those two so you get some practice, and then later on we'll take a look at mixed referencing. So now these calculations are correct, the only thing left for me to do here is complete the new salary for everybody. And the new salary is basically going to be a sum calculation again, where we're going to do the salary plus their bonus. So equals sum, and we want to say salary plus bonus. This time we're fine with relative cell referencing because we want to copy down, and it's fine for the cell references to adjust each time. So let's double click to copy that down. And once again, I'm just going to change this to currency format. And now we have a completed bonus spreadsheet. In previous lessons in this course, we've briefly had a look at how Autosum and Autofill work. So it's time now to take a deeper dive into these two really powerful utilities. So currently I'm working in the Autosum and Autofill workbook. And I'm clicked on the Example 1 tab. And on this tab, we have a table with some values that we need to complete. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to complete this totals row at the bottom. And as we've seen previously, we're just doing a sum calculation here. We can use the Autosum button. And if you recall Autosum, you'll find that on the Formulas tab in the Function Library group. Or alternatively, you can use the keyboard shortcut of Alt equals. Now remember, because I have a number in that top row, I need to adjust the selection and then I can hit enter. And because we want to copy this formula across to the other years, we can simply use the autofill handle in the bottom right hand corner and drag that formula across. Now we have our little warning triangle, so I'm going to click the warning symbol and I'm just going to say ignore this error. So now let's use Autofill to complete the rest of these empty cells. So the first thing I'm going to do in this totals column is we're going to do a very simple sum calculation, and we're going to add up all of the sales figures for January C3 to F3. Close the bracket, and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. Now notice over on the right hand side, I've just listed out there 4 different methods for auto-filling formulas down. And we've already seen a couple of these, but there are a couple in there as well that we haven't yet taken a look at. Now the first way to autofill down a formula is to hover your mouse over the autofill handle and double click to copy that formula down. Let's move to column H and let's work out the averages. And again, we're using the same cell range. And this time what I can do is simply drag that formula down. In the next column, we're going to do a min formula. And remember, min returns us the lowest value in our cell range, C3 to F3. Now, the third method that I can use to fill down is I can select all the cells that I want to fill this formula in. Go to the Home tab and then over in the Editing group, notice we have a drop down here next to Fill. And I can choose Fill Down, and that's going to fill that formula into those remaining cells. And similarly, an even quicker way of executing that, let's just put in our max formula at the top here. Control Enter. We can pretty much do exactly the same thing by highlighting all of the cells and using the keyboard shortcut instead of Control D to copy that formula down. And then of course, once these are done, if I want to complete the totals as well, I can simply drag my totals formula across. And in a couple of minutes, we have a completed worksheet. Now, staying on this subject of autofill, there are still a number of different options that we haven't looked at yet. And all of these little autofill options are so helpful when it comes to being able to input data into your worksheets quickly and efficiently. Now, I did mention earlier I was going to show you a quick way of adding in lots of numbers into a worksheet. For example, maybe I need to enter into this worksheet numbers 1 to 200. So instead of going through and typing in 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, I can get Excel to do all the hard work for me. Now what I'm going to do here is a little trick, which involves accessing a hidden menu. So I'm going to type number 1 into this first cell. And then what I'm going to do is using my right mouse button, not my left, my right, I'm going to hover my mouse over the corner of that cell so that I get the little autofill cross, hold down my right mouse button, drag down one cell, up one cell, and release the mouse, and it's going to present me with a little secret menu. And this allows me to fill my cells in different ways. So I'm going to say fill series. And what I want to do here is I want to fill the column with numbers, the step value is the value which I want the numbers to increase. So I want them to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So my step value is 1. And I want it to stop at 200. And if I click on OK, check that out. I now have all of those numbers input. Control down to go to the bottom. The last value there is 200. So that's a really nice quick way of getting lots of numbers, long lists of numbers into your worksheet. Now we can do a similar thing here if we want to fill down dates. So quite often in spreadsheets you'll have dates. So maybe if you're putting together an invoice spreadsheet, you're going to have the dates listed out of all of the invoices. So what you could do is type in the first date, let's say the 1st of November 2021. And if I autofill down this time, notice that it autofills down consecutive days. So simply by using that autofill handle, I'm going to get the 1st of November, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, so on and so forth. And that's absolutely fine if that's what you want. In some cases, you might want a different kind of date. So maybe I want to fill down the last day of every month. So how would we do that? Well, let's type in the last day of January. So that is the 31st of the 1st, 2021. Now, as I said, if I go to copy this down, the next date it's going to fill in is going to be the 1st of February, 2nd of February, so on and so forth. Now we can change this simply by dragging the autofill button down, and I'm just going to drag down to there. But notice when we drag down, we get this little what we call a smart tag at the bottom. And if you click this, it's going to open up some additional autofill options. And from here, we get to choose what dates we're filling down. So if I want the last day of the month, I could say fill months. And it's going to change all of those like magic to now display the last day of the month. So don't forget about this little smart tag when you drag down. It's always worth having a look in there and seeing if something else fits more with what it is that you're trying to do. Now we've already seen how we can type in the name of a month and then simply use the autofill handle to drag down to fill in the other months. The same works with days, and this works with the long version of the day or the short version of the day. Once again, I can drag down to complete those days, and it will just loop around until you choose to stop filling cells. So where does this come from in Excel? Well, these are actually what we call custom lists, and you'll find your custom lists underneath Excel options. If we jump into File and go down to Options at the bottom, and then into the Advanced page, if we scroll all the way down to near the bottom, you'll notice that we have this little button just here, Edit Custom Lists. And when we jump into here, you're going to see all of those patterns that Excel recognizes. And it's because this exists here that Excel is able to copy down the months of the year and the days of the week. And if you wanted to, you can create your own custom lists and use them in the same way. Now I could choose to import a list that I've got in a worksheet, so maybe in some cells, or I could choose to create my own custom list. So if you click New List at the top, I can then type in my list entries. So maybe on a frequent basis, I have to type in the names of all of the people that work in my department. And instead of doing that manually, I want to be able to just type in the first one and autofill down. So I'm going to create a brand new list with the names of everybody who works in my department. So we're just going to have 4 people. And let's say Add. And you can now see that I have a new custom list. So if I click on OK and OK again to come out of options, now if I want to fill in those employees, all I need to do is type in the name of the first one, and then Excel is going to recognize that custom list, so I can simply drag down. So all of these autofill options are definitely worth exploring because they really do make you more efficient when you're working in Excel. Flash Fill is possibly one of my favorite utilities in Excel. And flash fill hasn't been around forever. It was introduced in Excel 2013. And if you find yourself having to split up data or even combine data from different columns fairly frequently, flash fill is going to be your best friend. This takes all of the hard work out of it. So the best way to demonstrate flash fill is to really dive into some examples. And I've got 3 different examples to show you here. So in this first example, in this first table, notice that I have a list of employee names. And what I've been asked to do is break up the full name into a column full of first names and a column full of last names. Now, before the introduction of flash fill, it was possible to do this, but you would have to use the text to columns utility or possibly use an Excel formula. But now we have flash fill, so this is a piece of cake. So let me show you how it works. All you need to do is basically tell Excel what you want the pattern to be. So in the first name cell, I'm going to type in how I want the first one to look. So I basically just want it to list out my first name. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I'm going to invoke the Flash Fill tool. And we find Flash Fill up on the data ribbon. In that Data Tools group in the middle there, we have a Flash Fill button. Let's click, and would you take a look at that? Like magic, it recognizes the pattern and it copies it down. And the best thing about this is that there are no underlying formulas that you need to get rid of or are going to cause you any problems. Let's do the same, but this time we want to complete the last name. Once again, we just need to type in what the pattern is going to be. Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and we can invoke flash fill in an entirely different way. So if I press Enter just here, as soon as I start to type, the second name goes down the rest of them and basically says to me, is this what you want to input? I can quickly do a visual check. Yes, those are all of the last names, so all I need to do is hit the Enter key to accept that. So nice and easy. We could even use flash fill to complete email addresses for people as well. Now there is a bit of a caveat to this, and that is that everybody needs to have the same email address. And more often than not, if you're filling down a list of people that you work with, you're all going to work at the same organization, and so you're all going to have the same email address. So what I can do here is again give Excel the pattern. So I want Excel to pick out that I want the person's initials at, and then we're just going to say companyx.com. Control Enter to stay in the cell. And a third way that I can invoke flash fill is to basically highlight all of the cells that we want to fill and use the keyboard shortcut Control E. And again, take a look at that. It's recognized that I want the initials of every single employee, and then it's put companyx.com. We could also utilize flash fill if we want to extract parts of an order number, or maybe an invoice number, or a part number, something like that. For example, all of these long order numbers have ORD at the beginning. I don't really need that part. I just want to extract the last 3 characters. So once again, we can use flash fill for that. 1, 2, 3 is what I want to extract, and I can use any of the flash fill methods. So Control Enter to stay in the same cell. I'm going to select all the cells I want to fill and Control E to fill those down. So quick and simple. The final example here is another way that we can extract different parts of a product name. So in the product name column, you can see that I have red shirt and then I have the item code, and I basically want to split this up so we have the color of the product name, and then the item code in 3 separate columns. So for this, I can say red, Control Enter. I'm going to highlight and Control E to flash fill down. Next, I want the product. So let's tell Excel what the pattern is. Control Enter. And this time, I think I'll use my flash fill button to fill those down. And then finally, we need to type the item code 123. Let's hit Enter. And this time, if I start to type the next item code, it's going to fill them all down for me, and I can simply hit Enter to accept. In this exercise, exercise 3, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section on working with formulas. So for this exercise, we're going to be using the data on the Customer Data tab. So what I'd like you to do first is to calculate the total sales for all customers in column D. So this is what we're doing first, just calculate the number of sales based on the quantity and the price per item. I'd then like you to autofill that formula down. Next, I'd like you to calculate the sales tax for all customers in column E using the sales tax figure in cell I2. So we're calculating the sales tax in this column using the sales tax figure. And one thing to think about when you're doing this is think about whether you're doing absolute or relative referencing. I'd then like you to calculate the total including the tax in column F and then autofill that formula down. Then finally, just to make sure that your formulas are all updating, I'd like you to change the sales tax amount to 6% and just ensure that the values in the table update. Next, we're going to take a look at how you can use functions in calculations. So this section, we're performing calculations in this table just here. So the first thing I would like you to do is in cell I4, calculate the total sales. In cell I5, I'd like you to calculate the average quantity of items bought by each customer. In cell 6, I'd like you to calculate the minimum price per item. In cell 7, I'd like you to calculate the maximum price per item. And finally, in cell I8, I'd like you to calculate the total number of customers. So quite a bit to do there. See how you get along. And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to calculate the total in column D. So this is going to be a very basic sum calculation. We want to do the quantity multiplied by the price per item, close the bracket, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. I then asked you to fill this down, so we simply need to double click to copy the formula down. Next, I asked you to calculate the sales tax, and currently we have the sales tax listed over in cell I2. So again, this is a sum calculation. We're doing the total multiplied by the sales tax. Now, when we copy this down, we don't want that sales tax to move. So we need to make cell I4 absolute by pressing the F4 key. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then we can double click to copy that formula down. The final calculation we need to perform here is just a very simple sum calculation where we add together the total and the sales tax. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and double click to copy the formula down. In the second part of this exercise, I asked you to complete the values in this smaller table. So the first thing I asked you to calculate were the total sales. Now, I didn't actually specify in the exercise whether I wanted you to calculate the totals excluding tax or including tax, so whichever one of these you did, that is absolutely fine. I'm going to do it excluding tax, so I simply want to do a sum calculation, and then I'm going to select Control Shift down all of the numbers in this column. Close the bracket, hit Enter, and there we have the total. Next, I want you to work out the average quantity. So we're going to use the average function, go to the quantity column, Control Shift down arrow, close off the bracket, hit Enter, and there we have the average quantity. Next, we're going to use the min function to work out the minimum price per item. So once again, click, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit Enter. Next, we want to do the reverse, so we're going to use the max function, the same column of data, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket and hit Enter. And then finally, we want to work out the number of customers. So for this, I'm going to use count A because I want to count text. So click, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit Enter, and I can see that we have 50 customers. The final thing I asked you to do was just to change the sales tax from 4.5 to 6%, just to make sure that all of these figures update. So in I2, I'm just going to type in 6, hit enter, and yes, I can see that everything has now updated. In this section, we're going to explore the wonderful world of named ranges. And named ranges are another one of my favorite things in Excel. Not only can you use named ranges to help you navigate across multiple workbooks, but you can use them in formulas so that your formulas are not only easier to construct, but also easier to interpret and read. Now, before we get into how we create named ranges and how we use them in calculations, let's start out by discussing exactly what a named range is so that you understand. Now, as we've already seen, we can select different groups of cells using our mouse. And when we select a group of cells, this is referred to as a range of cells. And we often use cell ranges when we're performing calculations. For example, if I wanted to sum all of the totals, I would select the cell range F4 down to F17, and that would be my range. And what a named range is basically assigning a meaningful name to a range of cells. So instead of just identifying a range as, for example, H10 to H14, I might choose to call this range blank cells, something like that. And I can then use that name in my formulas as opposed to having to go in and select the cell range each time. Now, in this workbook, I have numerous different named ranges already set up. And you can see all of your named ranges by clicking this drop-down arrow in the name box. Notice I have 5 named ranges in here, one for customer, orders, price per unit, quantity, and total. And what you'll also notice is that each of these named ranges corresponds to the column headings in this table. And if I click on the price per unit named range, it's going to highlight that range of cells. So effectively, this cell range, E4 to E17, is called price per unit. So each one of these cell ranges has been assigned a name. This is the cell range assigned to customer. This one, quantity, and you can see it in the name box just here. We have total just here, and then we have the orders range. And in the table on the right-hand side, we have some calculations. Now, if you take a look up in the formula bar at this first calculation, this is going to look a little bit different to the formulas that we've constructed previously. I'm doing an average calculation. I'm trying to find the average quantity. But instead of selecting the cell range, which would be D4 down to D17, notice it just says quantity in there. It's using the named range as opposed to the cell references. If I go to the next formula down, this one is doing a count of all of the orders. And again, instead of using a cell range, I'm using the named range. And instantly, by looking at this formula, it's a lot easier for anybody looking at this worksheet to kind of figure out what it is that you're trying to do. Instead of just some random cell references in there, they can see, okay, it's doing a count of the orders. So it makes it more meaningful. Another thing that you can use named ranges for is quick navigation. So if I was clicked on another worksheet, let's just create another one very quickly. If I was working away over here and I wanted to quickly jump back to one of those ranges, I can simply select it from the name range drop down, and it's going to jump me back to that worksheet and highlight that range of cells. So it's also quite nice if you want to use it for navigation. I would say that that is kind of its secondary purpose, and most of the time the primary use of named ranges is to create meaning when you're constructing formulas. Now in the next lesson, we're going to take a look at how you create named ranges, because there are a number of different methods that you can use. But just to give you a heads up, we're going to be working on the Formulas tab at the top in the Defined Names group in the middle here. This is where you'll find all of your options for creating named ranges. So I'm going to head over there now, and I look forward to you joining me. So now we know what a named range is, let's look at the different ways that we can create them. Now what we're going to do here is basically what I showed you in the example in the previous lesson. We're going to create named ranges for all of the columns that we have in this table. And I want the named ranges to be called whatever the column heading for that particular column is. Now, by far the simplest and quickest way to name a range is by using the name box. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select the range of cells, click up in the name box, and then give my range a name. So this is going to be called orders. Now it's really important when you're typing in names for your ranges that you don't have any spaces in the names. Now my range is just one word, orders, but if I wanted to call it order numbers, for example, I wouldn't be able to put a space in there and type in numbers. That's not going to work. I would either need to type it in as order numbers, or one word, or I need to separate the words with an underscore instead. So just remember that when you're naming your ranges. Also really important to remember to hit the Enter key to set that named range. So that is the first method you can use. The second method you can use is to select the range of cells that you want to name, including that column heading, and then on the Formulas tab in the Defined Names group, use the Create from Selection button. Now what this will do is it's going to create a named range for you, and it's going to name the range based on the values in whichever row or column you specify. So because I've highlighted the top row, I want it to name this range based on the value in the top row. So that is customer. Let's click on OK. And if you want to check to make sure that your named ranges are setting effectively, you can click the drop down and you can see them listed out here. The next method you can use to create a named range is to click on the Name Manager button. And notice this has a keyboard shortcut of Control plus F3. So if we jump into the Name Manager, this is basically where we come to manage all of our different named ranges. And you can see in there the two named ranges that I've currently set up. What I can also do is create a new named range from here as well by clicking the New button. I can give my range a name, so let's call this range Quantity. I want it to be available in this workbook. I could add a comment if I wanted to, and then I select the cells that this range refers to. So that's going to be these cells just here, and click on OK. So now I have 3 named ranges created. And then the final method I can use to create a named range is the Define Name option in the Defined Names group. Again, I can just give my range a name. So this one is going to be price per unit. Remember, we're separating with underscores. And then I can specify which cells this range refers to. So that is my cell range E4 to E17. And another thing to note about these named ranges is take a look at the cell references. They're all absolute by default. And this is a really important point when it comes to using your named ranges in your formulas. So I'll talk more about this at a later stage. Let's click on OK. And now I have 4 named ranges set up. Let's do the final one, and I'm just going to do this using the Create from Selection method. And now I have all of my named ranges created. So that is it. Those are the 4 different methods that you can use to create named ranges. Before we move on to using named ranges in formulas and calculations, I just very briefly want to show you where you go if you want to edit your named ranges or delete named ranges. And we have actually been into this little area once already in this section. So if you want to manage your named ranges, you need to make sure that you're clicked on the Formulas tab, and then we're going to click on Name Manager. And as we've seen, this opens up a little panel which we can make bigger if we need to. And that's going to show us all of the named ranges that we have in the workbook. That's a really important distinction. The scope for these named ranges is the workbook. And you can see that in this column just here. And what that basically means is that these named ranges will be available to use in any worksheet that I create in this specific workbook. If I was to create a brand new workbook, then I'm not going to have access to these named ranges. Now, the other information that we can see in here is basically the name of the range, the values contained within that range, the worksheet name, and the cells that this range refers to. So you can see that all of my ranges are on the Named Ranges worksheet, and then we have those absolute cell references. And then, as we just mentioned, the scope is just this workbook. So if I want to go in and make any changes to this information, I have an Edit button just above, which will allow me to edit certain elements of this named range. So if I wanted to change the name of the range, I can do that from here. I can add some comments if I want to. And I can also change which worksheets or which cells this named range refers to. So super simple to make edits to any of these ranges. We've already seen that we can click the New button and create a brand new range from here. And this is also where we have the Delete button as well. So if you want to delete out any named ranges that you're no longer using, this is where you can come. And then all the way over on the right-hand side of this window, notice that we have a Filter button. Now, I will say that if you have a fairly short list of named ranges like I do here, I only really have 5 of them, then this filter is a little bit of overkill. However, you might find that in some more complex workbooks, particularly if you have lots and lots of worksheets, you could have many named ranges. So you're going to need a quick way of filtering out the ones you're not interested in and just viewing the ones that you are interested in. And that's where this filter comes in. This basically allows you to filter your list of named ranges. So I can search for ranges which are just scoped to this worksheet or just to this workbook. I can filter for ranges with errors or names without errors. So this is particularly useful for error checking. And then I can also filter by defined names, so named ranges or table names. Now, we haven't got on to talking about tables as yet, but we'll come back into here when we do so you can see what the difference is between these bottom two. And then, of course, if you have applied any filters and you want to restore the entire list, we have a clear filter button at the top just there. So that filter button is great if you have a lot of named ranges that you need to sort through. So that is pretty much it. Let's click on Close to come out of here. That is where you go if you need to edit, delete, or manage named ranges. So now that we've created our named ranges, it's time to take a look at how we can use them in formulas. So we're going to complete this little table on the right-hand side and utilize some of those big 5 formulas that we've already learnt in this course. So the first formula that we need to construct is an average formula. And what we want to do here is we want to find out the average quantity. So let's start out by typing in average. I'm going to press my Tab key to select it from that list. And now we need to provide the values that we want to find the average of. Now it's at this stage, normally I would go in and select the cell range in this worksheet. But because we've set this range up as a named range, I can simply use the name. And this range is called quantity. Now to pull that up or input it into the formula, if I start typing the word quantity, notice that IntelliSense also picks up any named ranges that you have in your worksheet. So it's not just formulas that you're going to see in that menu underneath, you're also going to see any named ranges that you've created. So once it's found the named range, it's highlighted, so I can simply press the Tab key. Notice that the word quantity is in blue and the range is highlighted in blue in the table. All that's left for me to do here is close off my bracket, hit enter, and there I get the answer. So that is a really nice, easy way of incorporating those named ranges into your formulas. And if you look at this formula, it's very simple to see exactly what this formula is doing. Let's do this one more time. This time we want to do a count of the number of orders. So we're going to type in count, press the tab key, and this time I want to use the range that I called orders. Again, we can start to type it in. It finds it in the list, tab key, close the bracket, hit enter, and we are done. Now, so far in those two examples, that has very much relied on me remembering what I've called my named range. And it might be that if you're working in a spreadsheet that maybe you last looked at 6 months ago, you can't necessarily remember all of the names of the ranges in your spreadsheet. So let's do this next one, and I'm going to show you a little workaround for that. So now we need to find out what the minimum sales are. So we're going to use min, press that tab key, and if I can't remember that it's the total range that I want, if I press the F3 key on my keyboard, that's going to pop open a little window that's going to list out all of the named ranges that I have in this workbook. So now I can take a little look through the different names. Yes, that's the one I want, total. Select it, and it's going to input it into my formula, close off the bracket, hit enter. And I can do exactly the same for max. Once again, I can press F3, select total, click on OK, close the bracket, and hit enter. And then the final one here is just a sum calculation, so we can type in sum. And this time I'm just going to start to type total, select it from that list, close the bracket, and hit enter. And I need to just adjust the formatting on these to make them British pounds. And there we go. That is how you can use named ranges in your formulas. Now, another important point to note here is if you have used named ranges in your formulas and then that named range gets deleted, that's going to mess up your formula. Let me show you what I mean. If we jump up to the Formulas tab, and remember to delete named ranges, we need to jump into the Name Manager. So if I decide that I want to delete this totals range, let's click on delete and OK. Notice what happens to my formulas. I now get this name error. And if you remember in a previous lesson when we were looking at errors that you can come across in Excel, one of them was this name error. And I said to you that a name error either means that you have a problem with the name of the formula, maybe you've misspelt it, or you have a problem with the name of the named range. So in this case, the formula name is correct, but the name range no longer exists. So what I would need to do to fix this is either go in and replace these with cell references. So select the cell reference, close the bracket and hit enter. Or I could create the named range again. So let's select this, create from selection. I'm going to call it total. And now that has fixed those two formulas. So just be aware of that. Deleting named ranges can affect any formulas where you're using the named range. In this exercise, we're going to practice the skills that we've learned in this section related to named ranges. So in the first part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice naming different ranges in your worksheet. And the worksheet that we're using is the Customer Data worksheet. So the first thing I'd like you to do is go through and name the following data ranges. A2 to A52, I'd like you to name that range Customer Name. B2 to B52, I'd like you to name that range Quantity. And what you'll notice is that these ranges are basically just the ranges that you see here. And they're all going to be named according to the column heading. So go through and create all of those named ranges. I'd also like you to create a named range for the tax rate. So this cell reference just here, H2 to I2, I'd like you to name tax rate. And if possible, try using all of the different methods that I showed you for creating named ranges so that you can practice them. Once you have your named ranges set up, let's use them in some formulas. So the first thing I'd like you to do is replace the reference to cell I2 in the sales tax formula in column E with the named range. I'd then like you to recalculate the formulas in cell range I4 to I8 using the named ranges instead of cell references. So that should keep you busy for the next few minutes, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to create named ranges for all of the columns in the table. So a quick way to do this would be to select all of the column headings, Control-Shift-Down arrow to select everything, and then on the Formulas tab, choose Create from Selection. I'm going to use the top row, so my column headings, as the names for each of my ranges. Click on OK, and let's just check that those have set in that name box, which I can see that they have. I also asked you to create a named range for the sales tax as well. So what we're going to do here is we're going to select cell I2, and in the name box, I'm just going to call this tax_rate and hit enter. And then I asked you to use that named range in this formula in column E. So if we double click to edit the first formula, instead of I2, I want to use the named range instead. So let's delete our I2, and I'm going to start to type the word tax rate. There it is in my list. Tab to select, hit enter, and double click to copy that down. And then finally, I asked you to do the same thing for all of these totals in column I. So instead of the cell references, we want to use the named ranges. So total sales, I used column D for this, so I'm going to click up in the formula bar and delete out D3 to D52, and we're going to use the total named range, hit enter. For the next one, the average quantity, so for this one we're using the quantity named range. We're going to replace this with quantity, tab, and hit enter. For the next one is the minimum price per item. So I'm going to select the named range, delete it, and this time I'm going to press the F3 key on my keyboard and select price per item and hit enter. And we're going to do exactly the same for the next one. Let's delete it out, F3, price per item, and hit enter. And then finally we're doing a count A of the customers. So let's delete out this cell reference, and this time we're going to use the customer name named range and hit enter. Number formatting plays a vital role when it comes to the readability of your worksheets. When we add a value into a cell in a spreadsheet, we can decide how we want that number to look. For example, it might be that we want it just to look like a plain old number. Or maybe that number is representing monetary values and we want it to look more like a currency. Or maybe we want it to show as a percentage. This is where number formatting comes into play. So on this worksheet, I have a few numbers and I've just repeated these numbers, so we kind of have a little table going on over here. And notice the column headings. These are the four main types of formatting that I tend to use for numbers. Now, before we get on to applying this formatting, let's just take a look at what we mean by number formatting. Now, we're going to be doing a lot of work on the home ribbon in this lesson, and we're going to be using this number group just here. This is where you're going to find all of the tools that relate to number formatting. Now, notice currently my number formatting is set to general. And general is the default number formatting that's applied to all cells. So if you don't specify any other kind of formatting, this is the formatting that you're going to get. And what that basically means is if I was to type some numbers into these cells, they are simply going to display with no formatting. So effectively, they're going to display as I've typed them. And in some scenarios, that's absolutely fine. You don't necessarily have to apply number formatting to every single column or range of cells. If general works for you, that's absolutely fine. However, we do have other different types of formatting that we can apply to change the look of our numbers. And that's a really important point. You are literally just changing the way that these numbers are displaying. You're not actually changing anything related to the underlying number. And this will be illustrated more once we start applying different number formats. And number formatting is effectively applied to the cell that contains the number as opposed to the actual number. So if we take a look at this table, I'm going to select all of the numbers in this first column. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump up to our number formatting group, click the drop down, and this is going to open up a menu that shows me all the different types of number formatting that I can apply. And you'll see the top one there, general, no specific format. The next one down is number formatting. Now if I click this, take a look at how that changes my numbers in the worksheet. I now have 2 decimal places after the number. So if you have some long numbers and it's important that you display those decimal places, this is a good format option to choose. Now, of course, we can also customize this. So maybe I want more decimal places, or maybe I want less. Well, again, up in this number group, notice we have these 2 little arrows for increased decimal and decreased decimal. So I could click once, twice to take those decimal places down, or I can increase them simply by clicking this button. So you have quite a bit of control there. Now, another thing to note here, and this is very much what I was saying, that you're not actually changing the underlying value, you're just applying formatting over the top. If you take a look at the cell I currently have selected and then glance up in the formula bar is showing me what the actual value underneath that formatting is. So in the formula bar, you can still see that the value of the cell is 20, but because I've applied number formatting, it looks different in the actual cell. Okay, so just bear that in mind. Let's apply some currency formatting to this second column. We're going to jump up to our drop down and go to currency. Again, this changes the look and feel of my numbers. This time I'm getting the pound currency symbol in front of all of my numbers. And again, I have 2 decimal places. If I wanted to take those down again, I could, or I could increase them. Now, another thing I could do here is I could change the currency symbol that I'm using. So I'm in the UK, so by default, my Excel and my Windows PC is set up to use British pounds. Now, if I want to change the currency symbol that I'm using, what I would need to do here is either click the drop down and go down to more number formats, or alternatively, I can click the diagonal arrow to take me into the Format Cells dialog box and the currency section. And from here, I can also adjust those decimal places and also change the currency symbol that I'm using. And we have pretty much all currency symbols in here. So it's just a case of scrolling through and finding the one that you want to use. Let's now take a look at accounting format. I'm going to select all of these cells, click the drop down, and this time we're going to go for accounting. Now take a look at this one because it is slightly different from the currency format. Again, this is just adding a currency symbol, but notice that with this format, the currency symbol is pushed all the way over to the left-hand side of the cell. And this is the main difference between accounting format and currency. Accounting format was really created for the accounting industry. And in the accounting industry, they generally tend to have to read down lots of line items of numbers. So to make that a little bit easier, accounting format moves that currency symbol out of the way, but it also makes sure that all of the decimal places are lined up. So it's much easier to read down a list of values. And then finally on the end here, we want to apply some percentage formatting. Now this is a little bit of a strange one. If I highlight all of these numbers, click the drop down and select percentage, look at what I get here. That isn't really what I was hoping for. Even if I decrease the decimal places, I'm still getting figures that I wasn't expecting. So let's undo a couple of times, because what I want these to say is basically 10%, 20%, 30%, so on and so forth. Now, if you have your numbers written out like this and you simply try to apply percentage format over the top, you're not going to get what you were expecting. In order for that to work, you would need to break these percentages down and divide them by 100 effectively. To get 10% when I apply the percentage format, I would need to have this written out as 0.10. Now, if I apply percentage format to that and take those decimal places down, it gives me 10%. And an issue that I find that comes up all the time is that people have numbers written out like this in a spreadsheet, and then they're not sure how to get all of those numbers quickly converted into percentages. So we can fix this using a simple formula trick. All we need to do is select the cell D5, divide it by 100, and that gives us the value that we're looking for. We can then double click to copy this down, and then when we apply the percentage format, take those decimal places down, we get exactly what it is that we're looking for. Okay, so that's one way that you can do this. Another way is that you can simply type the percentage sign in when you're typing the number. So if I want 10% in a cell, if I type in 10 and then add the percentage sign, it's going to keep it on 10%, and oddly, it changes the number formatting of that cell to percentage. So just be aware of that. If you have numbers already in a spreadsheet and you try to apply percentage formatting, quite often that's not going to work. So you either need to type the percentage sign or add a formula that divides it by 100. Now, some of these other buttons that we have up in this number group, if we click this drop down, this is just a quick way for me to switch between three currencies I use most often. We have the percentage symbol just here that will quickly apply the percent style. And I also have a comma style here as well. And you'd use this if you had a longer number. So let's say I've got 2,500 written in a cell. If I want to add a comma to that, I can simply click comma style. It's going to add the comma, give me a couple of decimal places. I can get rid of those if I want to. But I now have comma style formatting applied to that number. Now, of course, when we click in this drop down, we have a whole host of other formats in here as well. And we're going to cover the next three, short date, long date, and time, in the next lesson. Some of these others you won't use as often, so things like fractions, scientific format, and then we also have text. And as we've seen, if we click more number formats, that's going to jump us into our format cells dialog box, which gives us access to yet another menu item, which is custom. Because what you can do from here is create your own custom formats. Now, this is outside of the scope of this beginner's course, but just be aware that that is something you can do when you move up towards your more intermediate and advanced skills. In the previous lesson, we started to take a look at the different types of number formatting that you can apply to values in cells. And in this lesson, I just want to shift the focus specifically to applying date and time formatting, because there are a couple of little things that are really useful to know. Now, if you take a look at this little table, you'll see that I've got three columns: short date, long date, and time. And in this short date column, take a look at what I have in here. I have some seemingly random numbers. And this is something you'll come across fairly frequently in Excel. And I know for sure that when I first started learning Excel and I was sent a spreadsheet that had all of these weird numbers where dates should be, I was super confused as to why that was happening. Now, if you do see numbers where you're expecting dates, all this means is that you have the incorrect number formatting applied to your column or the range of cells. So what is this number? Well, basically, all dates in Excel are numbers. And according to Excel, the start of the universe was the 1st of January, 1900. Excel considers that date to be day number 1. And you can see that if I type in the 1st of the 1st, 1900, and hit enter, if I change this to general formatting, you can see it's showing me the number 1 because that is day 1. And so the numbers that you see here are basically the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. And because I have general formatting applied to these cells, it's showing the number as opposed to the date. So the easiest way to fix this is simply to jump up to the drop down and then either choose short date format or long date format. Now I'm going to choose short date, and that immediately converts those to the correct date format. And of course, if I want to display these in the long date format, I can select my cells again, and this time I think I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift-Down to make that selection. Up to the drop down, and this time long date, and there I have that long date format applied. Again, note the formula bar. Even though we've changed the way that this date looks in the cells, the underlying number is still the original date. Now, as most of you can probably tell, I am in the UK, and the way that we write our dates is a little bit different to other parts of the world. We write the date as the 1st of January 2021, whereas a lot of countries write the date as January the 1st, 2021. Now, for me, I do a lot of work with American clients, so what I'll normally make sure I do is that I switch my date format around so that it's not confusing for the people who are watching the video. And again, this is something that you need to do in your Windows settings. You need to select the correct region and then make sure that Excel is set up to use the region that you have set in your Windows settings. So if you take a look at the top section here, it says Match Microsoft Windows. Another thing to look out for here is if you open up the number formatting window, you can also change your locale for dates as well. So I have mine set to English United Kingdom, but if I wanted to change that to English United States, I could select that, and notice it flips those dates round the other way. So now effectively we have the month first, the day second, and then the year. So just be aware of that locale setting as well when you're using things like dates. Now the final thing to show you here is the time formatting. And again, if you have a bunch of times written out in your spreadsheet, you may choose to format these in any number of different ways. So if we click the drop down, I currently just have the regular time formatting applied, which uses a 24-hour clock, and it shows me the hours, minutes, and seconds. If I want to modify this, once again, I can click the arrow to jump into my number format options, and I can choose any of these that I have in the list. So maybe I want it to display as a 12-hour clock with AM or PM at the end. So I can select that number format and apply it, and that's how that's going to look. And if I really wanted to get granular and customize exactly how these time and dates are looking, that is again when I would go to custom, and I would either select one of the formats in this custom list, or I can create my own from scratch. As I said, outside of the scope of this beginner's course, but just be aware that you do have the ability to do that. Another thing that's worth noting here is that you don't necessarily always have to apply formatting to values within cells. You can apply formatting to empty columns, cells, and rows as well. So if I select these 3 columns, which currently have no formatting applied, if I select all 3 of them and I switch these to short date format, it means that when I type something into here, it's going to do its best to convert it into a date. Formatting worksheets not only makes your data come alive and look a lot more interesting, it also makes your data a lot easier to read. For example, take a look at what I have on this worksheet. I have some data, but currently it's not really in the greatest format. It's going to be very hard for anyone looking at this to decipher it and understand it. So we could probably do with formatting this a little bit better, so that it's easy to interpret. So let's take a look at some of the utilities that we have available in Excel which can help us with this. Now, looking at this data, the first thing I can see here that doesn't look too great is that the column headings where we have date, description, and amount are kind of cut off halfway. And I can see here that that is because row 7 isn't wide enough to accommodate that information. And you'll see this again very frequently when you import data in from other systems. Sometimes these columns and these rows can end up kind of collapsed up like this so that you can't see the values in them. Now this is something that's very easy to fix. All we need to do here to increase this row height is hover our mouse over the dividing line between rows 7 and 8 and double click. And that is effectively going to invoke AutoFit in Excel, and it will adjust the height of that row to accommodate the height of the values contained within. It's also worth noting that aside from that double click, you can also access the AutoFit options from the ribbon. So let's just say I had a few rows which were kind of collapsed up like this. Let's just manually make this look even messier. What I could do here is I could select all of the rows, like so, up to the Home tab, across into the Cells group, and we have this Format drop-down. Now notice here at the top here we have two options that relate to the row height. I can specify an exact row height, or I can choose to auto-fit the row height. So if I click this option, it's going to basically do the same thing and auto-fit all of those rows. If I wanted to make each of these rows a very specific size, again, I could go to Format, Row Height, and I could enter in my own row height. So let's put 25 in there. When I click on OK, you can see it's going to widen out those rows. Now, I don't really want them that large, so let's undo to take us back to the regular row height. Now this works the same for columns, so you can see here that column B, currently that description is kind of cut off. I can double click to widen out that column, or if I wanted to be very specific about how wide I wanted each column, I could select all of the columns, go to Format, and this time I want to choose the column width. And maybe I want these to be 50 each, click on OK, and I get 3 equally sized columns. Let's undo those changes. So now that we've seen how we can kind of modify the row and column height and width, let's take a look at the actual data. Now in the first column here, I have some dates. I can see that those are showing as numbers, so they don't have the correct number formatting applied. Control-Shift down arrow to select everything, and then a quick way that I could do this would be to press Control-1 to jump me into my Format Cells dialog, and then I can go in and I can apply Date Format. I'm going to choose the top format there, click on OK, and that formatting has been applied. Now the description, that looks to be okay. I do want to apply some more formatting to these amounts. So Control-Shift down, Control-1, and now I can choose either currency or accounting format. And I think I'm going to use currency for these. I'm happy with 2 decimal places and a pound symbol, so let's simply click OK to apply that formatting. Now this isn't looking too bad, but I could make this look even better by applying more formatting. In its current state, it's readable, definitely, but there isn't much of a distinction between those column headings and the actual values, the information underneath, and it doesn't really look particularly interesting or engaging. So let's change that. I'm going to select the column headings, and then we're going to go up to the Home tab and into the Font Formatting group. And this is where you're going to find all of your options to change the look and feel of the font. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to choose a different font to use for these headings. And I want something a little bit bolder, so let's go with Arial Black. I'm going to increase the size of that font from 11 to 12. And don't forget, if you want to make minor adjustments to that font size, you have the Increase Font Size button just here and the Decrease Font Size button as well. Now I could choose to make this bold. I'm not going to do that because it's already bold. What about italics? Yep, that looks pretty good. I could add an underline. I think in this case that is a little bit of overkill. But what I do want to do is I want to make the background of this heading a different colour. So for that, I can click the drop down and choose a colour from the palette. Now the colours that you see in your palette underneath this Theme Colours heading are dictated by the theme that you're using in Excel. And we have a whole lesson dedicated to themes, so I'm not going to delve too much into this right now, but I'm using the standard Office theme, and these are the colors that come with the theme. Of course, if I don't like any of those, I can also choose from a small standard color palette, or I could go to more colors and really get very granular about the colors that I'm choosing. Now for this, I'm going to stick with my theme colors. I think I'm going to make this, let's make it a dark green color. And now I'm going to change the font color as well so that it stands out to white. So just with a few small formatting tweaks, we can really see the difference between those column titles and the rest of the data. Now, something else I might want to do in here to make this look a little bit neater is maybe start adding some borders. So the first thing I would need to do here is select the cells that I want to put a border around, and then I can either jump up to the borders drop down and choose what type of border I would like. You don't necessarily have to have a border around every single cell. You can choose if you want it running across the bottom, across the top, so on and so forth. You can also choose the color of the border from here and also the border style. So whether you want a solid line, a double line, a dotted line, so on and so forth. Now, I always find when I'm working with borders, it's much easier just to jump into More Borders option, which is going to take us into Format Cells and that Border tab. From here, I can select what I want. So I'm going to say I want a solid line. In fact, let's make that a bit thinner. I want it to be the same color as the heading, so we're going to choose that forest green color. And from here, I can choose which borders I want to apply. And we have 3 presets at the top. So if I click Outline, you can see in the preview window, it's going to put a solid fill green border around the outside of where I'm selected. If I decide I don't like that, I can click the None preset and then maybe go in and choose some different options. So maybe I want a border across the top of the cell and across the bottom, but I don't want anything around each cell. Now, in my case, I do want a border around everything. So I'm going to choose the None preset just to get rid of all of those. And I'm going to say I want an outline border and also an inside border. Now, if I click on OK, you can see how that affects my data. To me, this makes my data not only a lot easier to read, but also a lot more interesting to look at. Format Painter is one of those great efficiency tools in Excel. What Format Painter enables you to do is quickly copy formatting from one place and reuse it in another place. So the very quick example that we're going to walk through here is using the table that we formatted in the last lesson. If you remember, we applied numerous pieces of formatting to make this table a lot more readable than it originally was. And if you take a look on the right-hand side, we basically have the unformatted version of this table. And what we effectively want to do is make this table on the right, the one that currently isn't formatted, look like the table on the left. And of course, we could do that by going through and reapplying the formatting. So I could select the heading here, I could go up to the font group, I could change the font style, change the font size, make it italic, change the background color, change the font color, but that's quite a lot of clicking around that I'm having to do. And whilst that is only a few seconds worth of clicking, over time, that is going to add up. And why bother doing that when there is a one-click option? If I want to take the formatting that already exists in this worksheet, for example, the formatting applied to the column headings, and copy it somewhere else, I can simply use the Format Painter. All I need to do is make sure that I'm clicked on a cell that contains the formatting that I want to copy across. Now, I want to copy across this formatting to effectively 3 different cells: date, description, and amount. And one thing to note here is that you don't necessarily have to select 3 cells in the first table. You can just select one, as long as that one cell contains the formatting that you want to use. So all I need to do now is go up to the Home tab, and in the Clipboard group, I have a Format Painter button. Now, if we click this, this effectively toggles on the Format Painter. You can see that it's toggled on in the Clipboard group. Also notice that my cursor has changed to a paintbrush, and the cell where I'm copying the formatting from now has marching ants around the outside. So now all I need to do is take my cursor and effectively paint over the cells where I want to apply the formatting. So we're going to click and drag, and then when I let go, like magic, that formatting has been applied and I haven't had to go through all of those different steps. Now, one thing you'll notice is that as soon as I've finished painting my formatting, Format Painter deactivates and my cursor goes back to a regular cursor. So effectively, when you click the Format Painter once, you can only use it once before it deactivates. Now, what if I have lots of formatting that I need to apply? For example, let's say that we have this item highlighted in bold. And maybe I want to highlight numerous items in the table on the right-hand side in bold. Well, what I would need to do then is select my bold formatting. I can select the entire thing, or I can choose just one cell. But instead of clicking once on the Format Painter, I want to double click, and that means that I can use it multiple times. So I can paint, and then notice it doesn't deactivate. I can paint again, and carry on going until I choose to deactivate. And to deactivate the Format Painter, you can either click on the Format Painter button again, or alternatively, a quicker way is to press the Escape key on your keyboard. Now notice as I've copied those over, it's also copied over the border formatting as well. So I want everything to have a border, so let's select a cell that looks like the formatting I want to use. Let's click Format Painter, and I'm going to paint over everything in here. And there we go. Also remember that even though we've used the same table of data, you can use Format Painter on pretty much anything. If I have a cell up here and that cell is an orange color, and I decide that I want to use that somewhere else, I can select the cell, click Format Painter, and then swipe it wherever I want to use it. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section related to applying formatting. And we're going to start out with applying number formats. So for this, we're going to be working on the formatting worksheet. And the first thing I'd like you to do is apply the short date number formatting to column A. I'd then like you to apply a counting format to column C, and also percentage format to the value in cell I4. I'd then like you to complete this worksheet by using a formula to complete the sales tax in column D. And again, I want you to make sure that you're applying accounting formatting there. And then finally, use a formula to complete the total in column E and apply accounting format. Once you've done that, I'd like you to make this data look a little bit more interesting and give it some structure by applying some more formatting. So I'd like you first to apply formatting to the title where it says Client Invoices. And I'd like you to apply bold, light grey background fill, and font size 14 points. I'd then like you to format all of the column headings with bold and a light green background fill. And then finally, I'd like you to apply borders around all of the data. So you're looking for the all borders option, but I want you to make sure that that border, the line color, is dark green. See how you get on with that, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to apply the short date format to the dates that we have in column A. So let's select everything, Control-Shift down arrow, up to the Home tab, and we're going to choose the short date format. Next, I asked you to apply accounting format to everything in column C. Control-Shift down arrow, and from the drop down, we're going to choose accounting format. And if yours has come up as dollars as opposed to pounds, then don't worry about that too much. Next, I asked you to apply percentage format to the value in cell I2. So let's select it. This time I'm going to do it a slightly different way. Let's press Ctrl+1 to go into Format Cells, and I'm going to choose Percentage Format and just take those decimal places down so that it displays as 15%. Next, I asked you just to complete this table, so we need to use a formula to work out the sales tax. So this is going to be a simple sum calculation of the amount multiplied by the sales tax in I2, F4 to lock that cell, close the bracket, Control, Enter. Let's double click to copy that down. And then our final sum calculation is a simple addition. So we're going to add the amount to the sales tax, Control, Enter, and fill down. Next, I asked you to apply some formatting to this worksheet to give it a little bit of structure. So the first thing I wanted you to do was to apply formatting to the title. So we're going to select the client invoices row. We're going to change the font size to 14. We're going to make it bold, and we're going to fill the background with a light grey. Next, I asked you to format the headings of each of the columns. And for this, I asked you to change it to a light green background and bold font. The final thing I asked you to do was apply dark green borders around the outside of this data. So what I can do here is press Control A to select everything, jump up to my borders drop down, and the first thing I want to do is make sure that I've got the correct line color selected. So I'm going to choose a dark green color, and then we're going to go back and apply all borders. It's now time to move on to the formatting worksheets part of the course. And we're going to start out by exploring a few more options that you have when it comes to working with rows and columns. So as we've already seen in previous lessons, it is pretty easy to resize rows and columns. We can simply grab the dividing border, drag in to make the column narrower, drag out to make it wider. We can also invoke AutoFit by selecting all of the columns and double-clicking to resize all of the columns to the width of the widest item in the cell. And we can also do the same with our rows. We can drag them up and drag them down, or alternatively, if we have a few that are the wrong height, we can select all of the rows and double-click the row boundary just to invoke that AutoFit feature. So that is all fairly straightforward. What about if we want to insert new rows or new columns? Quite often you might have put a data table together like we have here, and then maybe I decide that I want to add an additional column into this table. If I want to add a column onto the end, that's fairly straightforward. I can just start typing in column D. But what about if I want one in the middle of this table? Well, when it comes to inserting columns, there are a few different methods that you can use, and I'll leave it up to you to choose the one that you prefer. So the first method we can use is to select the column, in this case column B, right-click the mouse to open up the contextual menu, and you'll notice halfway down we have an Insert button. If I click on Insert, it's going to insert a new blank column to the left of the column that I've selected. The second way that I can insert a new column is to use the ribbons. So if we go up to the Home ribbon, across to the Cells group, we have this little Insert drop-down just here. And one of the options that we have is to insert sheet columns. And once again, it's going to insert that brand new column to the left of the column that I had selected. Now, what about if I want to insert multiple columns? Well, what I could do here is select both columns, right-click, Insert, and it's going to insert another two. I could then select 4 columns. Let's go to Insert on the Home ribbon and Insert Sheet Columns, and I'm going to get another 4. Now, for me, I don't find either of these methods the quickest way to insert columns. I much prefer to use the keyboard shortcut. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to select column B, and if I want to insert a brand new column, I can simply press Ctrl, Shift, plus, and that's going to insert another column. If I want to insert multiple, it's very simple just to keep pressing the plus. So Ctrl, Shift, plus, 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 to add more and more columns. For me, that is a lot quicker and a lot more efficient. And we can use exactly the same methods for inserting brand new rows. So if I right click, I can say Insert to insert a new blank row. I can use the Home ribbon, Insert and Insert Sheet Rows, or I can use Control Shift plus to add as many rows as I like. So now that we have all of these random blank rows and columns, what about if I want to delete them? Again, the methods that we have access to are very similar to inserting rows and columns. I could select one column, right-click my mouse and choose Delete. Alternatively, I could select multiple columns. On that Home ribbon, in the Cells group, I have a Delete drop-down as well. So from here, I could choose Delete Sheet Columns to get rid of them. But again, my preferred method is to use the keyboard shortcut. So I'm going to select all of these columns, and this time we're going to press Control minus symbol to delete out those columns. Now, another little trick I want to show you when it comes to deleting blank rows or columns is by using a little tool called Go To Special. Now you can see currently we have a few blank rows in this data set. Now this is fairly easy for me to delete. I can just select them and use any of the methods to delete rows that I've already shown you. But what about if I had a much longer data set? Let's say I had 10,000 rows and there were blank rows scattered throughout the data set. It's going to be quite time consuming for me to scroll through that data set, find each blank row and then delete it. So let me show you a very quick way to find all blank rows, and this applies to columns as well, it's the same process, in the table and delete them all in one go. So what I could do here is select my entire table of data, up to the Home tab and then across to the Find and Select option in that editing group. And we want to select Go To Special. Now, if you're really into your keyboard shortcuts, let me show you how you can get here using a shortcut. Now, there isn't a shortcut key that's going to take you directly to this Go To Special dialog box, but what you can do is press Ctrl G to take you to the Go To dialog box and then simply click Special. Once we're in here, we can choose to select just the blanks in our selected range. So when I click on OK, it's just going to select all of the blank rows in my data set, and then I can delete them all in one go by clicking the Delete drop-down and Delete Sheet Rows. So that is a really nice efficiency tip if you need to remove all blank rows or columns from a data set. Now, the final thing I want to show you here is how you can hide and unhide rows and columns. And the hide option is great if you don't want to delete a column of data, but you just don't want it showing in the worksheet. So maybe I want to hide the amount column. I can select the entire column, right-click, and then I can choose to hide. Now notice that that column hasn't been deleted, it's still there, but we just can't see it when we're looking at this worksheet. Notice that the column letters now go from B to D, which tells me that I have a hidden column just here. I could also do the same thing for rows, and I can do multiple if I want to. Right-click and select Hide. Notice that you also have these options on the ribbon, so if I select a row again, up to Home, into that Cells group, underneath that Format drop-down, we have Hide and Unhide options. So we can hide rows, hide columns, and hide sheets. So I'm going to say Hide Rows. Now, if you want to unhide rows and columns, for example, if I want to unhide column C, I need to select the columns either side of the hidden column, right-click my mouse, and then I can choose to unhide. If I have lots of hidden columns and rows on my worksheet, I could select the entire worksheet and then unhide everything. Now, a quick way to select the entire worksheet is to click outside of your data and press Ctrl A, or alternatively, if you hover your mouse over this little square in the top left-hand corner and click, that's also going to select everything. I can then right-click and say Unhide, and that's going to unhide all of the hidden rows and columns. So far in this course, we've deleted values from cells several different times. And of course, as you would expect, that is a very simple process. We can simply select the cell that contains the value we want to delete and press the delete key on our keyboard to get rid of the value. Similarly, if we want to delete from multiple cells, we can select all of them and hit that delete key. Now, when I do that, it's deleting the value from the cell as opposed to deleting the actual cell. The cell still remains there, so I can add another value. It's just deleted the contents. But what if I actually want to delete the entire cell? Well, let's select this cell in the middle of our table, so cell B10. If I want to delete just the cell, if I right-click my mouse and from the contextual menu choose Delete, it's going to pop open this very small dialog box. And in here I have a few different options. I can choose to shift cells left, up, delete the entire row or the entire column. Because we're trying to delete a cell, Excel isn't sure what I want to do with the surrounding data. Because if I just delete the cell that says Microsoft 365 subscription, it needs to know if the values in the cell underneath needs to be shifted up, if the value in the cell on the left needs to be shifted across, or if in fact I want to delete the entire row or the entire column. So if I was to select Shift Cells Up, it's going to delete the cell and move everything up one. So now what you'll notice at the bottom is that I have a blank cell because all of the cells have moved up one. Now I would say that in general I don't tend to use this option because it kind of makes your data not accurate anymore. If I shift the cells up, the client lunch would now be showing as having taken place on the 10th of March 2020. Now there are some scenarios where that might be useful, but in general I tend to delete the entire row. But just be aware that when you do select a cell and you try and delete it, these are the options that you're going to get. Now, aside from deleting, we also have some clearing options as well. And you'll find your clearing options on the home ribbon. Over in the editing group on the end, we have this little clear drop down. And in here, we have 5 different things that we can clear. So let's go through each of these so you can see the difference. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select all of the amounts in column D. And if we go to clear and select clear all, that's basically going to clear everything from that cell range. And when I say everything, it's going to clear the value out of the cell, but it's also going to clear all of the formatting. Notice that the borders have also disappeared around this column. Now, let's click undo just to put that column back again. If we take a look at the second option that we have an option here just to clear the formats. Now, if I click Clear Formats, again, notice what it does. It leaves the value in the cell, but it's cleared out any formatting. So the borders have disappeared, and also that number formatting, that currency formatting that I applied to these cells has also been cleared. Let's undo again, go back to clear. The next option is to clear the contents, and this is basically the same as pressing the delete key. You'll notice in the screen tip in brackets where we have the keyboard shortcut, that is simply delete. So this is the same as pressing the delete key. It's not going to clear the formats, it's just going to clear the value from the cell. The next one that we have is to clear comments. Now, we haven't discussed comments so far in this course, but comments are basically annotations that you can add to your worksheet. Now, I've actually added a couple of comments into this table. And you can see the cells which contain a comment because they have a little red triangle in the top right-hand corner. If I hover my mouse over this cell, you can see I've added a comment that says review this item. I have another one a bit further down that says check this price on the website. So if I have comments in my data and I just want to clear out or delete all of the comments, I can simply select the cells, go to clear and clear comments. And that's going to get rid of them. The final option that we have when it comes to clearing is clearing hyperlinks. So again, if you have a worksheet that contains hyperlinks to external websites or maybe email addresses, anything like that, this will clear out the hyperlinks. Now, I do have some hyperlinks in here. I've added a vendor column, which basically allows the person looking at this spreadsheet to jump to the website that this expense item was purchased from. And I can tell that these are hyperlinks because they have a line underneath them. And one thing you'll notice with hyperlinks is that when you hover your mouse over them, the cursor changes to this little hand icon. It's going to show me the website underneath. And if I want to jump to that website, I can simply click on the link and it's going to open up that external website. Now, it might be that I don't necessarily want these to be hyperlinks. So what I can do is I can select them all, go to clear, and just clear out the hyperlink element. So now when I hover over these links, I don't get the option to click them to jump to that website. So that is the difference between simply deleting values from cells and using your clear options. Clear can be particularly useful if you've maybe imported a worksheet and there's a lot of very messy formatting everywhere. If you want to clear out all of that formatting in one go, you can simply highlight the entire spreadsheet and choose to clear formats. So clear options, really useful. Now, when it comes to cell alignment or aligning items contained within cells, there are a couple of important things that it's useful to know. Now, by default, when you type a number into a cell, for example, if I go down here and type in the number 1000 and hit enter, that value by default is going to be aligned to the right-hand side of the cell. If I type in a word into a cell, so let's just type in hello, that is going to be aligned to the left-hand side of the cell. If I type in a date, let's do 1st of the 1st, 2021, and hit enter, that is also going to align to the right-hand side of the cell. So the thing you need to remember here is that values or numbers are always aligned to the right by default, as are dates, but text is going to align by default to the left of the cell. And of course, you can change these alignments by using your alignment tools, which we're going to take a look at in a moment. Now, all of the tools that we're going to be working with in this lesson, you're going to find on the home ribbon in the alignment group. So let's break this down and just start out with this little group of 6 icons just here. Now, these 6 icons allow you to control the horizontal and the vertical alignment of the value or the text within a cell. And the top 3 allow you to control the vertical alignment, and the bottom 3 allow you to control the horizontal alignment. So let's start out with these horizontal alignment tools, the bottom 3 icons. The first one here allows us to align everything to the left. We can then align to the center or align to the right-hand side. So if I was to select this heading row just here, currently these are all aligned to the left, but what I could do is align them all to the center. Alternatively, I could align them to the right-hand side of the cell. So this controls your horizontal alignment. But what about vertical alignment? Well, to demonstrate this, let me make this heading row a little bit taller. Because what you'll notice is as soon as I do that, all of these column headings are basically aligned to the bottom of the cells. And that is the default in Excel. Now, it might be that I'm fine with that, but maybe I want them vertically aligned to the middle or to the top of the cell. So again, I can select my cells and use my vertical alignment tools. Notice currently that bottom align is selected, but I could choose to middle align or top align. So if I want everything dead in the center of the cells, I would need to middle align, and then I'm going to horizontally align to the center. So those are your alignment utilities. Now, what about this next button across? This controls the orientation of the text. So again, by default, anything that you type into a cell is going to be in horizontal orientation. And I would say that for the most part, that is the one that you're going to use. But if you wanted this to look slightly different, I could again select my cell range, and I can choose to angle counterclockwise, clockwise. I can have it vertically going up. I can rotate the text, so on and so forth. So if I angle counterclockwise, that is how my headings are going to look. And for this, I would probably want to widen that row out just a little bit. Let's take a look at a couple of these other options. I can change them so they're going the other way. I can make them vertical like that, which is a little bit strange. I can rotate the text up, or I can rotate the text down. And of course, if I want to see more options, I could choose to format cell alignment, where I can come in here and really customize the orientation or the amount of degrees that I'm rotating these values. Now, I don't want to rotate this, so let's just undo a few times just to take that back to how it was originally. Now, the two buttons underneath deal with indentation within cells. So by default, everything that you type into a cell isn't going to have any type of indentation. But what I could do here is select a cell, so let's say cell B9, and then I could indent the contents of that particular cell. So if I increase the indent, you can see it's going to move across the cell, or I can decrease the indent. So this is sometimes useful if you have multiple lines of text within a cell and you want to maybe show the difference between the first item and its sub-items underneath. Now, the final two options that we have in this alignment group are wrapped text and merge and center. Now, what wrapped text will do is it will wrap extra long text into multiple lines so that you can see all of it. And what we mean by that is if I make this column a little bit narrower, notice that currently the way I have these cells set up is that the text is kind of cut off. The column isn't wide enough, so it's not displaying everything. But what about if I have to have this column at this width, and I still want to be able to see the full description? Well, this is where I could choose to wrap the text. So what I can do here is select all of these cells and click Wrap Text. And that is going to basically widen out the rows to accommodate the entire length of the description without changing the width of the column. So here you can see that some of these items are now wrapped on to 2 lines. So that is what wrap text can do for you. Now, I don't actually want these wrapped, so let's select all of these again, and I'm just going to toggle off wrap text. And we're going to just double click to resize that column. Now, another thing that you can do when you're working in cells is you can add your own manual line breaks. So if I have, for example, this description just here, taxi fare London Paddington to Greenwich. If I want the words to Greenwich to be on a separate line, I can add a manual line break. So if I double click so that my cursor is placed where I want the line to break and press Alt Enter, that's going to push that down onto the row below. And that option there is different to wrapping the text because we've added a manual line break. And to get rid of that, I can simply select the cell and unwrap the text. That's going to reverse that. Now, the final thing we have in here is the merge and center drop-down. And we have a few different options in here. And what merge and center does is it allows you to merge cells together. So if we take a look at the title just here, I have expenses claim form for Simon Says It. Now, even though this text looks like it runs across into column B, it's actually all contained within column A. If I were to double click to widen out this column, you can see that it's all contained within column A just there, or in cell A1, I should say. Now, what about if I want to center this title across the data below? You might think that you could click on the cell that contains the text, cell A1 in this case, and use your alignment tools. So maybe if I select center alignment, that's going to center everything. Let's click it and see what happens. It doesn't center align the title above my data. What it does is it just centers it in the cell that the text is contained within. And for this, or what I'm trying to achieve, that doesn't really work well. So in order to get this title to center across the data below, I would need to merge the cells. So what I can do here is select all of the cells to the same width as the data below, and then I have a few different options. Now, merge and center basically does two things in one. It will merge the 4 cells and make them one big cell, and it will also center the values. So merge and center is going to leave me with that. This is now one big cell as opposed to 4 separate cells, and my text is in the middle. Let's undo. We also have merge across. Now what that will do is it will merge the cells, so it's one big cell, but it's not going to move that text to the center. We then have a merge cells option, which in this scenario is pretty much going to do the same as merge across. And then we have an unmerge cells option, which is going to make them 4 separate cells again. So for me, in this example, I want to select all of the cells, merge center, and then I'm going to apply a little bit of formatting to this title. So let's make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to change the background to a light gray color, like so. And then just to finish this up, I don't really need all of these blank rows in between, so I'm going to delete out some of these. Let's right click and delete. Now don't forget that you also have additional alignment options by clicking this little diagonal arrow. That's going to jump you into your alignment settings. So let's click it and see what we have. So once again, we can choose our text alignment, and we have lots of different options in there, including some additional options which aren't on the ribbon. We also have some text control options, so we can wrap our text from here, and we can do things like shrink text to fit cells. Now let me just quickly show you what that is. If I was to type in a sentence, let's do it over here. Hello world, are you enjoying this training? And maybe I want this cell to be that wide. If I want to fit all of this sentence into that one cell, but I don't want to adjust the width of the column, I could choose to shrink to fit. Click on OK, and it's going to minimize that sentence down so that it fits exactly into the cell. Now, of course, that makes it extremely hard to read. That isn't an option I use really at all, but in some cases it doesn't shrink it down this tiny, and it works quite well. So just be aware of those additional alignment options that you have in that diagonal alignment settings drop-down. Earlier on in the course, I mentioned that the colors that you see when you click the font color drop-down, for example, are based on the theme that you're using in Excel. And you can see here, based on the theme that I have applied, these are the colors that belong to the theme. Now, there are a number of different inbuilt themes in Excel that you can choose. And you'll find your themes on the Page Layout tab in the Themes group. And if we click the drop down, you can see there it's going to open up a gallery of all of the different themes we can use in our worksheets. Now, a theme is something that you can apply very quickly with one click. And each theme contains its own set of colors, its own set of fonts, and its own set of effects. And you can see in the gallery below, the one that I have currently selected is the Office theme. And this tends to be the default theme when you first install Excel. Now, what I could do if I wanted to is to change the theme that I'm using. And if I hover over any of these other themes, notice that the colors in the background will change depending on which theme I'm currently hovering my mouse over. And this is what we call live preview. I haven't had to click on the theme to apply it. I can get a preview of that theme simply by moving my mouse around in this gallery. Now, one thing you'll notice here is as I move my mouse over these themes, only the colors are changing. And as I said at the beginning, each theme contains its own fonts as well. So what I would expect is that when I hover over each of these themes, not only do the colors change to match the theme, but also the fonts that I'm using as well. But notice that mine are not changing. So why is that? Well, the reason why it's not changing is because I change the font that I'm using for this theme. So by default, the Office theme uses Calibri font. But I actually prefer to use Arial font for my worksheets, so I change my font to Arial. Now, because I'm not using the default theme font, when I hover over the different themes, it's not updating to show the fonts in these other themes. So what I'm going to do here, just to show you how this works, is I'm going to change all of this to Calibri. So let's select the entire spreadsheet, and I'm going to change this back to Calibri font. So now if I go back to themes and hover over, you can see that it also updates those other elements. So now when I hover over, I'm getting the font that's used within the theme. And the same would apply to the colors. Now in this case, I am using the theme colors contained within the template. For example, in this heading row, if we go to Home, I'm using this dark green color, which is part of the Office theme. So that is why, again, when I hover over these different themes, those are updating because I'm actually using the default theme colors. So just be aware of that. If you're wondering why your fonts aren't changing, or maybe the colors aren't changing, it's probably going to be because you've used a background fill that isn't part of your current theme, or fonts that aren't part of your current theme. Now, if I want to apply a completely different theme, I can select one of them. So let's just go for this one here, Ion Boardroom, click to select. And that is quickly going to change the look and feel of my data. Now, if I go back to Home and maybe I decide that I want to change the color of this heading row, when I click the background shading drop down, notice that those theme colors, the colors you can see in that palette, have now updated, and they're showing me the colors that are part of this theme. So if I wanted to choose something different, I could go in here and select a dark red color. Now we can customize these themes a little bit further. Again, if we jump back to page layout, we can go in and we can select whatever theme we like. But then if we decide that actually we want to choose just a different color palette, I can select this drop down just here and choose an entirely different color palette. So what this means is that I can still use all of the fonts that are contained within the theme, but I can use a different color palette if I want to. So maybe let's choose blue-green. And now if I was to go back to Home and click the drop down, this is the color palette that I'm seeing. So I'm still using the Ion Boardroom theme, but I've just changed the color palette that I'm using. And if I wanted to change the fonts, I can click the drop down here and choose different fonts entirely. So maybe I want to change this back to Arial. So again, I'm still using that Ion Boardroom theme, but I've customized the color palette that I'm using and also the fonts that I'm using. The final element that's included within every theme are effects. And this will allow you just to add different effects to elements in your worksheet. And I will say that this is more obvious when you have something like shapes in your worksheet. And I can change the different effects that I'm using. So it might be that I want shading applied to different objects, or I want to make any shapes that I add glossy. I can choose any of these from the gallery as well. It is also possible to create your own themes. For example, even though I selected the Ion Boardroom theme, I've made some changes to this theme. I'm using a different color palette and I'm using different fonts. So if I want to be able to quickly apply this new theme effectively that I've created, I can jump into Themes and say Save Current Theme. This is going to jump me across to the default folder for storing themes. And I would recommend that you don't change this folder path. All I need to do now is give this file a name. So I'm going to call this DA, so my initials, custom theme, and click on Save. So what this now means is that if I click the Themes drop down, underneath this new group called Custom, there is my theme. So if I was to apply a completely different theme to this, so let's go for something like Gallery. If I then wanted to switch back to my theme, I can simply go up to Themes and apply the DA custom theme. So that is my recommendation. Select a theme to start with, make your customizations, choose your colors, your fonts, and the effects that you want to use, and then just save that theme into the default custom themes folder, and it's always going to be available for you to use. Now, what about if I was to create a brand new workbook? I'm going to press Control N. Is my theme still going to be available? Well, let's jump up to Page Layout and into Themes, and you can see yes. So even if I create a new workbook, my custom theme is still available for me to use.
Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the accompanying exercise files for this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to this course on Excel 2021 Intermediate. My name is Deborah Ashby and I'm a Microsoft IT trainer, and I specialise in the design, delivery and facilitation of Microsoft courses both online and in the classroom. And I've been working in the IT industry for about 26 years now, which makes me feel extremely old. And I've been an IT trainer for 16 years. I've also been a certified Excel geek since 1996. So hopefully everything I've just said there qualifies me to be sitting in front of you and hosting this course for you today. And what an amazing course we have for you. This course is designed for the latest standalone version, Excel 2021. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, what does that mean? I don't really understand how these versions work anymore, then you are not alone. Basically, the standalone versions are for people who haven't subscribed to Office 365. With a monthly Office 365 subscription, Microsoft push all of the new updates to Excel out to you automatically. But for those people who don't have an Office 365 subscription, in general, you need to wait for the next standalone release in order to receive those newer features. And that is exactly what we have here. So Excel 2021 is pretty much in line with the current version of Excel for Office 365. So all of those new features that maybe your friends or other colleagues who work elsewhere have been talking about, you now have access to those in this latest version. And we're going to be looking at all of the new stuff, as well as some of the older intermediate skills in this course. So let's dive in and take a look at what we're going to be covering over the next few hours. Well, we're going to start out with an introduction. That is pretty much what we're doing now. And we're then going to move on to our first section, designing better spreadsheets. So in this section, I'm going to go through with you some really important golden rules when it comes to spreadsheet design, which is going to really help keep you organized. We're then going to dive straight into the good stuff, logical functions. So things like ifs, nested ifs, sum ifs, count ifs, average ifs, all of those really useful logical functions. We're then going to move into everybody's favorite lookup functions. So if you don't know your VLOOKUP from your HLookup, then hopefully we're going to solve that mystery for you today. We're also going to take a look at more complex lookups using things like index and match, and we're going to be taking a look at our first brand new function for Excel 2021, and that is XLookup and XMatch. After lookups, we're going to move straight into advanced sorting and filtering, and there's a couple of new formulas in that section as well. We'll then take a look at those so important date and time functions before moving on to our section on preparing data for analysis. And this is a really important section where you're going to learn some really valuable skills. So again, lots of new formulas to learn in that section, as well as a step-by-step guide as to how to clean your data and prepare it for our next subject, which is pivot tables. One of the most useful things in Excel when it comes to analyzing data. We're going to completely demystify them, take all the hard work out of them, and I'm going to show you just how simple they are when you break them down. We're also going to take a look at pivot charts and how they work with pivot tables, and then we're going to move on to adding interaction to our pivot tables and pivot charts using slicers and timelines. then the extension of the last 3 topics is really interactive dashboards. This is kind of where we bring everything together and create ourselves a really nice dashboard to show high-level statistics. We're then going to move into formula auditing. So we're going to take a look at some of the errors that you can get in Excel. I'm going to show you how you can identify them and also how you can fix them. We're also going to go through how you can use some of the really useful features in Excel to audit your formulas. We'll then move on to data validation. I'm going to show you quite a few different examples of the different types of validation that you can add into your spreadsheets. And we're also going to take a look at a more complex example of custom validation. And then in the final section, we're going to explore Excel's what-if analysis tools. So things like goal seek, 1 variable data tables, 2 variable data tables, and of course, scenario manager. And then finally, we'll just close out the course and say our goodbyes for now. So lots on the agenda. So before we begin, let's just run over the structure of this course. This course contains 15 sections and 70 lessons. And each lesson contains a video demonstration or tutorial that is 5 to 15 minutes long. And you'll find all of the files that I use in the demonstrations available in the course files folder for you to download. So if you want to follow along with me, just look at the file name that I'm using in the video and you'll be able to find the corresponding course file in the course files folder. And at the end of each section, you'll find a downloadable exercise that you can use to practice the skills that you've learned in the section, along with quizzes to test your knowledge even further. So plenty of resources and ways that you can practice. So with all that said, it is just about time to get started. The only prerequisite to this course is that you have a copy of Excel 2021 downloaded and installed on your PC. If you want to grab yourself a coffee or some other kind of drink, then please do that now, because we're just about ready to dive into the first session. Once again, my name is Deb and I am super excited to be your host for this course. So throughout this section, we're going to start to take a look at some of the things that I mentioned in the previous lesson when we were talking about the golden rules of spreadsheet design. And the first one I'm going to talk to you about is how to use cell styles in your workbooks to help improve readability. And I always find that cell style seems to be one of those things that I don't see a lot of people using, but can be extremely helpful, particularly if you're going to be sharing your workbook with a lot of other people. Cell styles effectively tell people what type of cell they're using. So what exactly do I mean by that? Well, I have my spreadsheet just here. We have some basic data on it, just some invoice numbers for some clients. I have an amount column. I have the amount of VAT. So VAT is 20% of the amount. And then I have a simple sum calculation in column F to work out the total of that invoice. Now, if this is a worksheet that I'm sharing with other people in my team, maybe other people are going to be adding more invoices onto the bottom of this. And I want to make it super clear to everybody who's using this spreadsheet which cells they can type into, which cells contain formulas, which cells are headings, so on and so forth. And I can do that by using color in the form of cell styles. So if we go up to the Home tab, we have a Cell Styles drop-down. And we have numerous different default cell styles that we can apply to different cells in our worksheet. Now, it's worth noting that the colors that you see here, particularly these themed cell styles at the bottom, are all based on the theme that you currently have in use in Excel. So I'm using the standard Office theme, and this is the color palette that comes with this theme. And all of the cell styles are divided down into different categories. And all this really is formatting. So you'll see as I hover over some of these, you can just see behind where I have this drop down, the cell is changing depending on which one of these I've selected. And of course, if you don't like the colors or the format of these, or you have a very specific color palette that you need to use at your organization, all of these can be modified and updated to reflect your own colors. For example, if I didn't like the way that this calculation cell style looked, I could right-click, I can go into Modify, and I can change the format of that particular cell style. So you can change these. Now, we're not going to do that right now. I just want to show you how, in general, I would use these in this type of worksheet. So if I take a look at my data, I want to let people know which cells they need to input information into. And that is going to be all of these cells just here. So other people will need to enter in the invoice number, the date, the client, and the amount. But VAT and total are calculated using formulas. So I want to denote these cells just here as input cells. So we're going to select them, go up to cell styles, and I'm going to choose this one just here, input. Now, it might be that you definitely do want to go in and change this formatting. A lot of people don't necessarily like this orange background fill with this blue writing. So if you don't like it, just remember you can change that. Now, these other two columns contain formulas or calculations. So I'm going to select this group of cells, and I'm going to let people know that these are calculation cells. So simply by the use of cell styles, it's fairly obvious to see which ones are input and which ones are calculations. Now, this VAT rate over here, I'm going to let people input whatever they need to input into here, because that might change. So I'm going to denote that as an input cell as well. And I have a title at the top, so maybe I want to select these cells and denote that as a heading too. And I could carry on going. I can even create my own new cell styles from here as well. So if you want to create your own, you can definitely do that also. And then what I would generally tend to do is create a welcome sheet at the beginning, which has a legend on it that explains what these cell styles are. So I might put something like input cell. Let's just add two of these that we're using. And I might put something like input values into these cells, and then I might have calculation cells, just so it's super clear for anybody looking at this worksheet. So that is basically how you use cell styles. It's simply formatting, which lets other people know what type of data goes into the worksheet and where they should be typing. One of the golden rules that we discussed in the first lesson of this section was how we can control data input. Because again, if you've spent a lot of time working on a spreadsheet and you've put together some really nice complex formulas, if you send that out to a group of people who maybe don't have the level of skill that you do when working with Excel, you might find that it comes back to you full of errors and all that hard work we put in has been undone. Or it might be that you send this out to other people and they start entering in invalid information into the spreadsheet. So we can put in some safeguards which will help keep our spreadsheets as error-free as possible. So the two that I'm going to demonstrate to you in this lesson are data validation and also protection. So let's take a look at the data that we're going to be using. Now, this is just a very simple list of employees. I have the employee ID, the employee name, the department they work in, and then their salary in column D. And what I have over on the right-hand side are actually a couple of formulas. Now, currently these formulas are showing me NA errors. That's okay, that's going to be fixed in a moment. But if we click on cell I4, for example, and take a look in the formula bar, you can see that I have an index and match formula in there. Now, don't worry if you have no clue what this is doing. We are going to cover index and match in a couple of sections' time. But what we're basically doing here is a lookup. So what I want to be able to do is just above here in cell I3, I want to be able to have the employee name and then have these index and match formulas return the department that that employee works in and also their salary. So the formula is basically going to look at the information in cell I3. It's going to compare it in the table. It's going to find the employee, and then it's going to return the department and the salary for the employee that we've selected. Now, if I give this spreadsheet to a colleague and their manager says to them, find out for me the department and the salary for Laurie May. So the employee comes up here, they type in Laurie May and hit enter, and it doesn't bring anything back. Now, the reason why it's not bringing back the correct information is because the employee has spelled Lori incorrectly. It should be Lori. So instead of that employee going back to their manager and saying, couldn't find any details, or the spreadsheet wasn't working, which could reflect badly on you if you put the spreadsheet together, you want to make it so it's impossible for them to select the wrong name. And we can do that by using a data validation drop-down list. So what we're going to do here is we're going to click in cell I3. Let's go up to the Data tab and into the Data Tools group. Now, if we click Data Validation and Data Validation again, it's going to open up this little dialog box. And we want to be on the Settings tab. If we click the drop-down underneath Allow, you can see that there are a few different options in this menu. Now, the one that we want is List. We want to create a drop-down list of all the employee names so that other people can select them. Once we've selected List, we then need to provide the source for our list. So what are the names that are going into this list? Now, my names are listed in column B in this table, and they are all unique names. Now, I'm going to show you how you would do this if your list items weren't unique a bit later on. But for now, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. These are all unique. So in the source field, I'm simply going to select all of the employee names. These are going to be in my drop-down list, and click on OK. Now notice that I get an in-cell drop-down, which is listing out all of those names. So now if the same employee wants to find this information for Lori, they can simply select them from the menu, and now these formulas are set up in such a way that they're going to look at the value in cell I3 and return the relevant information from the table. So simply by adding a drop-down list, we're controlling what's input into this particular cell and ensuring that our worksheet is a lot less prone to errors. So drop-down lists are a fantastic way of controlling what's going into your spreadsheet. Now, with all that said, what if I want to go a stage further? Maybe I need to send this worksheet out to other people. I want them to be able to select an employee from this list, but I don't want them to be able to edit any of these formulas. Currently, anybody can jump in here and start making changes to these index and match formulas, but I really want to lock them down so that they don't get broken. Now, before I do that, let's just make this a bit clearer. I'm just going to add in employee into here, and I'm going to use my format painter just to copy across that formatting so everything's nice and neat. So what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to lock down these two cells so that they can't be edited and leave everything else on this worksheet editable. And this is what we call protecting cells. Now, the thing that I always found slightly confusing about this is that it feels like it works a little bit backwards. The concept you have to understand is that by default in Excel or in a worksheet, every cell is locked. Now, this is the part which always used to confuse me because I used to think to myself, well, if every cell is locked, how can I go into every cell and just start typing? Well, it's because the locking doesn't take effect until you protect the worksheet. So the first step here is to select the cells that can be edited and then unlock them. So it might be that I want this cell to be editable so that people can select employees from the drop-down, and maybe I want the table information to be editable as well. So I'm going to select this cell, I'm going to hold down Control, and I'm just going to select all of the information in the table, right-click the mouse, and go into Format Cells. Remember, you can press the shortcut key of Control-1. Now in here we have a Protection tab, and notice by default, Locked is checked. And that is because all cells are locked by default. Now we want to unlock these cells, so let's remove that check mark and click on OK. Now, for all of this to take effect, I need to protect my worksheet. So up to the Review tab, into the Protect group, and we want to select Protect Sheet. Now I'm going to put a password on this worksheet, but notice underneath we have a whole list of basically exceptions to this rule. So I could choose other things that I want to allow users to do in this worksheet. So currently I'm only going to allow them to select locked and locked cells, meaning they can click on the cell. That is absolutely fine. Now let's put a password on here. And then we need to confirm that password. So now what you should find is that I can still do things like select employees from this drop-down list. I can make changes to cells over here because those are also unlocked. But if I try and change these formulas, these two cells, I'm going to get this message. The cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. So effectively, I've protected both of those formulas from editing. And again, this is something that is invaluable if you want to keep your spreadsheets as error-free as possible. Now, if you want to unprotect your sheet once you've protected it, just click the Unprotect Sheet button, and you'll need to know what the password is in order to unprotect. Now that I've done that, if I go back in, I can now edit these formulas again. Something that I didn't actually include in my golden rules for spreadsheet design, and probably should have if I'm honest, is making your spreadsheets easy to navigate by adding things like navigation buttons and links. We really want to make our spreadsheets easy to navigate as well as easy to understand. And if you have a particularly large workbook that contains lots and lots of different worksheets, you want to make sure that users have a quick way of jumping to the different worksheets and navigating efficiently between the different tabs. So let me show you a couple of examples, and then you can have a think about how you might implement these. So I've got this workbook here. We have quite a few different worksheets running across the bottom. And it might be, if I go to the sales data worksheet, maybe I want to have a button on here which says something like, click here to see analysis. And what I effectively want this button to do is when the user clicks on it, it's going to jump them to the analysis worksheet so they can see the pivot table and the pivot chart that's been created based off of this data. Now, I can implement this in a few different ways, and this is really a stylistic choice which you're going to make yourself. I could just add a piece of text. So if I click just here, and I think in this example, this is going to be a bit easier if I turn grid lines back on temporarily, I could just add a text-based link. So maybe I want to type in, please click here to see analysis. Something like that. Doesn't look particularly interesting, but it does work. I can select this text and I can create a hyperlink to the analysis worksheet. Now we can create hyperlinks in a couple of different ways. I could go to the Insert tab, and all the way over in the Links group, we have a link button just here. Keyboard shortcut Control+K. Now this is going to open up the Insert Hyperlink dialog box, and there are tons of different things you can link to from here. I could link to an external website, I could link to an email, or I can link to a place in this document. And that's exactly what I want to do. So I'm going to select Place in this document. Now notice it brings up on the right hand side all of the different worksheets that I have in this workbook. So it's very simple for me to just select the worksheet that I need, which is analysis in this case, and I can even choose where I want their cursor to land on this particular worksheet. So I'm going to leave this on A1. What I could even do up here is I could add a screen tip so that when the user hovers over this piece of text, it's going to show a little pop-up box that tells them something like where this link is going to take them. So maybe I just want to put jump to analysis worksheet, something like that, and click on OK. So I've selected my worksheet, I've selected the cell, I've added a screen tip. Let's click on OK, and now this is a hyperlink. Notice as I hover my mouse over it, my cursor changes to a little hand icon, and there is that screen tip popping up. So if I click this link, it jumps me to the analysis worksheet, and notice that my cursor is in cell A1 by default. So that is the first method I could use. It works, but it's not particularly interesting. So how can we make this a bit more interesting? Well, we could create something that looks more like a clickable button. And we would do this simply using shapes. So up on the Insert ribbon, let's go to Shapes, and I can choose any one of these. Now, I think I'm going to use this one here, the rounded rectangle. Let's grab that tool. My cursor has changed to a small cross, and I can simply draw something which kind of resembles a button. Now, of course, we have all of our usual formatting options on the Shape Format contextual ribbon. So if I want to change the color of that, I can. Maybe I want to change it to something which matches the spreadsheet colors a little bit better. I can change the shape outline. Let's give it a dark green outline. And then I can add some text. Now, with shapes, if you've got them selected, you can simply start typing to add some text. So let's say, please click here to see analysis. I don't particularly like the font that's in use in this particular template, so let's change that. Let's go to the home ribbon. I'm going to change this to, let's go with Arial, and I need to make this a bit bigger, and I also might want to move that text into the middle. And of course you can play around with this as much as you like. You might want to make the font slightly bigger. You might even want to add some shape effects to this to make it look even more like a button. So if I was to add something like that, that kind of gives it more of a button look. So now that I have my button created, I can simply click on the shape. I could go up to Insert and choose Link from there, or I could right-click my mouse and go to Link. It's going to pop up the same dialog box. We want to place in document. We want it to link to the analysis workbook, but this time let's choose a different cell to link to. So I'm going to say B10. I could add a screen tip if I wanted to. I'm not going to in this case, and click on OK. So now we have a clickable button. When I click on this, again, it's going to jump me to the workbook. Take a look at where my cursor is, cell B10. And personally for me, that looks a lot more effective than just the text. Let's take a look at one more example, and this time I'm going to use something which was a reasonably recent addition into Excel. I say reasonably recent, they've been around for the past few years, and that is using icons. You can set up links on pictures, icons, 3D models, text, shapes, pretty much anything you want. So if we click on icons on the Insert ribbon, maybe instead of a shape, I want to use one of the icons from the icon library. So I'm actually going to search for the word analysis, and let's just use this icon and insert it. I can put it somewhere down here. I might want to add some text to it to make it super obvious as to what it's going to do, but I think you get the idea. Let's just set up our link. This time I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut of Control K to open that dialog box. We're linking to the analysis workbook, and let's choose A5 this time. I will add a screen tip for this one because it is simply an icon. It's not so obvious. Jump to analysis, click on OK, OK again, and now this icon, when we click on it, is going to jump us to the relevant worksheet. Now, as I said, you could insert a picture and set this up in exactly the same way. You could insert a 3D model, a different type of shape, lots of different ways that you can create hyperlinks. One thing I find that's sometimes quite nice to do, particularly if I have a workbook structure like this, is sometimes I like to have just a little icon in the corner which will enable users to jump back to the How to Use page. So again, I might choose to use an icon, and let's just search for a home icon just here. Let's use this one. Of course, I can change the color of this icon so that it matches my worksheet. Might want to make that a bit smaller. I could place that in the corner or somewhere else on my worksheet, and I could copy this across to all of my worksheets simply by doing Control C and Control V. I might want to place this in the corner of all of them. And then I'm going to set up a link, Control K, which is going to jump me to the How to Use page. Let's add a screen tip that says jump to How to Use. Click on OK, click on OK again. When we click it, it's going to jump us to that page. So a few different methods there for creating clickable buttons to help you navigate around your worksheets and workbook. In this section of the course, we're going to dive into the magical world of using logical functions in Excel. because logical functions are some of the most important functions that you can know or have in your toolkit when you're working in Excel, particularly if you're an intermediate user. And what logical functions help us do is basically make decisions. Now, there are quite a few different logical functions. You'll find them on the Formulas tab in the Logical group of the function library. And you can see all of them sitting in there. And we're going to use quite a few of these throughout the balance of this section. But what I wanted to make sure that we do in this first lesson is just do a quick recap on some of those basics, just to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're starting from the same baseline. Because it's really important to understand the concept behind how logical functions work before we can move on to doing more complex calculations using things like ifs, SUMIFs, COUNTIFs, and nested if statements. So let's talk about logical statements in their most basic form first of all. And we're going to do this using an example because it's always the best way to visualize this. So on this first worksheet, I have a very small table, and this lists out some expenses. So we have the person's name in here, we have the total of their expenses, and what I want to do is work out if an approval is required. Now we have some additional information next to this that says expenses over the following amount must be approved. So if the expense is over $1,000, then it needs to be approved by a manager. So I can work this out by using a very simple logical statement. Now, what exactly are logical statements? Well, it's basically like performing a test. So in this particular example, if we take the first expense just here, I would want to construct a logical statement that says if this value in cell B5 is greater than or equal to this value in cell G5, then it needs to be approved. And I want to perform that same test on all of these expense invoices. Now, when we're doing things like this, we use what we call operators. And you can see I've just pasted in a little picture of a table that shows different operators that you might be using in your logical statements. So things like equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, so on and so forth. So let's do this first one just here. We're going to type in equals to let Excel know we're about to do a formula, and this is very straightforward. We perform our test. So is the value in cell B5 greater than or equal to, we're going to say that because if it's 1,000 dead on, it needs to be approved. Is it greater than or equal to the value in cell G5? Now remember, if you want to copy this formula down, we don't want that figure in cell G5 moving, so we need to lock it by pressing the F4 key and making it absolute. Now if I hit enter just here, it's given me a result of false. And what I can do is I can now copy that formula down, and I can see here that all of the results showing as true are the invoices that are greater than or equal to 1,000 and need to be approved. Now notice here that all of my answers are either true or false. And if you perform a logical calculation in this particular way using these operators, the output is always going to be true or false. Now that might be absolutely fine for whatever it is that you're doing, but sometimes it might be that you want to make this more meaningful. So instead of it saying false just here, I might want it to say okay. Instead of saying true just here, I might want it to say approval. So effectively what I might want to do is attribute meaning to the true and false values. And I'm going to show you how you can kind of move on from this and do that in the next lesson. But for now, let's just get this concept of logical formulas straight in our head. We perform a test. Now, because of the way that I've set this up, if this threshold in cell G5 was now to change, so maybe this now changes to 1200, notice that all of my results update. If I was to change this to 500 and hit enter, everything is now true. Okay, so a really nice effective way of putting this formula in and making it dynamic and easy to update. Now, just to go back to changing these values and adding meaning to them. In order to do that, instead of just having our basic logical function, we would need to turn this into an if statement. And that's basically what an if statement allows us to do. It's basically this same logical formula, but it allows us to attribute more meaning to the results. And we're going to cover if in a lot more detail in the next lesson, but let me just show you how we would change these values. Now I'm just going to delete these out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to wrap basically our logical statement inside an if statement. Now notice here it says check whether a condition is met and returns one value if true and another value if false. So the first argument here is our logical test. So our logical test is pretty much what we just did. Is this value greater than or equal to this value? F4 to lock. Press comma to move on to the next argument. This is where we can attribute meaning to the true or false result. So it says value if true. I can now define what I want it to say if the result is true. So if the result is true, effectively the number is greater than 1,000 and it has to be approved. So in quote marks, because text in formulas must always be in quote marks, I want it to say approval, comma. If the value in the cell is false, I don't want it to do anything. I just want it to say okay. Let's close the bracket. So I've attributed meaning to the true and false results. Let's hit enter. And I can now double click to copy that down, and it's a lot clearer for me to see which invoices need to be approved. So simply by adding in that if statement, we've changed the rather generic true or false output to something that's more meaningful and easier to understand. And that's basically what an if does for us. Let's look at a few more examples of if in action. Now in this first table, again, a very small table, we have some test scores. So we've got some student names and we've got the score they achieved in a test. And the pass mark is 85. So I want to create an if statement that says if the value in this cell is greater than or equal to the value in this cell, 85, I want a result of pass. If it's not, I want a result of fail. So again, we're going to use if. Our logical test is if the value in B4 is greater than or equal to the value in H3. We're going to copy this down, so F4 to lock. If that is true, then they have passed. Hooray! If it's false, then unfortunately they have failed. Close the bracket. I'm going to do a Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Copy that down and I get my results. So much more meaningful than simply true or false. Let's take a look at another example of if. And we're going to add in a little bit more complexity just here. So in this second table, we have some products, we have the weight in kilos, and then we have the price for those products. And I'm actually just going to change these to dollars just to keep everything in this spreadsheet consistent. Now what we're going to say here is that if the weight of the product is greater than or equal to 30 kilos, then there's going to be a 20% shipping fee. And that shipping fee is going to be 20% of the price. So let's construct our if. What is our logical test? Well, if the weight is greater than or equal to 30 kilos, again, F4 to lock. Now, what do we want it to do if that is true? So if the product is greater than or equal to 30 kilos, well, there's going to be a 20% shipping fee. So our true result is going to be a calculation because we want it to work out that shipping fee. So if it's true, we want to do the price multiplied by 20%. F4 to lock, comma. If it's false, there's going to be no shipping fee. So we're going to put a 0 on the end there. Close our bracket, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And if I copy this down, I should find that the only two products that have a shipping fee are the ones that are greater than or equal to 30 kilos. And this amount should be 20% of the actual price. So we can incorporate formulas into our logical if statements as well. Now I just want to finish off this lesson by running through a couple of other basic logical statements, and that is and or. Now what and allows you to do is basically perform two logical tests. So we're taking this example of test results again. So we have our students and we have the score they achieved in test 1 and the score they achieved in test 2. And what we're going to say is that they need to have achieved above 75 in test 1 and above 65 in test 2 in order to get a result of pass. So we're effectively performing 2 logical tests here. So if we want to do more than one, and we need both of these to be true to get a positive result, we use the AND formula. Notice the arguments logical 1, logical 2. So our first logical test is if this score is greater than or equal to the pass mark for test 1, F4 to lock, and the second test score is also greater than or equal to the pass mark for test 2, F4 to lock. Both of those have to be true in order to pass. Now I'm going to hit enter. It's going to give me a result of true or false. If I want to add meaning to this and have pass or fail, I would need to edit this formula and wrap it in an if statement. Remember, that is how we add meaning. The first argument for our if statement is the logical test. Well, those are being generated by our AND formula. So I can go straight to the end and just define what I want it to say. So if both of those are true, it's going to be a pass. If both or one of those are false, it's going to be a fail. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I've combined 2 functions together to perform 2 logical tests, and I've given them meaning using if. OR works in a very similar way, except what we're saying here is that they need to have achieved the pass mark in test 1 or in test 2 in order to achieve a result of pass. So we're going to go straight in and type in our if formula. Our logical test, well, we want to generate this using our OR calculation. Logical 1, logical 2. So if score 1 is greater than or equal to the pass mark, F4 to lock, or score 2 is greater than or equal to the pass mark for test 2, F4 to lock, close off our OR, we're now back into our if statement. We can now set up the value if those are true. So if that's true, we have a pass. If it's false, we have a fail. Control, enter, and then I can copy that down. So notice here that the only one that comes up as fail is where both of these scores are less than the pass marks. So we've looked at basic logical functions there. We've seen AND, we've seen OR, and we've seen how we can add meaning by using if. And in the next lesson, we're going to look at if statements in a lot more detail. In this lesson, we're really going to isolate that if function and take a look at it in a little bit more detail. Now, we saw in the previous lesson some basic uses of if and how we can use if to add meaning to true or false results. Now, the ifs that I've showed you so far, we've been typing them directly into the cell. Now, that might be your preferred method, but also remember that you can use the functions dialog box if you find that a little bit easier. Now, you can access your functions dialog box simply by clicking on this FX icon and then searching through your functions list for the function that you want. So in this case, if I click go, there it is at the top. Alternatively, I could jump across to the Formulas tab, and in my functions library from the logical group, I could choose if. And that's basically going to open up my arguments, but in a dialog box as opposed to just having them appear underneath the formula in the cell. Now, some people find this method a lot easier, particularly when they're learning more complex formulas. I'm somebody who prefers to just type it into the cell, but I'm going to show you this example using the functions dialog box so you can see the other option that you have. Now, before we get on to doing this, let's just take a look at our data. So here I have a list of furniture sales for 2018 and 2019. We have the products listed in column A, the customer, the date, the item cost, the number of items they purchased, and the total cost. And the total cost is a calculation. It's basically the item cost multiplied by the number of items. And what we need to do here is complete the shipping column and the total column. And I can see over here for orders over $1,500, there's going to be a shipping charge of 2% of the cost. So we need to make sure we incorporate this calculation into our if formula. So let's widen out this column just a little bit so we have more room. And I'm going to click in cell G4. Let's jump up to Formulas, into Logical, and select If. Now notice, as soon as I've done that, it's put the word if into the cell, and now I can perform my logical test. So my logical test in this scenario is if the total cost in cell F4 is greater than 1,500. Now, if I'd hard-coded 1,500 into here, the formula is still going to work. But this goes back to one of those golden rules I was speaking about earlier. If you do hard-code your numbers into your formulas and then those numbers change, it means you're going to have to go back in, find the formula and edit it, and then copy that formula down for however many rows that you've got. It's much more beneficial, efficient and safer to use a cell reference instead. So that is why instead of typing in 1,500, I would in general have the amount listed in a cell so I can simply select the cell. So if this value changes, I only need to update it in one place and all of my formulas will update automatically. Now I am going to copy this formula down, so we need to make sure we lock cell K3 so that it doesn't move, F4. And notice here in this functions dialog box, it's telling me what the result of this logical test is for this first row, which is false. So here the total cost is not over 1,500. Now I can specify what I want it to say if this is true. Well, if the total cost is greater than 1,500, we need to apply a 2% shipping charge. And that is 2% of the total cost. So we need to perform a calculation here. So if it's true, we want to do the total cost multiplied by 2%, the result that we have in K4. F4 to lock that cell because we're going to copy it down. If it's false, so if it's under 1,500, well, there's going to be no shipping charge, so I can simply put a 0 in there. Let's click on OK and double click to copy that formula down. Notice for all of the values which are under 1,500, we have no shipping charge, but as soon as we get to one that is over 1,500, the shipping charge is 2% of that total cost figure. So now, just to complete this table, we can perform a very simple sum calculation. We just need to add together the total cost and the shipping cost, Control Enter, and double click to copy that down. So now if any of this information changes over here, so maybe for orders over 1,000, when I hit Enter, my table's going to update and I've only had to change it in one place. If the percentage changes, so maybe it changes to 5%, I can simply change it here and all of my numbers are going to update. So everything is very efficient. In the previous couple of lessons, we started to explore the usage of if to make logical decisions. And in this lesson, I want to move your knowledge on a little bit and start talking about nested if statements. Now you might be thinking to yourself, what on earth are nested if statements? Well, basically what they are if statements inside other if statements. So let's take a look at an example of what I mean. Now in this table of data, again, we just have some employee data. So we have employee names, location information, department, the date they were hired, the number of years they've been at the company, their salary, and then the job rating. And it's this column here that is going to be important in this particular lesson. Because what we're trying to do here is we're trying to dish out end-of-year bonuses based on that employee's job rating. And notice I have another little table on the right-hand side, which basically sets out the bonus amount assigned to each job rating. So if they have a job rating of 5, which is the best in this case, they're going to get a bonus of $3,000. If their job rating is 4, it's going to be 1500, 3, 900, 2, 100, and if it's 1 or 0, they're going to get nothing. So what I'm having to do here is basically I need to perform multiple logical tests, because I want the formula to look at this cell and say, if it's 5, the bonus is this amount. If it's 4, the bonus is this amount. If it's 3, the bonus is this amount, so on and so forth. And this is where nested if statements come in. And I will say these can get quite complicated, but when you break them down, they're actually pretty logical. So let's take a look at how we would construct this. Now, the result that I'm actually looking for in column H is I basically just want it to output the amount of the bonus. So 3,000, 1,500, 900, so on and so forth. I don't want it to say bonus or no bonus at this stage. So we're going to type in equals if and open our bracket. So we want our first logical test. So we're going to say if the job rating in cell G4 is equal to 5, which we have listed in cell J4. Remember, I could have hard-coded this in and typed 5, but we want to try and get away from hard-coding in values and use the cell reference instead. Now I'm going to lock this cell because I don't want it to move. Now, if that is true, they're going to get a bonus of 3,000. So I simply want to select the cell and again, make sure that I lock it, comma. Now, normally at this stage, I would then go and type in the value if false, but I need to add in more logical statements. So I'm going to go straight into my second if. And this is where we get the terminology nested ifs, because you have if statements inside other if statements. And I basically go through this process again. So if the job rating is equal to 4 this time, so J5, lock the cell. If that's true, they're going to get a bonus of 1,500, lock the cell, comma, next if statement. If the job rating is equal to 3, then they're going to get a bonus of 900. If the job rating is equal to 2, then they're going to get a bonus of 100, and then the final if, and then we have our final if the job rating. Now I could put here equal to 1, but if they've got a 0, I also want it to include that. So what I'm going to say is if it's less than or equal to 1, then they're going to get nothing. And then the value if false is going to be 0. Now that is a really long formula, and it's a little bit easier to see in that formula bar. Now when you're constructing formulas like this, remember you need to close off as many brackets or parentheses as you've opened. So I've got quite a few there. If I count them, I think I've got about 4 or 5. So let's just add 4 onto the end here. When I hit enter, if I haven't got enough, which I haven't in this case, Excel is going to automatically correct me. So I'm going to say yes to select the correction. Let's double click to copy this formula down, and I should find that everything in here works. So the job rating of 1 is going to give a result of nothing, which is correct. A job rating of 4, they're going to get 1,500. Job rating of 5, 3,000. Job rating of 2, 100, so on and so forth. Now notice here that I have this little green triangle in the corner. This is denoting that there is some kind of warning or maybe an error on these cells. And what this is basically telling me, if I click this little warning icon, is that I have unprotected formulas. So it's a long formula that I haven't protected. So anyone can go in here and make changes to this formula. Now I'm actually fine with that. So what I'm going to do is Control-Shift down to select all of the cells. And I'm going to say ignore error just to get rid of those green triangles. Always worth checking your warnings. Sometimes they are errors that you need to fix. Sometimes they're just kind of notifications letting you know that maybe you haven't included enough data, or maybe in this case, a long formula is unprotected. So that is a nested if statement. We have if statements inside if statements. Now, it might be that I want to do this in a slightly different way. So maybe instead of having the actual bonus amounts listed out just here, maybe I just want it to say if they're going to get a bonus or if they're not going to get a bonus. Because basically everybody with a job rating of 2 to 5 is going to get a bonus. It's only those with a job rating of 1 who aren't going to get a bonus. So Control-Shift down, I'm going to delete this formula out and we're going to just reconstruct it in a slightly different way. So we're going to say if our logical test, if the job rating, now this time I'm going to say is greater than or equal to 2, remember we need to lock that. If that is true, then they're going to get a bonus. If that is false, so if the job rating is less than 2, they're not going to get a bonus. So that formula is a lot shorter to construct. So it really all depends how you want to do these and set this up. Now I will say that with that nested if statement, it is a very long formula. And there is a newer formula that's been released in the later versions of Excel, so from Excel 2016 onwards, called IFs. Not to be confused with nested ifs, we have a formula called IFs, and if I type it into a cell, you can see it sitting just there. Now this is a way to make our nested if statement formulas a little bit shorter. I will say not that much shorter, but a little bit quicker to construct. And that's what we're going to take a look at in the next lesson. In the last lesson, I showed you how you can create a rather long nested if statement in order to perform multiple logical tests. And what we ended up with was a pretty long formula. Now, I did mention that in recent versions of Excel, there's been a new formula added called IFs, which makes constructing nested if statements a little bit more efficient. And I emphasize the word a little bit. It really just means you don't have to keep typing in if each time. You can go straight into the logical statement. So it is a little bit more efficient, but don't be expecting it to drastically decrease the amount of time you spend constructing this formula. So let me show you a couple of different examples. Now we're going to do the same example again, just so you can see how it compares to the nested if statement on familiar data. So if I want to do basically the same thing as what we did in the last lesson and output the bonus based on the job rating, instead of doing all of those if statements, I could use the IFs function. I'm going to press the Tab key to select it from the list. Logical test 1. So we're doing the same thing here. So if the job rating in G4 is equal to 5, F4 to lock that cell, if that is true, we want it to return a bonus of 3,000, F4 to lock the cell. Now in the old nested if way of doing this, we would then need to go in and start typing in our if statement. Now with the IFs function, we don't have to do that. We can literally go straight into logical test number 2. So we don't have to type in if, we can simply say if G4 is equal to 4, F4 to lock, then they're going to get a bonus of 1,500. We don't need the if statement again. We can say if G4 is equal to 3, then they're going to get a bonus of 900, so on and so forth. I also don't need a false argument here, so I can literally carry on going through. I'm going to stop there because I think you've got the idea. I simply need to close my bracket if I do a Control Enter and then copy down. Notice that for the ones that I've set this for, so job rating 5, 4 and 3, I have values in there. Now this time I have NA because I haven't assigned job ratings 1 and 2 to anything. So Excel doesn't know what to do here, so that is why I have an NA error. And towards the end of this section, I'm going to show you how you can deal with things like NA errors in your worksheet and make those more meaningful as well. But hopefully you get the idea as to how IFs works. It's basically the same as doing nested if statements, except you don't need to keep typing if into the formula, and you don't need to provide a false result on the end. Let's take a look at another example of how we can use if-s. Now here we're going to construct a basic if-s formula that's going to return the day of the week when a day number is typed in. So the way that I see this is that Sunday is day number 1, Monday is day 2, Tuesday day 3, so on and so forth. And I want people to be able to come down here and enter in number 4 and have it return the day from this list above here. So we can do this using if-s. So we can say equals if-s. So if the value in this cell, which is currently empty at the moment, is equal to 1. Now I am going to hard code this in here, but as I said, you may want to list 1 to 7 out somewhere in your spreadsheet so you can use that cell reference. But for the time being, let's just leave it on 1. So if the number in A11 is equal to 1, if that's true, I want it to return the result of Sunday, comma, straight into logical test 2. If the value in A11 is equal to 2, it's going to return a result of Monday. I'm going to carry on going. So if A11 is equal to 3, we're going to get a result of Tuesday. So let's just carry on going through all of these. If A11 is equal to 4, then we're going to get Wednesday. A11 is equal to 5, we're going to get Thursday. If A11 is equal to 6, then we're going to get Friday. And then finally, if A11 is equal to 7, we're going to get Saturday. Close off the if-s and hit enter. Now, currently we have an NA error in here because I don't have anything in cell A11. And this formula consistently refers to that cell looking for a number. But now if I add, let's say 2, it's going to give me my result. Let's add 7 and it changes. If I add something outside of the criteria that I've specified, I'm going to get an NA error. Now it might be again that you want to add in some error checking so that if somebody types in a number outside of 1 to 7, instead of just getting NA, you want it to say to them, please type a number between 1 and 7. And we're going to explore how we would do something like that towards the end of this section when we look at error checking. But those are a couple of different examples of how you can use if-s, and hopefully that illustrates quite nicely the differences between nested ifs and the if-s formula. I recently conducted a poll on LinkedIn where I asked all of my followers and connections to let me know which functions in Excel they find the most useful. And by far the clear winner was COUNTIFs and SUMIFs. And both of these functions, as well as their sister functions, AVERAGEIF, MINIF, and MAXIF, are effectively if statements which have conditions or have criteria. And there's a really important distinction to make here. In this lesson, we're going to talk about COUNTIF, SUMIF, and AVERAGEIF. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about COUNTIFs, plural, SUMIFs, AVERAGEIFs. And those latter three are newer additions to Excel. The original functions that we've had for quite a while now are the singular COUNTIF, SUMIF, AVERAGEIF. So let's start out in this lesson by taking a look at how those work, and then we'll add a bit of complexity to it in the next lesson. What we have here is a small table. We have some sales team members. We have the company that they work for. We've just got 2 companies in here. We have their job titles, so they're either a sales rep or a sales manager. And then we have the total amount in dollars that they've sold. Now, what I want to find out is some information, but based on criteria. So if we take a look at this first table and just concentrate on this first one, my criteria is going to be microworld, because what I want to work out here are the total sales for microworld. So we're adding in a condition where we have to tell the formula, perform a sum calculation of the total sales, but only when the company is equal to microworld. So we only want to add up those total sales. So in this scenario, where we have one piece of criteria, which is microworld, we use the singular form sum if. And this is a fairly straightforward calculation to do. So let's type in equals sum if. What arguments do we have here? Well, our first argument is range, our second argument is criteria, and then we have a third optional argument. How do I know this is an optional argument? Well, it's enclosed in square brackets. So every time you see an argument that has square brackets around the outside, it means it's not a mandatory piece of criteria. You don't have to include it in order to get this formula to work. Now, we are going to include some range in this calculation, so we're going to use all of the arguments. Now, our first argument here is range, and then we have criteria. Now, I like to work backwards when I'm thinking about this. What is my criteria in this formula? Well, my criteria is microworld. So my range is going to be wherever I'm going to find the word microworld. So I'm going to find that in the company range. So my first argument here is the range, and then I can specify the criteria that I'm looking for. So the criteria I have listed in cell F6. Now again, I could have hard-coded in the word microworld, in quote marks of course. But as I said, wherever possible, try and use cell references. Now the final argument here is that optional argument of sum range. Now in this case, I do need this, because otherwise Excel isn't going to know what I want to add up. I haven't told it to add up the total sales yet. So my sum range is going to be total sales. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there is my result. So let's review. We're saying sum if the company range equals microworld. If it does, sum the total sales. So that is sum if, where we use a single piece of criteria, in this case microworld. Let's take a look at how this would work if we're counting as opposed to summing. So in this second example, again, we have one piece of criteria. I want to work out the total number of employees at Computech. So effectively, I want it to look through this table, and wherever it finds Computech, I want it to count the number of entries, and that's effectively going to give me the number of employees that work there. So for this, we have one piece of criteria, so we're using count if singular. This time we have two arguments, range and criteria. Again, I like to work backwards. My criteria is going to be Computech. Which range am I going to find that in? I'm going to find it in the company range. Comma, my criteria is Computech, effectively cell F14. Close the bracket, hit enter. It's telling me there are 6 employees at Computech, and because my dataset is reasonably small, I can just do a quick visual check just there, and yes, I do have 6 employees. It's also worth noting that down in the status bar, if you take a look over on the right hand side, it's telling me the count is 6. Now, if you can't see that information, a little quick tip here: if you right click in the status bar, make sure you have average count, numerical count, min, max and sum turned on, so that when you start selecting things in your worksheet, you can see all of those values in the status bar at the bottom. So let's do the final calculation down here. This is just doing an average. So this time I want to find the average sales for Computech. Again, one piece of criteria. So this time we're going to use average if in its singular form. We have 3 arguments just here. My criteria is Computech, so the range is going to be company. The criteria is Computech, and the average range, well, I'm looking for the average of the sales. So I want to use the sales range. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get my average. So that is how we can use those 3 super useful formulas to return results based on one piece of criteria. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can do the same thing, but how we can incorporate multiple pieces of criteria. In the previous lesson, I showed you how to construct 3 conditional if formulas: sum if, count if, and average if. And all three of those formulas use one piece of criteria. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move our knowledge on a little bit, and I'm going to show you how you can use COUNTIFs, SUMIFs, and AVERAGEIFs to create formulas that use multiple pieces of criteria. And I will say that these formulas, the plural versions with the S on the end, these are newer formulas in Excel. These were introduced a few years ago, and they've quickly become the favorite formulas of a lot of people simply because they are so useful. Now let's take this first example. The only real difference between SUMIFs and SUMIF is the number of pieces of criteria we're using in the formula. When we use a SUMIF, we can only specify one piece of criteria, whereas if we use SUMIFs, we can specify multiple pieces of criteria. So let's take a look at this second example. What I'm trying to do here is work out the total sales for all sales reps who work at Microworld. So I have two pieces of criteria here, Microworld and sales rep. So because I have two pieces of criteria, I need to use SUMIFs as opposed to SUMIF. Now another difference between this formula and the SUMIF formula is the way that the arguments are organized. In the SUMIF formula, the sum range argument is at the end and you specify your criteria and range first. Whereas when you're using SUMIFs, you're asked to specify the sum range first of all. And I actually find this a lot more logical to understand. So the first thing we need to do here is specify the sum range. So what are we trying to add up? Well, we're trying to add up the total sales. Criteria range 1. What is our first piece of criteria? Well, our first piece of criteria is going to be Microworld. So our first criteria range is going to be wherever we find the word Microworld, which is the company range. Criteria 1 is Microworld, comma. Notice the arguments have now moved on to criteria range 2. So I can now add in my second piece of criteria. So once again, I like to work backwards. What is my second piece of criteria? Well, that is sales rep. Where am I going to find that? I'm going to find it in the job title range. So we're going to select the criteria range and then select the criteria, which is sales rep. I can then close my bracket because I only have two pieces of criteria. And when I hit enter, it's going to give me my result. And again, because I have a fairly small data set here, I could do a quick visual check. Let's look through for Microworld sales reps. So we have one just here. We have another one just here. And that is it. So basically my result should be the total of these two cells. And I can see that yes, that looks to be correct. What about if I have three pieces of criteria? Well, again, we can use SUMIFs. Our sum range is the total sales. What is our first piece of criteria? Well, it's Microworld. We're going to find that in the range company. Our criteria is Microworld. Our second criteria range is going to be the job title because the second piece of criteria is sales rep. And now we have a third criteria range. So we only want to see sales that are greater than $7,000. So criteria range 3 is going to be the total sales range. And our criteria is what we have listed in here. Greater than 7,000. Again, I could have hard-coded that in by typing in greater than 7,000, but if that changes, it makes it a lot more difficult. So I'm going to stick with the cell reference. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there I get my total. And I could carry on going. If I had 6 pieces of criteria, I could use SUMIFs for that as well. And this works pretty much the same when you're using COUNTIFs. For this example, we have 2 pieces of criteria. I'm looking to find the total number of employees at Computech with the job title Sales Manager. So for this, we can use COUNTIFs this time. Criteria range 1. Well, our first piece of criteria is Computech. We're going to find that in this range just here. And our criteria is Computech. Our second criteria range is going to be the job title range because our second piece of criteria is Sales Manager. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. Let's do the final one because practice does make perfect. Criteria range 1 is the company. Our criteria is Computech. Criteria range 2 is the job title. And our criteria is Sales Manager. Criteria 3 is less than 9,000, so we're going to select Total Sales. And less than 9,000 is our criteria range. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. Hopefully you're getting the idea, but let's just finish this off by doing the average. So we're going to say average ifs. Our average range is going to be our total sales. That's what we want to find the average of. Criteria range 1 is going to be the company, and the criteria is Computech. Criteria range 2 is the job title, and the criteria is Sales Rep. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there I get my average. Now it's worth noting that we have these formulas for min and max as well. So if I just show you a quick example, we do have a min ifs that we could use if I wanted to find the minimum value in a range. So if I wanted to find the minimum sale, I could choose the total sales as my minimum range. My criteria might be the minimum sales for Computech. So my criteria range would be the company. Criteria 1, let's just grab Computech from over here. I could carry on going if I had more pieces of criteria, but effectively I would do exactly the same thing. It's going to give me the minimum amount of sales for Computech. I just want to finish off this section on logical functions and if statements by talking a little bit about how you can use ifs to handle errors in your spreadsheets. Now, if we take a look at this example just here, we're fairly familiar with this data. This is that bonus spreadsheet we were looking at previously. Now, in this bonus column, if we take a look at the first formula, I've basically set up a formula to work out the bonus only for people who have a job rating of 5 or 4. And so you can see that reflected in this column. So where they have a job rating of 4 or 5, we have the bonus amount. Anything under 4, so 1, 2 or 3, we have an NA error in the cell. And that's because I haven't accounted for job ratings 1, 2 and 3 in this particular formula. Now, it might be that you are happy to leave your spreadsheet looking like this, but what I will say is that if you do have a spreadsheet that has lots of errors contained within cells, even if those errors are correctly there, which they are in this case, it makes your spreadsheet not only look a little bit messy, if you were to send this to somebody else who's maybe not familiar with the data, they might think that these are actual errors that need to be fixed. What would be much better here would be to add some meaning to these NA errors. So maybe instead of NA, I wanted to say no bonus, which makes it a lot clearer. Now we can do this by using error handling formulas. And if we jump up to the Formulas tab in this logical group, you're going to find the two that we're going to use in this lesson in here. We're going to take a look at if error and if NA. Now let's start out with if NA. Now what if NA will do is it will help you deal with any NA errors that you have in your spreadsheet. Now NA isn't the only type of error that you might see in cells. You might see a div error or a value error or a name error. And all of these different errors mean different things. But if you specifically have an NA error in a cell, you can use the if NA function to assign meaning to that. Now, as we do have an NA error, we're going to use that function. Now, what I want to do here is let's select the first cell that contains a formula. Let's jump up and edit this in the formula bar. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to type in if NA. That's the formula we're going to use. Now notice underneath this particular function has two arguments, value and value if NA. So in other words, value if we find an NA in the cell. Now the first argument, the value, well the value in this cell is generated by that ifs formula. So effectively, the IFs formula is our first argument. It is our value. So we can click on the end, press comma, and now all we need to do is simply specify what we want to say in the cell if it comes across an NA error. Well, I want it to say no bonus. We need to add this in quote marks and close the bracket. So we've wrapped an if NA formula around our IFs formula. Hit enter and take a look at that. Now, if I copy this down, I've replaced all of those NA errors with something that is a lot more meaningful, a text string that says no bonus. Now, the if NA formula can only be used when you have NA errors in your spreadsheet. And as I said, there are lots of different types of errors that you can get in a cell. And for any other error, you can't use if NA to assign any meaning. That is where we would use the second error handling formula, if error. If error works in a very similar way to if NA, but it will handle all types of errors, not just NA errors. So let's take a look at this in action as well. Now, if we jump across to the if error spreadsheet, if you recall, we put together a little formula here, and again it's an IFs formula, which gave us the day of the week when we enter in a day number. And what I said was that if somebody enters a day that isn't 1 to 7, so for example 8, it's going to produce an error because the formula doesn't account for that. Now in this case I am getting an NA error again, so I could effectively use the if NA error handling. But we're going to do this in a different way, and we're going to use if error instead. So if error we can use for any type of error, and we edit the formula in exactly the same way. So we're going to type in if error at the beginning. We have the same two arguments, value and value if error. The value again is going to be generated by our IFs formula, so we can go right to the end, press comma, and then we can enter in what we want it to say. Now in this case I wanted to say, please enter a number between 1 and 7. So what I'm doing here is basically giving the user a little bit of guidance if they enter an incorrect value. So let's hit enter, and there we have that piece of text. And if I choose a different day, it doesn't come up. But if I put in day number 10, I'm going to get that piece of text. So using error handling in this way can really help you keep your spreadsheets consistent, meaningful, and easy to understand for anybody who might be using them. The only takeaways here are if you have NA errors in the cell, you can use if NA or if error. If you have any other type of error, you can only use if error. It's time now to do exercise 1. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section on logical functions. So in the first part of this exercise, I'd like you to use either nested ifs or the IFs function and complete the prize money field in the table. And you'll notice on the right we have a smaller table which contains the information that we're looking for. And remember, if you're going to copy this formula down, then you need to make sure that you're locking those cell references in place. In the second part of this exercise, we have a similar table, but this time I'd like you to practice using COUNTIF, SUMIF, COUNTIFs, and SUMIFs. And I want you to use those formulas and complete the results in column H. So it's time to pause this video and give that a go. If you'd like to see the answer, then please keep watching. So in this exercise, we need to use nested ifs or the IFs function to work out the prize money. So I'm going to use IFs to do this. So we want our first logical test. Well, our logical test is if the medal is equal to bronze, F4 to lock that cell reference. If that's true, then they're going to get $100 in prize money, F4 to lock, comma. Because I'm using IFs, I can go straight into logical test number 2. If the value in cell D4 is equal to silver, then they're going to get $250 in prize money. And the last logical test is if the value in D4 is equal to gold, then they're going to get $500 in prize money. Close off the bracket, hit enter, and now we can copy this down. And if we do a quick spot check, let's take a look. Every time we have gold, we have 500, bronze, we have 100, and silver, we have 250. Let's take a look at the second part of the exercise. Well, here we need to use COUNTIFs and SUMIFs. So in the first table here, we need to find the number of athletes from the USA. Now we only have one piece of criteria, so for this I'm going to use COUNTIF. My criteria is going to be USA. Where am I going to find that? I'm going to find it in the country column, Control Shift down arrow. I'm going to work on this up in the formula bar. And my criteria, because I don't have it contained within a cell, I'm going to need to type that in. So let's put USA in quote marks, close the bracket and hit enter. The next one, we have two pieces of criteria, so we need to use COUNTIFs. So our first piece of criteria is going to be that the athlete is from Australia, so our criteria range number 1 is going to be the country column, Control Shift down arrow. Let's work on this up in the formula bar. Our first piece of criteria is Australia. Criteria range 2, well, our second piece of criteria is female. So our criteria range is going to be the gender column, comma, and our criteria is going to be F. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there I get my result. And finally, we have 3 pieces of criteria here, so COUNTIFs again. We're looking for athletes from the UK who are male who achieved a silver medal, so 3 pieces of criteria. Our first criteria range is the country, Control Shift down arrow. Up in the formula bar once again. And criteria number 1 is UK. Criteria range 2 is the gender, so let's select that, Control Shift down arrow. And our criteria this time is male. And our third criteria range is the colour of their medal, so let's select that. And this time we are looking for silver medals. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we get the result. And finally, I asked you to work out the total prize money for various different pieces of criteria. So for this, we're going to use the SUMIF function. For the first one, we just need SUMIF because we only have one piece of criteria. Our criteria is the USA, so our range is going to be the country, Control Shift down arrow. And then we need to put our criteria in quote marks. And then our sum range is going to be the prize money. Control Shift down arrow, close that bracket and hit enter. Now we need to do SUMIFs because we have multiple pieces of criteria. This time we have the sum range first of all. So we're going to sum the prize money once again. Criteria range 1 is going to be the gender. And the gender we're looking for this time is female. And then our final piece of criteria is that we're looking for Canadian athletes only. So we want our criteria range to be the country, and our criteria is going to be Canada. Now the final one was a little bit unfair of me really, because I didn't actually show you this in the lesson. But I wanted to show you this in the exercise just so you can see something else that you can do with SUMIFs. Now for this one, we want to total the prize money for North America. So that's going to be the USA and Canada. So we have 2 pieces of criteria that are coming from the same column. So how would we do this? Well, if you worked this out, well done. It's not too hard to work out, but what we need to do here is basically perform 2 SUMIF calculations. So let's start out with our SUMIF. We want our range. So our criteria is going to be USA, first of all. So our range is going to be the country range. And our criteria is going to be USA. And we want to specify our sum range, which is going to be the prize money. Now what we need to do here is close off the bracket and then say that we want to plus and then go straight into the next SUMIF. So again, our range is going to be the country, But this time the criteria is Canada. And then finally the sum range is the prize money. And close the bracket. So we're just doing two sum ifs and we're adding them together so that we can get the total for two pieces of criteria that are coming from the same column. Let's hit enter, and there is our answer. So hopefully you got most of those. I wouldn't expect you to get the last one, but if you did, very well done. I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to look up information using some of the best loved functions in Excel, and those would be lookup functions. And probably the most well-known lookup function is VLOOKUP. And VLOOKUP is one of those functions that you'll always see at the top of the list when it comes to most useful functions or functions that everybody should know. And that's because you can use VLOOKUP in so many different scenarios. Now, when it comes to using VLOOKUP, there are two different ways that you can use it. You can do an exact match or you can do an approximate match. And in this lesson, we're going to start out by taking a look at the more common of those two, which is VLOOKUP exact match. Now, before we get on to how you construct a VLOOKUP, let's first make sure that we all understand what exactly a VLOOKUP is and how it can be useful. So I've just got a little example of a VLOOKUP on this page. So I have a small data table which contains some order numbers, the items that these order numbers relate to, and then the price of those items. And what I've done over here is I've constructed a little data validation drop-down list for all of the different order numbers. And what I can do here is select an order number from this list, and it's going to return the item and the price. And if I click on any of these cells just here, notice in the formula bar, I'm actually using a VLOOKUP. Now, what this formula is actually doing is it's basically saying, look up whatever value we have in cell G3, look it up in this table over here, and then return the information from column number 2. And then the VLOOKUP underneath is basically doing exactly the same thing, but it's saying instead return the information in column number 3. So that is how VLOOKUP works. Now, a couple of really important points when you're working with VLOOKUP. What you're using as your lookup value, so for us in this example, that is the value in cell G3, it has to exist in the table of data. Because without the lookup value, Excel doesn't know which of these results it needs to return. So that is basically how a VLOOKUP works. So now let's look at how we construct it using a different example. Now, if we jump across to the next worksheet, you can see that I have on here just a few different part numbers, and currently the description and the unit price columns are blank. And then on the third worksheet, I have a parts catalogue. And this contains the part numbers in column A, the descriptions in column B, and the price in column C. So basically what I want to do here is I want to use the part number as the lookup value because this is the column that is common between these two tables. I want to look up the part number in the parts catalogue, and then I want to return either the description or the price depending on which one I'm doing. So let's construct our VLOOKUP. Now, the first thing that we want to return here is the description for part number 19232. So I'm going to type in equals VLOOKUP. Let's take a look at our arguments. The first argument here is the lookup value. So that's the piece of information that is common between the two tables. So for us, the part number is our lookup value. We then need to specify where we're looking up this part number. So what is the table array? Now, it might be that you have your table on the same spreadsheet, and that is fine. You can just select it. If I jump across to Parts Catalog, I can select this entire table, and that is my table array. Now, I'm going to go to the formula bar to continue my editing, and notice what I have in that formula bar now. Because my table is on a different worksheet, it's put in the worksheet name, Parts Catalog, and then the cell range. I now need to specify the column index number, and that is basically the column of information that we want to return. Now we're looking up the description first of all, and this is a really important point about VLOOKUP. When it comes to the column index number, VLOOKUP numbers columns in the table from left to right. So part number would be column 1, description column 2, and price column 3. So if we want to return the description, we're returning column number 2. And our final argument, which is an optional argument because it's in brackets, is a true or false argument. And what we select here determines if we're doing an approximate match or an exact match. Now we're going to do an exact match because we exactly want to match the part number in the table. So we can have a false argument on the end here, or alternatively we could just put 0, that would also do an exact match. Or because this is an optional argument, I don't even need to have that on the end because the default behavior for VLOOKUP is to do an exact match. So I'm going to leave it off. Let's hit enter, and it brings back that description information. Now I'm going to widen out this column a little bit, and I think I'm going to wrap this text around just so it doesn't take up so much room. Let's do the same thing, but let's do it for unit price instead. So we're basically going to construct the VLOOKUP in exactly the same way. It's just the column that we're returning that is different. So this time we want to return column number 3. So equals VLOOKUP. Our lookup value is still the part number. Our table array is our parts catalog, and I'm going to show you a simpler way of doing this in a moment. Let's select the entire table and go up to continue editing in the formula bar. The column index number, well, we want to return the information from column 3, and we're exactly matching that part number, so we can have false, 0, or nothing on the end there. Hit enter, and there we get that unit price. Now you might want to do a little bit of messing around with the formatting of this cell, but that is basically how VLOOKUP works. Now, if I was to try and copy these formulas down, they're actually not going to work correctly because I haven't locked the cell range. So I know it looks like they're working fine. It's actually returning the wrong results down here from the table because I didn't lock the cell references. So as I drag down, this entire table is moving down as well. So a way that I like to do this, I find this a lot easier, is if I'm doing a VLOOKUP, in general, I will make my table of data a named range. So let me just very quickly do these again and show you how that works. So I'm going to go to my parts catalog, Control A to select everything, and in the name box, I'm going to call this parts underscore catalog. Now by naming this range, it makes your VLOOKUP a lot easier to construct. So let's go to VLOOKUP. Our lookup value is the part number. Our table array. Well, this time I don't need to jump across to the other worksheet and select that range. I can simply press the F3 key on my keyboard and it's going to bring up all the named ranges that I have in this workbook. There is mine, parts catalog. Let's select it. And the cool thing about this is that when you create a named range, it's basically very similar to locking the cell, so they're never going to move. Column index number is 2, and we're doing an exact match. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then I can double click to copy down and my results are correct. Let's just do this again for the unit price. Lookup value is part number. F3 to pull up my named ranges. Let's select the parts catalog. The column we're pulling back this time is column number 3, and we want to do a false argument on the end, or a 0, or absolutely nothing. It's all good. Double click to copy down. Now, one thing to note here is take a look at this part number. I have NA errors in these cells. Now, I'm going to hazard a guess that I've got these errors because this part number doesn't exist in the catalogue. So if I want to do a quick check, I can jump across to my parts catalogue. I'm going to do a Control F for find, and I'm going to try and find that part number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Find next. It can't find it. So that is why I'm getting that NA error. Now, as we saw in the previous lesson when we were talking about error checking, I might want to tidy these errors up a little bit by adding in some error handling. So let's click on that first formula. Up in the formula bar, this is an NA error, so I'm going to use the if NA function. The value is going to be generated by the VLOOKUP, and I'm going to make this a bit more meaningful by just adding on to the end here, part not found. So anyone looking at this spreadsheet is going to know that that is the reason why we don't have a description and unit price. Let's do the same for this one. Up to the formula bar, if NA, click at the end, and this time I'm going to say price not found. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then I can double click to copy down, and now this table doesn't look like it includes errors. We've added some meaning. So that is how you do a VLOOKUP using that exact match option, that false argument on the end. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you another example, but this time we're going to be doing an approximate match using the true argument on the end. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can use VLOOKUP with the exact match false argument on the end to return results. So in this lesson, we're going to look at the true argument, the approximate matching option. So what is the difference between these two? Well, you would use approximate matching for your VLOOKUP if your lookup value doesn't exist exactly in the table. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we take a look at the data that we have on this worksheet, in this first table, I have effectively some salary bands. And this is showing me the low end and the high end of this band, and then the tax rate that applies to each of those bands. And what I want to do in the second table is I want to look up the salary and I want it to return the marginal tax rate for that salary. Now, if we take a look at the first one here, 55,000. Does 55,000 exist exactly in this table over here? Well, if I take a look at my values, I can see, no, I don't have exactly the value 55,000 listed here. This annual salary falls in this bracket just here. So if I was to do an exact match, it's not going to find it because the exact match argument, that false argument, exactly matches the lookup value in the table. So for this, I'm going to need to use the approximate matching option, which is the true argument on the end. Now I'm going to do exactly what I did in the last lesson, and I'm going to create a named range for my table simply to make this whole process a lot easier. So let's select the table. In the name box, we're going to say tax underscore rate and hit enter. So now I can construct my VLOOKUP. So we're going to type in equals VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be the annual salary. The table array, well, I can press the F3 key and there is tax rate. Click on OK. The column index number, so what do I want to return here? Well, I'm looking for the tax rate, which is column number 3. And this time we want to do an approximate match. So we want the true argument on the end, or alternatively, we could just type a 1. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And if I just double check this table, I can see that yes, 55,000 falls in this range just here, and the tax rate is 25%. Let's do that one more time just to practice. VLOOKUP. Lookup value is cell E6. Table array, we can press F3. Alternatively, you can just start to type in your named range and it will appear in the list underneath. Double click to select, comma. We want the third column and we're doing an approximate match. 1 on the end this time. Close the bracket, hit enter, and let's double check to make sure this is correct. This salary falls in this bracket up here and the marginal tax rate is 10%. And just to show you how you can do this using the functions dialog box, if that is your preferred method, let's click on the FX button. I'm going to search for VLOOKUP. Let's click go. There it is, double click to select. And now we can complete our arguments in this way. So the lookup value for the final one is cell E7. Table array, I can press the F3 key and select tax rate. Column index number is 3, and the range lookup is true, or a 1 on the end there. Let's click on OK to complete that final one. And if I double check this, well, 90,000 is going to fall in this range here, and that has a tax rate of 28%. So that is really the only difference between VLOOKUP exact and VLOOKUP approximate. It all relates to the lookup value and whether that lookup value exists exactly in the table or if it doesn't. Both of the VLOOKUP formulas that we've looked at so far in this section have been using data that runs vertically down the page, hence why it's called VLOOKUP. So in this lesson, I want to show you an example of HLookup where our data is running horizontally across the page instead. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, on this worksheet, I have an example of data that runs vertically down the page. We have our column headings at the top and then our rows of data underneath. And this is by far the most common way to display data. A less common way is to have your column headings in the rows as opposed to in the columns so that your data runs horizontally across the page. And whilst this is definitely not as common, you need to be able to have the tools to be able to deal with that scenario and still perform your lookups. So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to grab this data and we're going to flip it the other way around. And this is also a good opportunity for me to show you a little command you can use if you need to switch data around for any specific reason. So I'm going to click in my data table, Control A to select everything, Control C to copy, and then I'm going to go across to my HLookup worksheet and I'm going to paste this data onto the worksheet, but we're going to paste it running horizontally as opposed to vertically. So what we can do here is on the Home tab, up to Paste, click the lower half and go to Paste Special. And if we choose the Transpose command, that will basically flip your data around the other way. When I click on OK, you can see what that's done. I now have my column headings in the rows and my data runs horizontally across the page. And if I zoom out a little bit, because I do want to do a little bit of resizing so we don't have those hash symbols in some of the cells. Let's double click to resize all of those and then zoom back out again. Perfect. Now, as I said, this is by far not my favorite way of displaying data. It really does look quite messy, but you will come across data sets throughout your Excel career, which will be structured in this way. So if we have our data this way round, how can we do a lookup? Well, the simple answer is pretty much in exactly the same way, just using the HLookup function as opposed to VLOOKUP. So what I want to do up here is I want to be able to type in a movie name. So let's just start with La La Land. And I want it to return the year, what it's rated, and the genre. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a named range for my data set down here. Control A to select all, up to that name box, and we're going to say movie list and hit enter. So now if I want to return the year, I'm going to use HLookup. We have exactly the same arguments. There is one minor difference in here, which I'll speak about more when we get to it. First argument is the lookup value. Well, we want to look up the film, so B5. Table array, where are we looking it up? Well, we've created a named range. I can press F3 and select my movie list. This time it's asking for a row index number as opposed to a column index number. So instead of counting across columns from left to right, we simply need to count down rows until we get to the one that we want to return. So we want to return the year in this example, and that is row number 2. And then we get to use our approximate or exact match. Well, I want to exactly match the movie name in the table, so we're going to have a false argument on the end here. Close the bracket and hit enter, And it's telling me that La La Land was released in 2016, and I can see that yes, it was. Let's do it again. So equals HLookup. Lookup value is the movie. F3 to select our table array. Row number this time is row number 3 because we want to return what it's rated. And we're doing an exact match. So I'm going to put a 0 on the end here. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. Let's complete this set. This time I'm going to use the functions dialog box and we're going to search for HLookup. There it is. Double click to open. Lookup value, movie name, table array. Let's press F3. Select our movie list. Row index number, well this time we're looking for the genre. So that is row number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, row number 6. And our range lookup, we're doing an exact match, so it's a false. Let's click on OK, and there we go. And if I was to change this film name, so let's type in Jackie, I should find that all of these results update. Let's check our table. There is Jackie. Everything is looking good. So that's really the only difference between VLOOKUP and HLookup. It's all about how your data is structured and whether you have those column headings in the rows or the columns. Whilst VLOOKUP is an amazing function to know to perform powerful lookups, after you've been using it for a while, you're going to start to come across some of its limitations. So in this lesson, I want to just briefly talk about the limitations of VLOOKUP and then show you a better, more flexible way of performing lookups. So let's just review. Now, when it comes to VLOOKUP, if we take a look at this first example that we were using, we're looking up the part number in the parts catalog and we're returning either the description or the price. And the way that we construct the VLOOKUP is we say look up the part number and then return me either column 2 or column 3. Now the big limitation with VLOOKUP is that your lookup value must always be to the left of what it is that you're looking up, because we can't count back columns. For example, I couldn't use the price to look up the part number using VLOOKUP, because when it comes to the part of the formula where we have to enter in a column number, I can't say count back -2 columns to get the part number. It always has to be a positive going from left to right. So the biggest limitation here when using VLOOKUP is that your lookup value either has to be in the first column or to the left of whatever it is that you want to return. Now that might be absolutely fine in 90% of scenarios that you're going to come across. But you're definitely going to come across some situations where you're going to need a more powerful and flexible way to perform lookups. And that is where index and match come in. So let's take a look at these two functions. Now, index and match are two separate functions in their own right, but you often hear them used together in the same sentence because they are used together so often to perform complex and powerful lookups. And the beauty with using index and match to perform your lookup as opposed to something like VLOOKUP is that it doesn't matter where your lookup value is in the table and what column you want to return, it's always going to work. So let's take a look at this example first of all. I have a table over here which shows me some categories, some apps, the revenue those apps have generated, and the profit. And what I want to do is be able to select an app from this drop-down list and have it return the category, the profit, and the revenue for that app. Now I'm going to be using the app as the lookup value in this table. Now the app is in column number 2. So when it comes to returning the category, I'm effectively having to look up a column going from right to left. So this is a perfect example of where VLOOKUP wouldn't work because we can't have the lookup value in column 2 and return a result from column 1. So we need a better way of doing this. Now, before we actually combine index and match together to perform this lookup, I want to show you what each one does in its own right, which will help you understand why they work so well when used together. So I'm going to click in cell H6 and let's take a look at what index does first of all. Now, index has a couple of different sets of arguments that you can use here. And I would say that the first group of arguments is the one that you're going to use most of the time. Now, the first argument here is array. Now, the way that I like to remember this is, what is it that I'm looking to return here? I'm looking to return the category. So my array is going to be the category. And an array is effectively another word for range. So our first argument is going to be the category range, the category array, comma. I now need to provide the row number of the item I want to return. Now I want to return the category for the application OneDrive. So if I take a look at my table and find OneDrive, it's just here. What is the row number? Well, if we start at the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's row number 7. So if I type row 7 in here, close my bracket and hit enter, it's going to pull back the category of productivity. And if I take a look at that, I can see that yes, that is correct. Now I know exactly what you're thinking at this stage. You're probably thinking, well, that's a bit tedious, having to manually count down to find the row number. And you would be correct. We have a very small data set here, so it's not too much of a bother for me to count down. But what if I had a data set that had hundreds or thousands of rows? I'm really not going to want to spend time counting down the rows to find the value that I need. So we need to find a way of automating the finding of this row number. So with that in mind, let's take a look at what the match function does on its own. We're going to type in equals match. Now for this one, we have 3 arguments. The last argument is an optional argument. The first argument is lookup value. Well, our lookup value is OneDrive. What is the lookup array? So where will we find the value OneDrive? Which range? Well, we're going to find it in the app range. So that is our lookup array. Do we want to do an exact match here? Yes, we do. I want to exactly match the word OneDrive in the table. So I want a 0 argument on the end. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And take a look at that. It returns the row number that OneDrive sits in. So the match function will do what we need it to do. It's going to automate the finding of the row number. So now we know what each of those functions do. We can combine them together to perform this lookup. So let's start from the top. We're going to type in index. What is our array? Well, our array is what we're looking to return, the category, comma. Now we need to provide the row number. So this is where we're going to use our match function. So we're going to go straight into match. Our lookup value is OneDrive, cell H5. Where are we going to find that? Well, it exists in the app range. So this is our lookup array. And we want to do an exact match of the word OneDrive in the table. We need to close off our match, close off our index, hit enter, and now we get our category. And I should find that if I change this to something else, that's the same category, let's choose something else, it's going to work correctly. Let's do it again. Equals index. What is our array? Well, this time we're looking to return the profit, so this is our array just here. Row number, well, we want to use match to automate that for us. The lookup value is H5. We're going to find that value in the apps list, that is our lookup array, and we want to exactly match the word Instagram. So we want a 0 on the end there. Close off our match, close off our index, and hit enter. Let's double check. So let's find Instagram in this list. Yes, it is in the category social media, and the profit is 786.80. Now we're going to do this again for the revenue. I'm going to do this in a slightly different way so you can see a couple of other techniques. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a look at my data and I'm going to create named ranges for each of these columns. And then I can use those named ranges in my formula. Now, a quick way to do this is to select everything in the table up to the Formulas tab, and then in the Defined Names group, I'm going to say Create from Selection. And I want to use the top row as the names for my ranges. Let's click on OK. So now what I should find if I click the Name box drop down is that I have 4 different named ranges here, and they've all been named according to the column heading. If I select category from here, that is the range that it refers to. If I select revenue, that is the range. Now you don't have to do this. I'm just showing you a different way that you could construct this formula. I could then say index. This time I'm looking up the revenue. So instead of selecting this range of cells, I could use the named range. So we can type it in, or we can press the F3 key and select it from here. We're then straight into our match to find that row number. Lookup value is whatever we have in cell H5. Our lookup array, where are we going to find this? Well, we're going to find it in the apps list. Now, because I also have this as a named range, I can press F3 again and choose app. And I want to exactly match the name Instagram in the table. So we've got a 0 on the end. So let's just take a moment to review what we have there, because we've used 2 named ranges in this formula. And the reason why I like to use named ranges is because it does make it a lot easier, particularly if you have a much larger data set than I have here, because it means you're not having to keep selecting cell ranges. You can just use the name. But it also makes formulas a lot easier for anybody who's looking at this spreadsheet to understand. Now I need to add another bracket on the end here, hit enter, and there I get my result. Let's check to make sure this is working. Let's choose something else. Twitter, let's double check in the table, that is in the social media category. Revenue is 17,760 and profit is 800. Now that I've shown you how you can combine the index and match functions to perform a powerful, complex lookup, we're going to see how we can do exactly the same thing in a different way. And when I say in a different way, I mean using 2 brand new functions in Excel 2021, and that is XLookup and XMatch. Now, as I said, these 2 functions are brand new to Excel 2021. And XLookup is really another way of performing a lookup very similar to index and match. So it has all of the same flexibility that we love about index and match, but it's a lot easier to construct. So let's use the same examples, but this time, instead of index and match, we're going to use XLookup. So let's click in our cell. I'm going to type in equals XLookup. Now, the first difference you'll notice here is that we do have a lot more arguments. And it's only the first 3 that are mandatory. All of the others, the last 3, are all optional arguments. Now, we're going to go through all of them just so you can see exactly what they do. But if you just wanted to do a basic lookup, you could just use the first 3 arguments. So the first argument is lookup value. So our lookup value is going to be whatever we have in cell H5, comma. What is our lookup array? So where are we going to find Google Docs? Well, we're going to find it in the apps list. So this is our lookup array. And then we simply need to specify the return array. So what do we want to return? We want to return the category. So all we need to do is select the return array. That is basically it. I could close off my formula, hit enter, and I'm going to get my answer. Now, how much easier is that than doing the same thing using index and match? Now, let's double click to go back into this formula, because I did say I wanted to run through all of these arguments. So the next argument is if not found. So we have some additional things we can specify here. So if the lookup value is not found in the table, we can choose to return a value that we specify. So that might be a piece of text. Remember, text needs to go in quote marks. So I might just want to say here, not found, comma. I can choose what type of match I'm doing. Do I want to do an exact match? Do I want to do an exact match or next smaller item or next larger item? Well, I'm going to do an exact match. I want it to exactly match Google Docs. And then the final optional argument that we have here is the search mode. So with this particular argument, we can choose which way or how we're searching through this table. So I can choose to search from first to last or last to first. Now, if I do first to last, let's type 1 as our final argument, it's going to return the result of productivity. Now we're going to do XLOOKUP again to return the profit and the revenue, but we're going to do this in a slightly different way again. Now, so far we've seen how we can create named ranges and use those in our formulas, but what about if I want to put this data in an Excel table? Well, what I'm going to do is click in my data and press Ctrl T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. Now, I don't particularly like this formatting, so let's change that. That looks a little bit better. And I'm going to give my table a name. So let's call this apps_list and hit enter. So now what I could do when I'm constructing this XLOOKUP, let's do it again. So XLOOKUP. Our lookup value is what we have in cell H5. My lookup array is a table this time. Now I've called my table apps list, so I'm just going to start to type it, double click to select that table. Now it's selected the entire table, but my lookup array is just the app column. So what I can do here is press the square bracket and it's going to show me all of the different columns of that table. So I can then go through and just select the app column. Press the tab key to select it and close that bracket. So now I've isolated that column. Comma, what is my return array? Well, my return array this time, I want to return the profit. So again, I could use my table columns. Let's choose the table, square bracket, and I want to choose the profit column this time. Tab key to select and close that square bracket. Now, if I want to essentially skip over an argument, so I don't particularly want to have any if not found text, I can just press 2 commas to move on to the next argument. I want to do an exact match and I want to search first to last. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to return my result. Let's double check to make sure that this is correct. So let's find Google Docs, and I can see that yes, the profit is 1166. Now for our final XLOOKUP just here, I want to focus in on that search mode, so which way we're searching through our data. So let's do our XLOOKUP one more time. Our lookup value is H5. Our lookup array, well, I'm going to use my table range again. I'm looking up the app in the app column. The return array this time is going to be the revenue. So let's select our table and the column. I'm not going to put in any if not found text. Let's press another comma to go on to the next argument. I want to do an exact match and I'm going to search first to last. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. Now with that search mode, searching first to last, that works perfectly fine for the data that I'm using. But what if I have Google Docs listed twice in this table? So what I'm going to do is on the bottom here, I'm just going to add another row for Google Docs. And we're going to assign it to a different category. So let's say utility. It's going to be Google Docs again. And let's just give it a value of 50,000 with a profit of, let's say, 5,000. Now I'm just going to expand my table out to accommodate that new data. So now effectively I have Google Docs listed twice in this apps list. Now currently, if we use the revenue as an example, it's showing me the revenue of the first Google Docs that it finds in this list because I chose to search from first to last. But if we double click to edit this formula, what I could do is I could change this to something different. So let's do search last to first, -1, and hit enter, and we get a completely different result. This time it's searching from the bottom upwards, and the first Google Docs entry it comes to is this one just here. So it's returning a result of 50,000 for the revenue. So that's how that search mode option works. But as I said, in its most basic form, if you don't want to use all of those optional arguments, you just have 3 arguments: lookup value, lookup array, and return array. Super simple. So now we know what XLOOKUP does. What does XMatch do? Well, XMatch is fairly similar in many ways. We have a lot more arguments than we do when we're using just the basic match. So what I could do up here is if I want to go back to using index and match, I could do an index with an XMatch instead. Our array is the category, so let's select it. And notice that because I have this data in a table, it's automatically going to put the table name and the column name in for me. Row number. Now, if you recall previously, we were using the match function to automate the finding of that row number. But what I could do is use the new XMatch function instead. Again, the last two arguments here are optional arguments. Now, my lookup value is what we have in H5. My lookup array is where I'm going to find that, so that's in this apps list. I can then choose a match mode, so I want to do an exact match. And then I also get that search mode option when using XMatch as well. So I can choose if I want to search from first to last, last to first, or start doing a binary search and sorting in ascending order. So let's do last to first again, -1. Close the bracket, hit enter. I can see that I've forgotten to add an additional bracket on the end, so I'm going to accept the correction. And it pulls back the category of utility because it's finding this entry first because it's searching last to first. Now you can also use XMatch on its own when not combined with index, and it works very similar to the match function on its own. It's basically going to tell you what the row number is. So the arguments are pretty similar. Lookup value. Lookup array is where we're going to find that, which is just here. My match mode is exact, and I'm going to search. Let's do first to last this time. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to tell me what row Google Docs resides in from the top. So pretty much the same results that you get with match, but it's just a little bit more flexible. You have a few more options in there. So that is your introduction to two brand new functions in Excel 2021. In this lesson, we're going to explore how the offset function works. And offset is a function that you'll see quite often used on its own, but a lot of the time you'll see it combined with other functions to produce some really powerful results. So what exactly is the offset function and how does it work? Well, we're going to take a look at a basic example first of all, and then I'm going to show you a more practical way of using offset. Now, the data that we're using in this first example is just some basic sales data for different regions across different months. And what the offset function will basically allow you to do is return a result from a cell that is a specified number of rows or columns away from your starting cell. Now, that is really hard to picture without seeing an example. So let's just click somewhere over here and type in equals offset. Now notice here that we have 5 arguments, and the last 2 are optional arguments because they're in those square brackets. Now the first piece of information, this is the most important piece of information when you're using the offset function, is the reference. You always need to have a starting point, a starting cell, and that cell is used as your reference point. Now, which cell you choose to use as a reference is entirely up to you. But for the purpose of this example, I'm going to use cell A3, comma. The next argument is rows. So what I can say here is I can get this function to move down whatever number of rows I specify. So if I want to, for example, let's say if I want to return the result for the North region for March, I need to move down 3 rows, comma, and I need to go across 1 column, comma. I can then choose the height and the width of my range. So for example, if I choose a height of 1 and a width of 1, that basically means 1 cell. If I was to choose a height of 2 and a width of 2, that would be a selection of 4 cells. So if I close this bracket now and hit enter, I should find that the result I get returned is the March value for the North region. And if I take a look at that just there, that is exactly what I've got. So you specify your starting point, you specify how many rows you want to move down, how many columns you want to move across, and then basically how many cells you want to select from that point. That can be one cell, or it can be multiple cells, a range of cells. So let's do it again and take a look at what happens if we select a range of cells. So equals offset. I'm going to use the same reference point, A3. This time, let's say I want to return the July figures for the South region, and I want to basically return July to December. So rows, how many rows do I need to go down? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to go down 7 rows to get to July. I want to return them from the South region, so I need to go across 2 columns. Now, because I want to return all of the results from July to December, the height is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells effectively. But I only want to return them from 1 column, so it's going to be 1 for the width. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to return all of those results. Those should exactly match what we have just there. Let's do it one more time so you get the hang of this. Equals offset. Let's choose a different reference point this time. Let's choose cell E3, comma. How many rows do I want to go down this time? Well, I'm going to select a random region in the middle. So let's go down to the April value for the East region. So I need to go down 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. Now I need to go back 1 column. So for this, we can use minus values if we need to go back. So minus 1. I can then specify my column height and my column width. Now I'm going to say I want, let's just do 2 and 2. Close the bracket. Let's see what we get. So it's bringing back this range just here. We moved down 4 rows. We moved back 1, and then we said that we wanted a range that was 2 cells in height and 2 cells in width. So that is basically how the offset function works. Now you might be thinking to yourself, okay, I get it, that's totally fine, but how is this function useful to me? Well, let's take a look at a practical example. Now, if we go across to this next spreadsheet, you can see here I have an offset formula and I've combined it with a sum function. And that's what I said, you quite often see offset combined with other functions to create a really powerful formula. Now, what it's done here is it's looking at my little table and it's summing together the last 3 months of sales figures. So basically, these figures just there are being added together to produce this result. Now, why would we use offset just here? Well, it might be that with this data, every month new sales figures get added to the end. And if I was to add another month on the bottom here, so let's just drag this down and let's say 1,500. Notice that the sales figure has now updated to $4,000. So I've added a new value on the end. It's still looking at the last 3 months. So if I select these cells, you can see down in the status bar, the sum is actually 4,000. So it's adjusted the positions once I've added a new value onto the bottom. And I haven't had to change anything in the formula. Now it's done that because I'm using the offset function. So I'm going to undo just to get rid of those values, and let's go through how we constructed this. Now I'm combining offset with sum because I want to basically add up the last 3 months. Now for this example, let's do the last 6 months. That's what I want it to add up. So we need to start this calculation with a sum function and then go straight into our offset. So now we have our arguments. Let's choose a reference point. I'm going to choose cell B3, comma. We now need to specify how many rows we want to count down. Now, if I was just to put something in here like 5, this formula isn't going to work because that number's hard-coded in. It's not going to adjust its position when I add new data onto the bottom. So here, in order to find the rows, we need to do a count A. And we want to count all of the values in this range, B4 to B15, comma. Now I don't want to move across any columns, so I'm going to put a 0 in here. And then the height, well, I want the last 6 months of data. So we're going to go from the bottom because we want the last 6 months, so effectively -6 needs to go in here. And then our last argument is width. Well, it's the width of one column, so we want to have a 1 on the end here. Let's close off our offset and close off our sum and hit enter. So I'm getting a result of 6,300, and if I check that simply by highlighting the last 6 months of values, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's take a look in the status bar. That's the quickest way. The sum calculation there is 6,300, which matches my result in cell E4. Now let's see what happens if I add some more data onto the bottom of this table. So I'm just going to add another month. Let's add a value of 2,000 in there. Now notice that this formula hasn't automatically updated to include that new value, because now the last 6 months, the sum of those 6 months, should equal 7,500, and my result is still showing the old total. Now I can see that I've got a green triangle in the corner, so what I could do is click here, click the triangle, and I could update the formula to include the new cells. That is one way of fixing this problem. The other way that I could fix this would be to modify this formula so that my cell range extends past the last value that I have in here. So instead of B4 to B15, I might change this to something like B23. So let's go up to the formula bar and change B15 to B23. Now if I hit enter, I get the correct result because my new result is being included in the formula. Another way of doing this would be to use a table. So if I click in my data set, Control A, Control T, yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And you can obviously change the formatting of that table if you want to. What I can then do is add another month, and the table auto expands to accommodate that. So when I add in a new total, you can see that now that total automatically updates. Let's just double check that that is exactly the last 6 months. And if I look down in that status bar at that sum total, yes, 10,600. So you have 3 different methods there to get offset to update automatically. You can click on that warning triangle, you can extend the formula past the end of your data, or you can put your data set into a table. So that is a practical use of offset with the sum function. In the last lesson of this section, we're going to take a look at the indirect function. Now, what the indirect function does is it indirectly references another cell to return a result. So let's take a look at a very basic example of indirect in action. So I'm just going to go somewhere down here on the spreadsheet. Let's select cell I10, and I'm going to type in another cell reference. So let's go for, let's say K10 in here. Now in cell K10, maybe I have a number like 300. So what I could do over here is I could use indirect, and notice that we have 2 arguments. The first argument is the reference text. So I could select this cell just here, close the bracket and hit enter, and the result I get is going to be 300 because I've indirectly referenced this cell over here. The indirect function is referencing directly cell I10, but in cell I10 we have a cell reference to cell K10, and cell K10 contains 300, which is why we're getting the result of 300. So that is indirect in its most basic form. So again, you might be looking at that and thinking, okay, I understand that, but how is that going to be useful to me? Well, let's take a look at our first practical example. What I have here are a number of sales managers, And we have the different regions, north, south, east and west, and the amount of sales each of those managers have generated. And basically what I'm trying to do here is in cell H4, I want to pull back the total sales for whatever region I have in cell G4. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, can't you just do a sum calculation here? Well, yes, I could. I could say equals sum. We're looking for the north figures, so I could select this range just here, close the bracket and hit enter, and it's going to give me the total sales for the north region. Notice in the formula that I have the different regions set up as named ranges. Now the drawback with this is if I was to change the region, so let's change that to south, my values don't update because I've got nothing in this formula which is referencing these region names. So I can get around this by using indirect with sum. So we're going to start out with sum and we're going to go straight in to indirect. Now our first argument is the reference text. So the reference text I'm going to use to do this sum calculation is the region that we have stored in cell G4. Let's close off our indirect function and close off our sum. So if I hit enter now, I'm getting the total sales for the south region. And if I select this cell range and take a look down in the status bar, I should find that my sum calculation matches what I have in cell H4, which it does. Now the advantage of doing it this way, because we are indirectly referencing this range of cells via this cell just here, if I change the region, so if I change that to north, the figures are all going to update. So that is one practical example of how you can use the indirect function. Let's look at something now a little bit more complex. Now on this spreadsheet, I have a list of different tours, or the countries that these tours go to, and I have how much those tours have generated in sales from January to July. And right at the bottom, I have a totals row showing me the totals for each of those months. Now what I'm interested in when I'm looking at this worksheet are basically the total sales for the month just gone, so effectively the current sales. So the current sales is always going to be this value here. It's going to be the total for the previous month. Now bear in mind, this data is going to change each month. So next month we're going to have another column in here, which is going to have all of the August figures. So we need to build our formula so that as we add columns of data in, the current sales is always updating. So it always moves across one, across one, across one to grab that total sales figure. And we can use indirect to help us do this. So let's click in cell K4. We're going to type in equals indirect. Now this time we're going to use both of these arguments. Now the first argument here is reference text. Now one thing you need to understand is when you're working in Excel, there are two different ways that you can reference cells. Now the most common way is to use cell references, so A1, B2, C3, so on and so forth. The other way that you can reference cells is to use what we call R1, C1 referencing. And the only difference with this is that R1, C1 lets you specify the row and the column. So if we just come out of here for a moment so you understand what I mean, something that was written out like R10, C2, that would basically mean row number 10, column number 2. That is R1, C1 referencing. Now for this formula that we're constructing, we need to use that style of referencing. So let's type in indirect. There it is. So the reference that we're going to be using this time is R1, C1 style referencing. And what do we actually want to reference? Well, we want to reference the total row. That contains the value that we're interested in. So the total row is row 15, but the column that we're choosing is going to change depending on how many columns of figures we have in this table. And remember, that's going to change each month. So we need to do something a bit different. Now, when we're using this R1, C1 style, we need to put this in quote marks. So the first part of this is fairly straightforward. We want to reference row number 15. But when it comes to the column that we want to reference, I don't know the number of the column because it's going to change each month and we need to allow for that. So I'm going to add some more quote marks, and we're going to use the ampersand to concatenate. And then we're going to go straight into a count A. We're going to get Excel to count the total number of columns in order to find where that last column is. And we're going to count in row 15. Now the reason why I'm selecting the whole row here is because this is going to accommodate any new rows that we add. Let's close the bracket. And then the last argument on the end here for this indirect function is the style of referencing that we're using. Now we're using R1C1 style in this case, so we need a false argument on the end. And let's close off our indirect. Now this is a reasonably complex formula that I'm showing you here. This might be more suited to the advanced Excel course. But I thought I'd throw this in here just so you can kind of get an idea as to how you can combine these functions together to get the result that you need. So let's hit enter and see what we get. What we should get is the total for the last month, which is July. And I can see that yes, we do. Now I'm just going to apply a little bit of formatting so this looks the same. So the way that we've constructed this formula, if I was to add another column in here, so I'm just going to copy this across and let's change this. So we've got August there, and let's change some values so that we have a different total. So let's say 5,000, we'll go 10,000 in here. Let's drag the total across, and would you take a look at that? Now this is updated and it's showing me the new month's total. So we've introduced a lot of new concepts in there. We're just getting our head around how indirect works. We've also introduced the new R1C1 style of referencing, and we've introduced a little bit of concatenation and how you can use count to find the last value in the last column and future-proof this formula a little bit for when you add new columns onto the end. This one is definitely one that you should have a little practice and play around with so that you really understand exactly what you're doing when you're using this style of formula. But hopefully that gives you a better idea as to how indirect works and a couple of practical examples of how you can use it. It's time now for us to do exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in relation to lookup functions. So we have a table on this worksheet that just shows us some athlete names, their bib numbers, the event that they ran in, the route that they took, and the position. So this is really an athlete's finishing table. And what I'd like you to do is in cell H3, I'd like you to create a data validation drop-down list that lists out all of the athletes. And just a quick tip here, all of the athletes in column A are unique, so we don't have any duplicates. I'd then like you to construct a formula using a lookup function of your choice so that when we select an athlete from the drop-down, it's going to return their bib number, the route they took, and their position. And the final thing I'd like you to do is just add some error checking into your formula. So it might be that you add if error, or maybe you add if NA, just to make sure that if there is an error in this data, we're handling that error with a meaningful message. See how you get on with that, and if you want to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is create a data validation drop-down list in cell H3 that lists out all of the athletes. So let's click in cell H3, up to data, and into data validation. Now we want to create a drop-down list, so let's select that from the menu, and our source is going to be the athlete names. So Control-Shift down arrow to select all of them. Let's click on OK. So now I should find that I have my little drop-down list with all of the athletes listed out. Time now to move on to our lookup formula. Now for this example, I'm going to use index and match. But if you'd rather use VLOOKUP or even XLookup, then please feel free. So we're going to do our index, our array. So what are we looking for here? We're looking for the bib number. So our array is going to be the bib number column, B4 to B27, comma. We now need to find the row number. So we're going to go straight in with our match because we're going to match the athlete name. That's going to be our lookup value. We want to match the athlete name in the athlete name column, Control Shift down arrow, comma. We want to do an exact match of the athlete name, close off match, close off index, and hit enter. Now it says NA in there. And if you remember, I said I'd like you to add some error checking into these formulas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight up to the formula bar and we're just going to wrap this in an if NA. And if we do come across an NA, we want it to say not found, like so. So now if I select an athlete, I should find that it either tells me what their bib number is, or if it can't find it in the table, it's going to come up with not found. Let's complete our other two index and match formulas. So equals index. This time we're looking for the root. So that is going to be our array. Control Shift down arrow, comma. We automate the finding of the row number by using match. Our lookup value is whatever we have in H3. We're looking up the athlete name in the athlete name column, and we want to do an exact match. Close off match, close off index, hit enter. And remember, you could also add your error checking into this formula. Let's do the final one. This time I'm going to switch things up and I'm going to use a VLOOKUP. This time I need my lookup value, which I'm going to find in cell H3. My table array, well, this is my table array over here. I'm going to select everything. Which column do I want to return? Well, I want to return the position. And counting from left to right, I can see that this is column number 5. What type of match do I want to do? Well, I want to do an exact match, so we want a false argument on the end. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. Let's double check to make sure this is correct. So let's find Donald Holland. His bib number is 1090. He ran the east loop route and he finished in position number 7. In this section, we're going to talk about sorting and filtering data, because sorting and filtering are two of the primary tools when it comes to helping you analyze your data. And we're going to start out in this lesson by running through how to sort on multiple columns. Now, when we sort our data, it basically allows us to organize our data into a more logical format that is a lot easier for us to read and interpret. And most of us know how to do a basic sort. So for example, if I wanted to sort this table of data by the last name in alphabetical order, I could click in that column, and then I have a few different options when it comes to sorting. I could use my Home tab. Over in the Editing group, I have a Sort and Filter drop-down, and I can choose to sort that column in A to Z order or Z to A. I could also right-click my mouse, and I have sort options in here, once again, A to Z or Z to A. And I have a third option of the data ribbon. In the Sort and Filter group, we have Sort A to Z and Z to A buttons in here. Now, I'm not going to demonstrate those because this is an intermediate course, so by now we should know that that is how you do a basic sort. What I want to focus on in this lesson is how we can do a more advanced sort where we're sorting on multiple columns. So a lot of the time when you're faced with a data set, you don't just simply want to sort by one column, you want to sort by maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. And in fact, you can sort by every single column in your data set if you wanted to. So let's take a look at how we would perform a sort on multiple columns. Now for this particular sort, you don't need to click in any column in particular. And as we're already on the Data tab, I'm going to use the Sort button that we have in the Sort and Filter group. So when we click on this larger button, it's going to open up this little Sort dialog box. And this allows us to choose which columns we want to sort on. So if I click this first one, where we have Sort By, it's going to show me all of the columns that I currently have in my data set. So I want to sort by the last name first of all. I can then choose what I want to sort on. So I can sort on cell values, cell color, font color, or a conditional formatting icon. Now, in this example, we're going to sort on the cell value, and then I can choose my sort order, A to Z, Z to A, or using a custom list. And I'm going to show you how to sort using custom lists in the next lesson. For the time being, I'm just going to sort by last name, A to Z. Now, if I then want to sort by another column, I can simply add a level and then repeat this process. So once we've sorted by last name A to Z, I might then want to sort by the city on the cell values A to Z. Add another level, and this time let's sort by the town on the cell values, but this time let's do Z to A. And I could carry on going in the same way. If I want to copy a level, I can. I have a copy level button above, and that's just going to give me another one just here. If I want to delete a sort, I can select it and click Delete Level. And I can also reorder my sorts. So if I decide that I want to sort by the town first of all, I can select it and move it up to the top of the list. Now I don't, so let's put that back down again. And then we have an options button in here as well, which allows us to specify if our sort is case sensitive, and we can also choose the orientation of our data. So when I have my data organized in this way, so vertically with my column headings in the columns, I want to sort top to bottom. But if I had my data organized horizontally, I could choose to sort from left to right. So don't forget about that options button. So let's click on OK and see how that affects our data set. Well, there we go. So the first sort I did was to sort by last name A to Z, and I can see that yes, that looks to be correct. I'm then sorting by city A to Z. So this becomes more obvious when we go down to a last name where we have two entries. So here we have two entries where the last name begins with C, and these two should be in alphabetical order. So East Sussex and then London. The same here for Hernandez because we have two of them. These are in A to Z order. And then finally we sorted by town Z to A. So our sort appears to be working correctly. Now you're not just limited to performing multiple sorts using the cell value. For example, if I had some rows in my data that had a background fill, so I'm just going to go through and let's just fill these. Let's fill them with a bright yellow. Just going to do a few rows just here like that. What I could do if I wanted to bring all of the highlighted rows to the top is I can sort by the cell color. So once again, let's right click this time and take a look at a different way of getting to our sort options. I can right click, go to sort and custom sort. And what I'm going to do is just delete out the current sorts that we have applied. So now I can add a level. I can choose to sort by, and let's go for last name again, but this time instead of sorting on the cell values, I'm going to sort by the cell color, and then I get an additional box just here called order, and that's going to pick up all of the background fill colors that I have in this data set. So I only have one, so I want to sort by the yellow background fill, and I want to place those items at the top of the list. Let's click on OK, and it pulls those to the top. Now I'm going to undo a few times just to remove that yellow background shading because the same works if the font is a different color as well. So let's just make these, a few of these red, for example, those ones just there. And this time we're going to use the home ribbon in the editing group, sort and filter, and custom sort. Once again, I'm going to delete out all of these current sort levels, add a new level. I'm going to sort by the last name, but this time we're going to sort by font color. Now when I click the drop down here, you can see I have two options because my heading rows contain a light blue colored font. So I want to sort by the red font entries. I want them on top, click on OK, and those are pulled to the top of the list. And in the same way, if I had conditional formatting icons in any of these cells, on the conditional formatting icon and bring those entries to the top of the list as well. So pretty easy to sort. Have a little play around with that and see how you get on. So now we know how to sort on one column or multiple columns. The final sort option I want to show you is how to sort using your own custom list. Now what do we mean by sorting using a custom list? Well, it might be that you have a data set that you want sorted in a very specific way, one that is outside the boundaries of simply sorting A to Z or Z to A. For example, if we take column A just here, you can see that I basically have 3 items: Miss, Mrs, and Mr. Now, if I want to sort this dataset A to Z, I can right-click, go to Sort and A to Z, and it's going to put the Misses at the top, the Misters in the middle, and the Misses at the bottom. If I right-click and sort Z to A, it's going to put the Misses at the top, the Misters in the middle, and the Miss at the bottom. Now, in either of those 2 options, I don't get Mr at the top of my sort. And what if I actually need that? Maybe I need to sort this list by Mr first, then Miss, then Mrs. Well, this is where we can use a custom sort. Now, the first thing you would need to do here is basically write out or type out your list in the sort order that you prefer. So, in a blank cell somewhere over here, I'm going to write my sort order. So I want Mr first, then I want Miss, and then I want Mrs. And I can set this up as a custom list. So to create a custom list, we need to go into File, down to Options, and into our Advanced Settings. Now, if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, and it is quite a way down, in the General section, we can edit our custom lists. And custom lists are basically those lists that when you type the first one in, you can then use your fill handle to drag down and complete the others. And you might be more familiar with that when you're typing in dates or months of the year. You can see that I also have some other custom lists that I've created in here as well. So I'm going to set up my sort order as a custom list. And because I have them typed out in the cells over here, I can choose to import them. Now, you don't have to import them from cells in a spreadsheet. You could choose to create your own new list and simply type the entries in this box here. But we're going to import them, so let's just simply select the list and click Import. So there is my new custom list. Let's click on OK. And OK again. So now I have those set up as a custom list. What I can do is use that custom list as the sort order for my data. So on the Home tab, let's go to Sort and Filter and into Custom Sort. So now I'm going to sort by the title. I want to sort on the cell values, but the order I want to use is determined by a custom list. I can then just simply select my custom list, click on OK, click on OK again, and it's applied my very specific sort order. Now, if I was to go and delete these entries from here, let's just delete those out, it doesn't affect that sort order at all. It's time now to talk about 2 new functions in Excel 2021, and that is sort and sort by. So now, instead of using ribbons and commands in order to perform a sort, we actually have some very specific functions which are going to help us sort. And sort by are brand new functions in the latest version of Excel, and they're part of a list of new dynamic array functions. Now, both of these functions are classed as lookup and reference functions. So if you're looking for them in the functions library, you'll find them in the lookup and reference group all the way at the bottom here, sort and sort by. So let's have a quick demonstration of both of these so you can see how they work and how they might be useful to you. So let's start out with the sort function. Now, the data that we're going to sort is, again, some very basic data. We have some students, we have the block that they reside in, an exam that they've taken, and their pass mark. And we're going to use the sort function to sort these results. Now, previously, when we've been doing sorts, we've been right-clicking and selecting different commands to use here. And all of these commands really rely on you already having your data in the table in order to sort it. Now, with the sort function and also the sort by function, we can basically output this data into a different range of cells, but the data that we output is going to be sorted as we want it to be organized. So what I've done here is I've copied across the column headings into another range of cells. And we're going to use the sort function to sort this data. So let's click in block and type in equals sort. Now we have 4 arguments here, and notice that 3 of those are optional arguments. The only one that's mandatory is the array. Now the array is basically the cell range that contains the data that you want to sort. So for this sort, my array is going to be all of this information just here. Now notice that I'm not including the column headings there. I don't want those included in my sort. Now because that is the only mandatory argument, I could stop my formula there and close the bracket. And if I hit enter, it's going to sort my results effectively by that first column. The default is to sort my results by the first column, A to Z. So this list is now sorted by the block in A to Z sort order. Now that might be absolutely fine, and if that's what you want to do, then you can just leave it just there with one argument. However, what if I want to sort by one of the other columns? So maybe I want to sort by their mark in descending order. So I have the highest mark at the top going all the way down to the lowest. So let's undo. This is where we can use some of these other arguments. So I'm going to select my array again. That's this range just here, comma, sort index. So this is where I tell Excel what column I want to sort by. And much like VLOOKUP, which numbers columns from left to right, this works in the same way. So my sort index is going to be a column number. So if I want to sort by the mark column, that is column number 4, comma. The sort order is where I can specify if I want to sort in ascending order or descending order. Well, I want to sort in descending order because I want the highest pass mark at the top going down to the lowest. So my argument here is -1. And then the final argument on the end, which again you don't have to put in, is if I want to sort by the column or sort by the row. And I will say the majority of the time you're going to sort by the row, so we want a false argument on the end there. Let's close our bracket and hit enter and see what we get. So now I have my results sorted in descending order by the mark. So very simple and straightforward. And because these are dynamic arrays, it means that if any of this data changes, then my sort is also going to update. So if I make a change to, let's say, the block just here, maybe I want to have East Wing in here and hit enter. Notice how it's also changed in the sorted results. Now I'm going to undo that. Now what if I added another entry on the bottom here? Is my sort going to update? Well, let's add East Wing at the bottom and press Tab. Notice that it doesn't update. Now I could get around this problem by putting this data in a table first of all. Because remember, with tables, they auto expand to accommodate any new information. So let's do this again, but let's put our data into a table first of all. So Control T to create a table. Yes, my table has headers. Click on OK. You could go in and change that formatting. I'm not going to bother right now. Let's do our sort. So let's say equals sort. I want to sort by this range just here. And notice now, because I have this data in a table, it's giving me the table name, which is simply table 2 because I haven't renamed it. My sort index, well, this time let's sort on the student name A to Z. So the student name column is column number 2. I'm going to sort A to Z, so I'm going to say ascending order, and I don't really need the last argument on the end, so let's just close the bracket and hit enter. So now I have this list sorted by student A to Z, and because this is in a table, if I add another entry on the bottom, so let's say East Wing, as soon as I press Tab, take a look at that, it automatically adds it to the bottom of this list. Let's just add the rest of these details, like so. So think about incorporating tables if you want everything to dynamically update. Now, when I'm making my table array selection just here, I don't necessarily always have to select the entire dataset. For example, if I just wanted to extract the block and the student name, When I do my sort over here, when it comes to the array argument, I don't have to select the entire table. I could select just the columns that I want to sort. So block and student. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. Again, notice what I have in my formula. It's giving me my formula name and then both of the column names. I want to sort by the student name. So that is column number 2. And this time let's sort in descending order, -1. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we have our information sorted. And just another point on that, if I wanted to sort by these 3 columns, so let's just copy and paste those over there. When I do the sort this time, my array, I only need the student, the exam, and the mark, so I can select this array just here. Now, when it comes to the next argument where we select the column isn't going to be column number 2, it's column number 1 of the selected array. So our sort index, in this case, if we want to sort by the student, is going to be column number 1, and then we can do our sort order, let's say ascending, and hit enter. So a few different examples there of how to use that sort function. Now, one little thing here is you cannot perform a sort on non-contiguous columns. So you can't sort data that isn't next to each other. So for example, I couldn't have 2 column headings over here for, let's say, student and also mark, because the student column and the mark column have an exam column in between. They're not adjacent, they're not next to each other. So now we know how sort works, let's take a look at sort by, because it's a very similar thing. Now, this function will allow us to specify which column we want to sort by, so kind of similar to sort in many ways. We have the same data, so let's see what sort by can do for us. Now, the first argument here is the array. So again, I'm going to select all of the data that I want to sort. Our next argument is by array 1. So I can go in and choose the column that I want to sort by. So maybe I want to sort by the mark, so we're going to select this column, and then we need to provide the sort order. So I want to go from 100 down to the lowest mark, so we're going to say in descending order -1, comma. My next argument is by array 2, so this method allows me to sort by multiple columns, because my by array 2 argument will let me go in and select another column, a second column to sort by. So this time I'm going to sort by the block. So let's select that column. And I'm going to do that in ascending order, which is a 1 argument on the end. And I could carry on going. Let's do another column. I can choose another column to sort by. So let's do the student name. And I'm going to sort A to Z, which is a 1 on the end there. Now I'm going to leave it there. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And there is my sorted list. I'm sorting by mark, then by block, and then by student. So now we've had a thorough look at sorting our data, it's time to move on to filtering. Now, most of us are familiar with using the drop-down arrows to filter our datasets and extract exactly the information that we're interested in. But did you know that there is also an advanced filter option? And in my opinion, this is one of the most underrated commands in Excel, because it's not something I see talked about very often. So let's take a look at how the advanced filter works, because it has many uses. Now, in this first example, I'm going to show you how you can use the advanced filter to extract a unique list of values from your dataset. So if we take a look at the table on the left-hand side, I have a list of sales reps, I have the region that they belong to, and then their sales information. Now notice here in the sales rep column, I have the sales rep names repeated over and over again. So technically there's only roughly 5 sales reps, they're just repeated throughout this data. Now maybe I want to extract from this column just a unique list of all of the sales reps. And I find this is something I have to do all the time. Now we can extract a unique list using Excel's advanced filter. So let's take a look at that first of all. So if I click somewhere over here, I'm going to say unique list of sales reps. And then underneath here, I just want the 5 or so names of the sales reps. So what we can do here is jump up to the Data tab, and in the Sort and Filter group, we have an Advanced Filter option. And you can see here with the screen tip, it says it contains options for filtering using complex criteria. So let's click on Advanced. Now, the thing with this advanced filter, when this little pane opens up, is it does hold in it the last criteria you used. So we're going to delete that out in a moment. But the first thing we need to specify is what action we want to perform. Now, do I want to filter this list in place, or do I want to copy it to another location? Well, I want to extract a unique list of the sales rep names to a different cell. So we want to copy to another location, and then we have 3 blank fields to complete. Now, when you're extracting a unique list of records, we only actually need to complete 2 of these. And the first one is the list range. So where are the values that we want to extract? Well, they're in the sales rep column. Now, for this one, we don't need to specify any criteria, but we do need to let Excel know where we want to copy these unique values to. And I want to copy them to this cell just here, F11. And the most important thing is to make sure you select Unique Records Only. When we click on OK, take a look at that. I now have my unique list. Now, there is a way to do the exact same thing by using a formula. And this is, again, one of those new formulas in Excel 2021. And I'm going to show you how that works in the next lesson. But for the time being, you can also use your advanced filter to extract a unique list of values. Now, what else can we use this advanced filter for? Because that is by no means all we can do with this. Well, let's jump across to our next worksheet where we have the same data. We can also use the advanced filter to extract values based on specific pieces of criteria. And the way this works is you have to have your criteria listed out in your spreadsheet. So you can see here in this little table over here, I want to extract from this table all of the records where the region is Asia and the sales total is greater than 7,000. And we can do this again using our advanced filter. So I'm going to click somewhere underneath. Let's click on Advanced. Now I want to copy to another location, so let's make sure we select that underneath Action, and then I'm just going to delete out all of this old criteria. Now for this one, we are going to utilize all 3 of these boxes. Now the first thing we want to select is the information we want to extract. Well, I want to extract the date, the sales rep, the region, and the sales information. So basically everything in my table. So my list range is going to be my entire table. I then need to specify my criteria range. And I have my criteria listed in this small table just above, so I need to select the entire little table. Then I can specify where I want to copy these results to. So let's click on cell F9. I don't need to select unique records this time, because that's not what we're doing. All I need to do here is click on OK. And take a look at that. I now have a filtered list that's showing me just the records where the region is Asia and the sales are over 7,000. So effectively what we've done here is a filter using AND criteria. Filter for Asia and sales greater than 7,000. Now I can also filter using OR criteria. So let's take a look at what that would look like as well. So I'm just going to clear everything from here and let's change our filter criteria. Now, if you want to do an OR, your criteria needs to be listed one above the other. So maybe I want to filter for records where the sales rep is Ben or Deb. And let's just keep our formatting consistent. Let's just apply that. And let's also apply that like so. So now I have these in here, it's going to do an OR filter. So let's go back to our Data tab, into Advanced, and we're basically going to do a very similar thing. We're going to copy to another location, and let's remove all of these. I like to start from a clean slate. Our list range, well, we want to pull back all of the information, so we select the entire table. Our criteria range is this table just here, and we want to copy to this cell and click on OK. And now I should find that my filtered results are only for the sales reps Ben or Deb. So that is how the advanced filter works. It's great for extracting unique lists of information, but it's also great for filtering data using more complex criteria. In the last lesson, I showed you how you can use the advanced filter to extract a unique list of values. And I mentioned in that lesson that now in Excel we have a brand new for Excel 2021 function that'll do exactly the same thing. And not surprisingly, it's called the unique function. And I have to say that if I need to extract a list of unique values, this is my go-to method. I don't tend to use the advanced filter as much as I do unique. And I'm sure this is one of those functions that you're going to find yourself using all the time. Now, the unique function does exactly the same as the advanced filter. It lets us extract a unique list of values. So if I want to use the unique function to extract a unique list of all of the sales reps, all I need to do is click in a cell and type equals unique. Press the tab key. Notice I have 3 arguments. Now, the last 2 arguments are optional arguments. They're showing in square brackets. So if you simply just want to extract a unique list, you only need to specify the array argument. So the array argument is basically the column that contains the unique values, B5 to B28. So all I need to do is select it, close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my unique list of values. And because this is a dynamic array, if any of these were to change, this list is going to update as well. So if I was to change one of these to Mark, you can see it now adds Mark onto the end of the unique list of sales reps. Now, once again, if I was to add something to the bottom of this list, so if I just drag this down and let's say Matthew, it's not going to update that unique list because we've chosen to extract this unique list from this range only. It stops short of any new items added onto the end. So of course we could combine this with a table which will auto expand and our dynamic array will update automatically. So let's just take a look at that. Let's click in our data, Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. Now I'm going to give my table a name. So let's click on Table Design. And in the table name group, let's call this Sales Reps and hit Enter. So now I can use this table and this will be completely dynamic. So I want to extract my unique list from the Sales Rep column. And notice because I've put this data into a table, the annotation is different. It's showing me the table name, which is Sales Reps, and then I have the column that I've selected in square brackets. So if I close this and hit enter, I get that same unique list. But if I was to add another entry on the bottom, so let's just drag this down and add in Matthew, when I press the tab key, you can see that that unique list now dynamically updates. So just bear that in mind when you're working with this unique function. Now, as I mentioned, when you're using unique, there are some other arguments, some optional arguments that we have. So let's just take a look at how those work. So let's type equals unique again. The array, well, let's stick with the sales rep column, comma. Now I can specify if I want to return unique columns or unique rows. So if I was to choose the true argument here to return the unique columns, if I had column headings that were repeated running across the top, I could use the true argument just to extract the unique columns. I will say that most of the time you're going to use this to return unique rows, and that is in fact the default if you don't specify this option. So let's just type in false. And the last argument we have here allows us to either return items that appear exactly once in our range or return every distinct item. So if I want to return the 6 individual sales reps, I would use the false argument. And again, that one is the default if you don't specify anything. But what about if I just wanted to see sales reps that appeared exactly once in my selected range? And because I've just added Matthew on the bottom here, he only occurs once in this list. So if I just wanted to see Matthew, I could use true on the end here because it's going to pull back values that occur exactly once. Hit enter. Oh, I actually have two. Yes, I do. I've got Mark in here. He only occurs once as well, and also Matthew. So those are the additional arguments that you have when using the unique function, a super useful function that I think you're going to find yourself using all the time. In the final lesson of this section, I'm going to show you how you can use yet another new function in Excel 2021. There are so many of them in this latest release. And that is the filter function. Now we've seen how we can use our drop-down arrows to filter. We've seen how we can use the advanced filter to extract filtered results. And now I'm going to show you how you can utilize the filter function to do a similar thing. So let's start out basic and then we'll build up into a more complex filter. So we're going to use our good old student data again. And what I'm aiming to do here is I want to filter for all students who sat the English exam. And I want to output that list of students into this range of cells over here. And we're going to use the filter function in order to do that. So let's click in cell H5 and type in equals filter. Now for this particular function, we have 3 arguments with the last one being optional. Now the first argument here is the array. So what results do we want returned? Well, I actually want all of the results returned because I want to know the block, the student, the exam, and the mark. So the array is going to be everything in this table, A5 to D29. And remember, if you do want to make this completely dynamic, then you can put this data into a table beforehand. Comma. Now we need to tell Excel what we want to include. So this is effectively where we specify what we're filtering by. Now we're filtering by the exam English. So we need to say we want to include the exam, and we select the range here, when it equals English. Now I've got mine listed out in a cell. If you wanted to hard code this in, you could just simply type in English in here and put it in quote marks, and it would effectively do exactly the same thing. But as we have it listed in a cell, I'm going to use the cell reference. Now those are the only 2 mandatory arguments, so I could close off my bracket and get my results. But let's just take a look at that final optional argument, if empty. So what we can do here additionally is specify what we want it to say if the result of this filter is nothing. So if it doesn't match the word English in this table, what do we want it to say? So I'm just going to say, just produce a blank cell. So 2 quote marks. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and see what we get. Now take a look at that. I'm now getting a list of all of these students that sat the English exam. So this works really well. And if anything changes within this data, then this is going to update. But if we add new values to the bottom, we would need to make sure that this data is in a table in order to get our filter to update dynamically. So that is how you can use the filter function when you have one piece of criteria. So in the next example, let's take a look at how we can filter by multiple pieces of criteria, multiple columns effectively. So let's jump across to the next worksheet. So now let's just delete out these results. I have pretty much the same thing, but we've added in a piece of criteria. Now we want to filter for all the students that sat the English exam who reside in the West block. So we have 2 pieces of criteria, so we need to structure our formula in a slightly different way. So let's type in equals and filter. Again, the first thing we need to specify here is our array. What do we want to return? Well, I want to return everything, so we're going to select all of the data. Now we need to specify what we want to include. So this is where we set up our filter, or in this case, filters, because we have 2. Now, because we have multiple filters, we need to enclose them within brackets. So our first filter is the exam. So we need to select the exam range, and that needs to equal English. Close our bracket. That is our first filter. We now need to specify our second filter, and we separate our two filters with a multiplication sign. Let's open our bracket and do our next filter. So this second filter, we're filtering for the block West. So we need to select the block range, and that needs to equal West. Close off the bracket. Now I could carry on going. If I had more pieces of criteria, I would just type in another multiplication sign and carry on going. But we only have two in this example. Let's press comma and let's specify what we want it to say if it doesn't find any records. Now this time I wanted to say no records, and that needs to go in quotes and close off our bracket. Let's hit enter, and there we go, we have our results list. And if this exam changes, so maybe now I want to see the results for the French exam, that's going to update, and the East block. Maybe I want to see results for the maths exam. Now take a look at that. The maths exam for the East block has no records. Now I do have a small typo there, so let's just retype that to make sure that that still works. Yes, it does. So this is all extremely dynamic. Now in the final example of using filter, I want to apply 3 filters this time, but I also want to sort my results. And we can do this by combining the filter and the sort functions together. So this time I want to filter for all students that sat the English exam who are located in the West block and who have a pass mark that's greater than 50. So let's click, and the first thing we need to type in here is we need to type sort and then go straight into our filter. What are we filtering for? What do we want to return? Well, we want to return everything in this list, comma. Now we can set up our filters, and this time we have 3 separate filters. Now remember, if you have multiple filters, they need to be enclosed in brackets. So our first filter is going to be when the exam equals English. That's our first filter. We separate our separate filters with an asterisk, and now we can specify our second filter. So when the block equals West, close off that filter, and we have a third one, so asterisk again, open a bracket. When the mark is greater than 50, close the bracket, comma. We now have that optional argument where we can specify what we want it to return if it doesn't find any results. So I'm just going to say once again, no records. Let's close off our filter, and we're now back into our sort. So this is where we can specify exactly how we want this list sorted. And what I'm going to say is here, once I get my filtered results, I want to sort them in descending order by the mark. So the first argument for sort is the array. Now the array is going to be generated by that filter function. So we can press comma to move on to the next argument. This is where we specify the sort index, so the column that we want to sort by. And remember, when we were looking at sort numbers columns from left to right. So I want to sort by the mark column, which is column number 4. Comma. Now I can specify if I want to sort in ascending or descending order. Well, I want to sort in descending order, so we want a -1 in here, comma. We do have an optional argument on the end here. We don't actually need this, so I'm not going to add it. Let's close off our sort, hit enter, and take a look at our results. So we're only seeing the English exam for the West block, and the marks are all above 50, and they're sorted in descending order by the mark. So if I change this filter and take this mark up to 80, you can see my results update. Let's put that back down to 50. If I change the block to East, I get one result. If I change the exam to French, I get a different set of results. So we've managed to really effectively combine their filter and sort to get a really nice filtered and sorted list using dynamic functions. It's time now to do exercise 3, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section on sorting and filtering. So there are a couple of different things I'd like you to do here. Once again, we have on the left-hand side just a small table. It shows me some countries listed out, the regions those countries belong to, the revenue and the profit that they've generated. And the first thing I'd like you to do here is I'd like you to create a unique list of all of the regions. And I'd like you to do that using an Excel function. And then once you have that unique list, I'd like you to use that list to create a data validation drop-down list in cell F4. And then finally, if we cast our eyes over to the right-hand side, notice that I have the same column headings running across the top. I'd like you to create a filter that filters results by the region selected in cell F4. And I'd like you to include a meaningful message so that if there are no records, we don't get an error, we get a message that says no records. So to give you a little bit of an idea as to which direction to go in, you're going to need to be using the unique function and also the filter function to complete this exercise. And then the second part of this exercise is sorting data. So once again, we have similar information, and I want you to use the SORTBY function to sort the athletes by route and position in ascending order. So now is the time to pause the video, give the exercise a go, and if you get stuck or you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to create a unique list of the regions. So to do this, I'm going to kind of go over here. So I'm in a blank space, and I'm going to use the unique function. Now for this, all we need to do is to select the range. So we want a unique list of the regions. So Control Shift down arrow. I'm working up in the formula bar now. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there is my unique list. So now I want to use this unique list to create a data validation drop-down list in cell F4. So let's click in cell F4, up to data, into data validation. We're going to create a list, and the source for our list is going to be our unique list in column M. Click on OK. And now I have my little drop down arrow and I can select my different regions. Remember, if you don't want these visible in column M, you can simply right click and hide that column. Now the second part of this exercise was to create a filter that filters the results by the regions selected in F4. And I wanted you to add a meaningful message if there are no records. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use the filter function. Now for this, our array is going to be everything that we have in this table, and then we need to tell the function what it is we want to include. So I basically want to include all the records where the region is Australasia. So I'm going to include the region when it's equal to whatever we have in cell F4, comma. What do I want it to do if it's empty? Well, I want to add a message that says no records, and close the bracket. Let's hit enter. And would you take a look at that? It's picked out all of those results from the table. And because this is dynamic, if I change the region to Europe, I'm going to get an updated list of results. The second part of this exercise was to sort our data. And I wanted you to use the SORTBY function to do this. And I'm going to sort the athletes by their route and position in ascending order. So once again, in cell G4, we're going to use the SORTBY formula. My array, well, this is going to be all of my data. So let's select everything that we have in here. I'm going to work up in that formula bar. comma. What do I want to sort by? Well, I want to sort by two things. I want to sort by the root and position in ascending order. So the by array 1 argument is going to be the root. So let's select everything that we have just there, comma. Sort order 1. Well, I want to sort in ascending order. So we're going to add a 1 just there, comma. By array 2. So now I want to sort by the position. So we're going to select the position column, comma, and I want to sort by ascending order again. So a 1 on the end there. Close the bracket, hit enter, and would you take a look at that? We're now sorting by root first of all in alphabetical order. So I have east loop first and then west loop, and then we're sorting by the position. In this section of the course, we're going to delve into date and time in a little bit more detail. And we're going to take a look at some date and time functions a bit later on in this section. But in this introductory lesson, I just want to make sure that we all understand the theory behind dates and times in Excel, because it does work a little bit different. So on this worksheet, I have a small table with 3 column headings: short date, long date, and time. Now, currently, I don't have any date or time formatting applied to these numbers. And this is the first rule when it comes to dates and times in Excel. They are essentially just plain numbers underneath. They become dates and times when we apply the appropriate formatting. So if you've ever received a spreadsheet from a colleague or a client and you've looked in the date column and you see numbers which look something similar to this and you've wondered why those were there, it's because this column doesn't have date formatting applied to it. If I take a look up on the home ribbon in the number group, you can see that currently I just have general formatting applied. So whilst these are dates, they're not displaying correctly because I don't have date formatting applied. Now, what exactly are these numbers? Well, the way that Excel works is that it takes the 1st of the 1st, 1900 as day number 1, and all days are numbered from that point respectively. So the numbers that you see in here are basically the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. And if you have incorrect formatting applied to date cells, you're going to see that underlying number as opposed to the actual date. Now notice if I select this column of numbers, go to my numbering drop-down, I have 2 options in here, short date or long date. So let's start out by applying short date format, and now those look a little bit better. We could do a similar thing but apply a long date format as well. So we have those same numbers. Let's go to the drop down and we can apply long date format. I need to make this column a little bit wider by double clicking, and now I get the longer version of the date. And there are tons of different date and time formats that we can use, which we're going to take more of a look at in the next lesson. Now in the 3rd column just here, we have some times. And these look a little bit different from the dates, but they are effectively still numbers. But the difference with times is that when we don't have time formatting applied, which we don't in this column, we just have general formatting applied again, all times are a fraction of 1. So let me show you what I mean by that. I've got this little fractions column just here, and I've just added some numbers. So we have 0, then 0.25, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, all the way up to 1. Now, if I just select these, and let's just make a copy of those cells, if I apply time formatting to these, like so, you're going to see what those fractions equate to. So 12 AM, according to Excel, is 0. 0.25, which is essentially a quarter of a 24-hour period to Excel, is 6 AM. 0.3 is 7:12. 0.5, so halfway through the day, is 12 PM. And then when we get to number 1, we're back to 12 AM. So Excel stores times as values between 0 and 1. They're effectively fractions. So again, if you see a spreadsheet that has times that look something like this is what those numbers represent. Now let's apply the correct formatting to these as well. I'm going to press Ctrl Shift down arrow to select all of the data, up to the drop down, and this time we're going to use time, and now those times look a little bit better. So that is the basis of how Excel stores dates and times in your spreadsheet. They're stored as values, and we get them to look like dates and times by applying the correct formatting. So now we understand how dates and times are stored in Excel. Let's move on to taking a bit of a closer look at custom formatting. And I'm also going to show you just a couple of little really useful keyboard shortcuts for quickly applying some common date functions. So if we start at the top of this spreadsheet, you can see I have a little table here. It says date, time, date and time. Now I'm going to show you a couple of functions here which are a really quick way of inputting today's date and today's time. And I'm going to show you a couple of different methods, one dynamic and one not. Now, if you want to put today's date into a cell, there is a formula to help us do that. And that formula is simply called today. Now, the today formula doesn't have any arguments, but we do still need to have an open bracket and a closed bracket on the end. Now, if I hit enter, it's going to show me today's date. Now, when you're using this formula, this is a dynamic formula, which means it's going to update according to your system time. So if I was to open this worksheet tomorrow, that date is going to have changed to tomorrow's date. Now, more often than not, that's super useful because it means you're not having to update it every single day. But there are occasions where you might want to hard code that date into a cell. So, for example, in the accounting industry, a lot of time there is a need to have a historical date in the spreadsheet. So we can still use the today function for that, but we need to use the keyboard shortcut as opposed to typing the function in. So if I want to hard code into the cell today's date, meaning it's never going to change, the keyboard shortcut is Control semicolon. Now I have similar functions for the time as well. So if I want to input into a cell the current time, which updates automatically, depending on the day and the current time, I would use the function called now. And again, this is a function that has no arguments. We can simply input it, and it's going to give us the date and the time. If I want to hard code the time into a spreadsheet so that it doesn't change, again, we can use a keyboard shortcut, Control Shift semicolon. Now, if I wanted to hard code both the date and the time into this spreadsheet, I can just combine those keyboard shortcuts. So I would enter the date, first of all, Control semicolon, space, and then the time, Control Shift semicolon, and hit enter. Now, what about if I wanted to change the formatting on these dates and times? For example, the date that we have at the top here. Currently, I have date formatting selected, and I'm using short date format. Now, we've already seen how we could change that to long date format if we wanted to, simply by selecting that option. But we do have more options underneath the Custom tab in Formatting. Now, to get to Custom, you can either click the drop down and go to More Number Formats at the bottom, or alternatively, you can click on the little diagonal arrow in the corner and go to the Number tab. And right at the bottom here, we have a Custom section. And this is really where you can customize the formatting that's applied to the cell. And you can really go to town here. Now, it's worth noting that these aren't just for dates and times. You can customize formatting for pretty much anything that you have in a cell, but there is a little group down here specifically related to dates and times. Now, if we click on this first one, you can see the format there is month, day, and year. And in the sample just above, it's going to show us how that's going to affect the value that we have in the selected cell. If I click on the one below, that's going to change it to a completely different format. So now we have 8 Jan 22. The next one down is just 8 Jan. The next one down, Jan 22. And you'll notice these are kind of set out as little pieces of code. So the D stands for the day, the M stands for the month, and the Y stands for the year. And how many of these you type in changes the format of this date. So if I decided I wanted this format where we have the word Jan, which equates to 3 M's, if I wanted that to say Jan 2022, I don't have a preset option for that, but I could change it up here. Now, because I just have two Ys, it's giving me the last 2 characters of the year. If I add another Y, take a look at what happens just above. I get the full year. If I add another one, if that makes more sense to you, it's going to stay the same thing. So you can completely customize how your formatting looks. Let's click on OK. I could do the same for the date and the time. Now, I think in this one, I'm just going to add the time. So let's just do Control-Shift, semicolon. So we just have the time in here. Now, my time is currently displaying as 11:38 p.m. But again, I could jump into Custom and I could use one of these time options down here. So if I want to display it in a 24-hour clock, I have an option for that. If I want to display the seconds, I can do that, so on and so forth. So I think I'm going to display it using the 24-hour clock and click on OK. Let's apply some more custom formats to our invoice tracker table below. Now I'm going to select all of these dates, and this time I'm going to click the drop down, more number formats, and let's go to custom. So what about if I want to display this date as 01/04/2020? Well, let me have a quick look through some of these. I don't think I have one that looks exactly as I want it to look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to this type field. I'm going to add in another M, see what that does. That's exactly right. 01 is displaying now. So if I go to D and add another D, I get the 04. And if I just wanted it to say 01/04/20, I could delete out 2 of these Ys and click on OK. And I've completely customized that formatting. Now, custom formatting can get a lot more complex than what we've done just there. But in terms of this intermediate course, that's pretty much all you're going to need to know at this stage. So jump into custom formatting, have a little play around with some dates and times, and really make sure you understand how you can modify the formatting so that your values look exactly the way you want them to look. In this lesson, we're going to blast through some of the most useful date and time functions in Excel. And we're pretty much going to cover most of the date and time functions that you're going to come across. So on this worksheet, we have a column A, that contains a date. And this date is currently in short date format. And we then have an invoice total. And what I want to do is I want to extract certain parts of this date into separate columns. And we're going to do this using date functions. Now, the majority of these that I'm going to show you rely on the fact that we have the full date in column A, because we're going to use this column as our reference point to extract the various different parts of this date. So effectively, we're breaking up this date into its different parts. And I'm going to show you a function in a moment that kind of does the opposite. So if you have things like the day number, the month number, and the year, how you can combine them all together into a short date format. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's run through all of these different functions. So in column C, we want to extract the day number from the date in column A. So we have a function called day. Now notice there is only one argument for this, and that is serial number. And this is slightly misleading because what Excel means by a serial number is just the cell that contains the date. So in this case, A4. Close the bracket, hit enter. It's extracting the day part of this date. So in this case, 10. I can then double click, which is going to copy that formula down and extract the days for the rest of the date. Super easy. Now, what if I want to extract the day name from this date? And what I mean by the day name is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so on and so forth. Now, this works in a slightly different way, because if the answer that you want to extract from a date is a text-based answer, such as the day name or maybe the month name, you need to use the text formula. This function has two arguments, value and then format text. Now, the value, again, is just the cell that we want to extract from. And then we need to provide the format for this day. So this is where those MMMs and DDDs come in again. So if we're extracting the day, we want to use the D, but how many Ds we use will determine if I get MON, M-O-N, or Monday. And this needs to go in quote marks because it is essentially text. Now if I type in 3 Ds first of all and close my quotes and hit enter, I'm going to get the short version of the day name. Let's double click to edit. If I was to add another D in here and hit enter, I get the long day name. And then I can double click to copy that down. So just remember that when you're trying to extract things from dates, if it's text, you need to use the text function. Let's move across to the next column because this time we want to extract the month number. And for this, we use the month function. Again, one argument, which is the serial number, A4, close the bracket, hit enter, and we get the month number part of this date. Now, once again, the next thing that we're extracting is the month name. So this is going to be January, February, March, and this is text. So we need to use the text function again. Let's select our value, which is A4, and then we can choose our format, which needs to go in quote marks. So this time we're dealing with the month, so we want M's in here. If I do 3 M's, I'm going to get the short version of the month, so Jan, Feb, Mar. If I put 4 M's, I'm going to get the long version of the month. Let's hit enter, and then of course I can double click to copy that down. Really straightforward. The next one is super easy. We're extracting the year, and we have a year function. You guessed it, serial number, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to extract the year part of that date. And then finally, I can extract the weekday number. And we can do that using the weekday function. Now, the first argument here is the serial number, so we need the date again. And now we can specify how we number our weekdays. Now, I tend to number mine as in Monday is 1 all the way through to Sunday being 7. But some people in different parts of the world number their weekdays differently. Some people might start their week on a Sunday, and so that is number 1 to them. Some people might start on a Thursday, so on and so forth. And this is the argument where you can specify exactly that. So if I choose to put a 2 in here as this argument, it's going to number Monday as 1 through to Sunday 7. And that is exactly what I want. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get the weekday number. Double click. So if I just take a quick look at this, this first one is 4, and yes, Thursday, according to me, is day number 4. And if I wanted to get super fancy, and this will even give us a chance to practice a quick if statement, I could type in an if statement here which tells me if this date effectively in column A is a weekend or a weekday. So what I could say here is equals if my logical test. Well, what I can say is if the weekday is greater than 5, if that is true, then yes, it's the weekend. If it's not, then no, it isn't. Because Saturday and Sunday are effectively numbered 6 and 7. So if I hit enter and then copy this down, I should find that most of these are no, except when we get to anything that is a 6 or a 7, which will be yes, because these represent Saturday and Sunday. So some really useful functions in there. Now, I mentioned earlier that we can in fact do the reverse of that and combine values together to create a date. So if we take a look at this table at the top here, you can see I have the year in one column, the month in another column, and the day in another column. So what I can do here is use the date function. And all I need to do is specify the cell. So the year is cell K4, the month is L4, and the day is M4. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get that date, which I can double click and copy down. I could do exactly the same for time. So equals time. We need to specify the hour, the minute, and the seconds. Close bracket, hit enter, and there I get my times. Super useful functions. Now let's jump across to the time functions worksheet, because I just want to finish off by showing you how we can do pretty much exactly the same, but this time using time as our serial number. So I have some times in this first column, and we can break those down using more functions in Excel. So the first one is the hour function. Again, it just requires a serial number, and it's going to pull out of that the hour. Double click to copy down. We have a minute function. Again, serial number is required, and we can double click to copy that down. And then finally, we can add the seconds by using the second function. Serial number, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can double click to copy that down. Now, because of the way that I have these times, these last two are just showing zeros, and that is actually correct. It's really only this first column that has different values in it. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at a couple of really quick little formulas that can be super useful. And that is the Workday function and the WORKDAYS.INTL function. So let's start out with the WORKDAYS function. Now in the table at the top here, I have a list of tasks that need to be completed. And I also have the start date of those tasks. So maybe this is some kind of basis for a project plan. And in column C, I've listed out the number of work days that each of these tasks is going to take. Now, when I say work days, I mean Monday to Friday, so excluding the weekends. And what I want to work out is the finish date based on the work days and the start date. So the work days formula will basically calculate 5 days after the start date, but it won't include any weekends in that calculation. So let's go to finish date. We're going to type in equals, and we're going to use the workday function. Now we have 3 arguments here: start date, days, and then we have an optional argument of holidays. Because what you can also do in here is get the formula to exclude holiday days as well. So those might be public holidays, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, Easter Monday, things like that. Now, in order to include the holidays, you need to have the holidays listed out somewhere. So you can see that I have all of the holidays in the UK listed out in a little table. So the first argument here is the start date. So I have that listed in cell B4, comma, days. So how many days is this task going to take? Well, this task is going to take 5 days. Now I could leave it just there. I could close the bracket and hit enter, and it's going to give me my finish date excluding weekends. However, if I wanted to include holiday days as well, let's double click to edit, comma, I can then select the holiday dates. So that is this little range just here. Hit enter, and then I can copy this formula down, and I have my finish dates. So that is how the WORKDAYS function works. Now what about the WORKDAYS.INTL function? Well, let's delete out our finish date just here and take a look at WORKDAYS.INTL. And it's this one just here, WORKDAY.INTL. Let's double click. Now this is pretty much the same, but it takes into account international weekends and holidays. So the first argument is start date, so B4, that's nice and easy. Number of days, well, that is 5, comma. Now the third argument is weekend. So if you have weekends that start on a different day, so maybe your weekend isn't Saturday and Sunday in your location. I know in the Middle East and other places, Sunday and Monday tend to be the weekend. You can account for that by selecting different days for your weekend. So let's just do Sunday and Monday for a change. And then if I want to add in holidays, I can do that as well. So I might want to use these holiday dates again, close the bracket and hit enter, and then I can copy that formula down. Once again, I'm going to get that little error because I'm not using all of the data. So let's do ignore error. So that's the difference between Workdays and Workdays International. In the previous lesson, we saw how we could return a finish date using the Workday and Workday International functions when we have a start date and the number of work days. Now in this lesson, we're basically going to do something very similar using two different functions, NETWORKDAYS and NETWORKDAYS International. Now this is very similar, except we start with a start date and also an end date, and these formulas work out the number of days it's going to take to complete the task. So in the table underneath, again, we have some task names just here. We have the start date for that task, the end date for that task, and I want to know how many days it's going to take to complete this task. So how many days between these two dates effectively. And again, these two formulas will exclude the weekends and any holidays if you specify them. So let's start out with network days. These are very straightforward formulas. There it is. We have three arguments again. This time we have the start date, which is B18, comma. We need our end date, which we have in C18. And again, we have that optional argument on the end to include holidays. Now I'm going to select all of these here, and something I didn't actually do in the last lesson when I did this is I really need to lock these cell references in place because I am going to drag this formula down and I don't want this range moving. So I did forget to do that last time, so if you spotted that, well done. Let's press the F4 key to lock those in place, close the bracket and hit enter. Now notice I have something weird in here. If I double click to copy down, I have some dates in here in 1900, which is odd. Now why am I getting that? Well, if we take a look up at the Home tab, it's because I accidentally applied date formatting to these cells. So all I need to do is switch this back to General, and then I get the actual numbers. And NETWORKDAYS International is pretty much the same, but again, this accounts for people in other locations. So let's select this. Again, we need a start date, comma, we need our end date, and then we can specify our weekend days. So again, if you're in a different location where your weekend days are not Saturday and Sunday, you can just choose those from this list. And then if you want to, you can add in your holiday days, F4, let's remember to lock, close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can copy those down. So again, two super simple but really useful functions that everybody needs to know. The DATEDIF function in Excel will help you work out the difference between two dates. And this is a little bit of a weird function, and I'll explain to you why in a moment. Before we get on to that, let's take a look at the data. So in this table, I have some employee numbers. I have the employee's first name, their last name, and their date of birth. And what I want to do is I want to work out how old they are. So what is their age based off of their date of birth, but also using today's date. So at the top of the spreadsheet, I have today's date, and I'm using the today function to get that date. Now in this type of scenario, it's going to be more beneficial for me to use the function today as opposed to hard coding today's date in, because I want this age to update as the current day changes. And it's this piece of information, today's date, and the date of birth that we need in order to construct this formula. Now, as I mentioned, this is a bit of a strange formula, and you'll notice why straight away. So if we type equals, and then we want to type in DATEDIF, notice that nothing comes up underneath. Normally, when I type in a function, Excel recognizes it in the functions library, and it shows me underneath. For example, if I was typing in VLOOKUP, you can see underneath it says VLOOKUP, whereas when we do DATEDIF, it doesn't. It also means I can't press the tab key to put my first parentheses in. I need to add in the bracket. Now, as soon as I add that in, it does come up with DATEDIF underneath, but it doesn't show me any arguments. So basically, this function doesn't exist in Excel's information library, although the function does exist, which is very, very strange. So effectively, when we're constructing this, it's one of those cases where you either know or you don't, because you're not going to get any help with regards to the arguments you need to provide this function. Now, fortunately, this is a very simple function. Our first argument is going to be the date of birth, which is D6, comma. Our second argument is going to be today's date, so B3. And now we need to tell the formula what format we want to display this result in. Now, my result, I want the people's ages. So effectively, I want this in year format. So in quote marks, if I type in 1Y and close the quotes, that is my formula. Let's hit enter and see what we get. Looks pretty good. Now, can I double click to copy this down? No, I cannot. Why can't I do that? Let's undo. Well, if I double click to take a look at this formula, you can see here that with cell B3, which is where we have the today function, I haven't made this absolute. So when I copy this formula down, the cell reference for B3 is also going to start moving down into these first names. So that is why we're getting an error. So all I really need to do here is make B3 absolute by pressing the F4 key. Let's hit enter and try that again. Double click to copy down. And there we go. I now have everybody's ages in here. So just remember, with that function, you don't get any help with regards to arguments. And the thing that I find quite difficult here, it's not too bad on this example, but sometimes when I'm trying to use DATEDIF, I tend to get the cell references round the wrong way. I can never really remember if the date of birth is supposed to go first, or if today's date is supposed to go first, but the only thing I can suggest to you there is just try it out. If it doesn't work, switch them around the other way. Now, another thing, if I double click to edit this, if I wanted to show their age in months, I don't know why I'd want to do that, but if I did, I would just substitute the Y for an M and hit enter, and it's going to show me their age in months. So MacBerry is effectively 216 months old. If I wanted to show their age in days, I would substitute that with a D, and there we go. Mac is 6,580 days old. So don't forget that you can change the format from here as well. Now, for this type of calculation, there is another way you can do this, so I'll just finish off by showing you this as well, because you might find it a bit easier. Let's Control-Shift down arrow and delete everything out. What I could do is, sometimes you don't even need to use a formula if you want to work out the difference between two dates. So what I could do is today's date minus the date of birth. Now notice that's going to give me my result in days. So what else would I need to do to this formula to get this to display as years? Well, I could divide it by 365. Now, if I just do divided by 365, because of the way Excel works out calculations, that's not going to be quite correct. So what I need to do here is I need to enclose the first part of this formula in brackets. So Excel is going to do the B3 minus D6 first of all, and then it's going to divide the result by 365. And what I also need to do is lock the cell reference for today's date. Let's hit enter. We can double click to copy those down, and then all I need to do is just have a little play around with the formatting. So I'm going to switch these to a number and then take those decimal places down, which is going to give me the same result. So two different ways there that you can work out the difference between two dates. Two other functions in Excel that can be super useful when you're trying to calculate dates are EOMONTH and EDATE. So let's take a look at EOMONTH first of all. Now, EOMONTH basically stands for end of month. And in this example on the screen, what I basically have here is a loan amortization schedule. Now, don't worry too much if you're not sure what this is. We are actually going to look in great detail at how we put together one of these a bit later on in this course. But basically what this does is it works out the monthly payments for a loan. That's not particularly important in this example, but using the EOMONTH function to work out the payment date is. So if we take a look at this table, this is basically our schedule table. And what this tells me is how much I'm going to be paying each month, how much of that payment is going to be interest, how much the principal loan, the loan amount effectively, is being reduced by, and then the ending balance. And what I want to add in here are the payment numbers and also the payment date. And this loan is going to be paid on the last day of every single month. Now, as we're doing this, I just want to show you a couple of other little bonus tricks as well. If I take a look at the table above, over the course of this loan, we're going to be making 360 payments. So effectively, this is a 30-year loan. So what I want in the payment number is I want numbers 0 to 360 listed out here. Now I could go through and start typing in 0, 1, 2, but that's obviously going to take me a long time. There are other ways I could do this. I could type in the first few, so 1, 2, 3. I can select them all and then I can drag those down, but still dragging down to 360 is a little bit tedious. So a little trick that you might want to use if you need to get a lot of numbers into a spreadsheet. Let's type in the first one. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And what I'm going to do is grab the little fill handle in the corner and using the right mouse click button, I'm going to click, drag down a cell, drag back up a cell and let go, and it opens up this secret menu. And if I click Series, I can then select Columns and then choose my step value. So we're going to step 1 each time, and my stop value is 360. When I click on OK, take a look at that. If I do Control down arrow, notice it's input all those numbers all the way down to 360. So that's a really neat little trick. Now what I want to do is I want to enter in the dates for each of these payments. Now again, if we look at the table at the top, the start date of the loan is October the 31st, 2021. So let's put that in as our first payment date. So we want 10/31/2021. Now if I want to fill all of these down, if I was to drag this date down, notice what it does. It goes to the next day. So we have October the 31st, then November the 1st, November the 2nd, November the 3rd, so on and so forth. Now, I don't want it to do that. What I want is for it to input the last day of the month. So one of the ways that I could do this is to use the function EOMONTH. So let's type in equals EOMONTH. The first thing we need to specify is a start date. Now, I'm just going to use this one up in the table. D12, and because I'm going to drag this down, I don't want this to move, so let's lock it. Now this little screen tip is in the way, so we can just drag that down. I now need to specify the month that I want to pull the end date from. Now if I was to put a 0 in here and close the bracket and hit enter, it's going to give me October the 31st. Now I don't want that. I want this one to be the end of November. So let's double click and let's adjust what we have on the end here. Let's change that to a 1, and there we go. That's what I get. So if you want it to input the last day of the current month, you would use a 0. If you want it to input the last day of the next month, you would use 1, so on and so forth. Now what happens if I try and drag this down? It doesn't work. Now why is that? Well, if we double click to take a look at this formula, it's because I'm using the date up here in the table and I've locked it. So it's always referring back to this date. So really what I should probably do here is if we delete that out, I'm going to use the date above and hit enter. And now if I double click to copy that down, I should get the last date in every single month. And if we take a look at February, it's picked up that February only has 28 days, and it's also worth noting that if this is a leap year, Excel does recognise leap years and will have the 29th in there instead. So EOMONTH, a really good formula for just listing out the last day of every month. Let's move across to the EDATE worksheet. Now this is kind of similar. This is where you can start with a date and then you can return a date, a specified number of months before or after that date. So let's click in the cell and type in EDATE. Whoops. Like so. 2 arguments, start date and months. So start date is going to be A5. Number of months. Well, if I put 2 in here and close the bracket, notice it gives me a number, and that's because I don't have these cells formatted as dates. So let's deal with that straight away. Let's jump up to here and change these to short date. And would you look at that? It's now giving me a date that is 2 months ahead of the start date. Let's do it again. EDATE, start date, comma, how many months? This time we want 3. Close the bracket, hit enter. If I want 10, you get the idea. Start date, 10. Now what about if I want to go back? Well, we can do pretty much the same thing. So we want EDATE, then we want the start date. And what I can say here is -1. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get the month before. Let's do it one more time. EDATE, start date, and this time we're going back 4 months and hit enter. And then of course I can grab all of these formulas in one go and copy them down. It's time now to do exercise 4. And in this exercise, I just want you to practice some of those super useful date and time formulas. So we have a date in column A, and using this date, I'd like you to complete the rest of these fields. So I want you to extract from this date the month, the day, the year, the weekday number, the weekday name, the month name, and then finally I'd like you to add a formula into column H which checks if the day is a Friday. And if it is a Friday, we want the output to be yes. If it isn't a Friday, we want the output to be no. The other thing to remember with this is that if the result that you want returned is text, for example, the weekday name, remember you need to use a slightly different formula. Now's the time to pause the video and give that a go. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to extract the month from the date that we have in column A. So for this, we use the very simple month function. It only has one argument, and that is the cell that contains the date, in this case A4. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's extracted the number 2 from this date. This time we want to extract the day. So for this we can use the day function. Again, one simple argument. Close the bracket, hit enter. And as you can imagine, we can also extract the year. We can select A4, close the bracket, and hit enter. Now for the next one, we want to extract the weekday number. So we're going to use the function called weekday. Again, we need to select the serial number, so the cell that contains the date. And then we need to tell Excel how we number our days of the week. So if you number 1 to 7, Sunday through Saturday, you're going to select the first option. Now, I generally tend to number my weeks as Monday is 1, Sunday is 7. So I'm going to go for option 2. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get my weekday number. Now for the next 2, we want to return the weekday name. So if it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and also the month name as well, January, February, March. Now because we want text to be returned, we need to use the text function. Our first argument is the value, so that's going to be the cell that contains the date. And then we need to specify the formula. So this one is going to be the weekday name. Now I want this to show in the short weekday format. So I'm going to open up quote marks and type in 3 Ds. Close those quote marks, close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get my weekday name. I need to do something very similar if I want to extract the month name as well. So we're going to start with the text function. The value is our date, and then we specify the format that we want our month to be in. So once again, I'm going to do the short date format, so MMM, quote marks, close the bracket, hit enter. And then the final thing I wanted you to do in column H is work out if this day is a Friday. And how can we do that? Well, we can use the weekday number. Because I've numbered my weekdays 1 to 7, I know that Friday equals 5. So all I need to do in here is add in an if formula. So if the weekday number is equal to 5, if that's true, then yes, it is a Friday. So our result is going to be yes. If that's false, then no, it's not Friday. Close the bracket, hit enter. And you can see that for that first one, it is a Friday, and so we have yes in there. So now I have all of these formulas. If I want to copy them down for the rest of this table, I can simply select them all and double click to copy those down. In this section of the course, we're going to explore some of the techniques we can use to prepare our data for analysis. Now, Excel is well known for its data analysis tools, so things like pivot tables and charts and different types of calculations and formulas. But what's lesser known is how important it is to make sure that the data that you're going to analyze is clean and in an appropriate state. Because many times, data that we're using isn't necessarily a data set that we've created. So it might be that you've received a data set from a client or a colleague, or maybe you've even downloaded data from an external system or some third-party software. And as we all know, we don't live in a perfect world, so it might be that when you've done that download, the data that comes into Excel isn't in the best format for analyzing. It might be that you have blank cells or blank rows everywhere. Maybe there's weird formatting or inconsistent case. Maybe there's spelling errors or duplicate values. All of these things need to be dealt with before you start to create things like pivot tables and pivot charts. And that is what we're going to look at in this section. I'm going to show you lots of different techniques when it comes to cleaning data. So in this first lesson, we need to get some data first of all. And this is going to give me an opportunity to show you a couple of other techniques when it comes to importing data. So what we're going to do here is we're going to import a data set first from a folder that contains numerous Excel files, and then we're going to import a text file. Now for this, we need to start with a blank document. So I'm going to use the shortcut key of Control-N to create a new blank workbook. Now to import data into Excel, we need to go to the Data tab. And it's this first group here, the Get and Transform Data. And this little group tends to change in every new release of Excel. They usually change the wording and where they have things positioned in this little area. But this is how it looks right now in Excel 2021. Now notice in here we have a few different buttons which will allow us to quickly import data from a text or CSV file, from the web, from another table or range of cells. We can go to recent sources or look at existing connections. We also have a Get Data drop-down over here, which gives us access to all these different sources to import data from. And you can see there are so many. So you can do things like import data from a SharePoint list, or maybe you want to import something from Microsoft Exchange, or even an external application like Salesforce. Maybe you want to import something from an Access database or an Oracle database. Or maybe you just want to import from a different file. That might be an Excel file, a text file, maybe a PDF, or even from a folder. So lots of different sources that we can import data into Excel from. Now, before we get to this point, let me show you the files that we're going to import. And you'll find these to download in the Course Files folder. Now, in the Course Files, I have a folder here called Sales Data. And if I double-click to open this folder, I have in here 4 files that are all exactly the same. They just contain sales data for different years. But if I was to open each one, they have the same format. So they all have the same column headings. They just contain different sales data for each of the years. Now, because these files are pretty much identical in their layout, it means that I can import them and combine them all in one go. So instead of having 4 separate files for the 2016, 2017 and 2019 data, what I can say to Excel on the import is import all 4 of these from the folder and combine them together into one big long file. So let's go back to Excel. Let's go to Get Data from File. And because I have these stored in a folder, I can choose to import them from the folder. Let's select the folder. I don't need to drill down into it. I just need to select the folder that contains the files and click on Open. Now, what Excel will do here is it's going to take you into Power Query. And you may not be all that familiar with Power Query, or you might have used it briefly. We're not going to go too far into Power Query because it is more of an advanced topic, but I am going to show you a couple of small things that you can do here. So what Excel has done is it's picked up those 4 files and you can see them sitting here. So Sales 2016 to Sales 2019. And then at the bottom, I have a few different options with regards to what I can do with these files. Now I can choose to combine them at this stage. I can simply load them straight into Excel, or I can transform the data. Now, transforming the data will open these files in Power Query and will give you access to all of Power Query's tools for cleaning data. Now, the focus of this section of the course isn't to learn how to clean data in Power Query, it's to learn how to clean data in Excel. However, let's click Transform Data so you can see what this looks like. So basically, I'm now in the Power Query editor. And as I said, don't worry too much about what you see on here. The only thing I really want to show you here is how you can use Power Query to combine these 4 files together. So currently, there's still 4 separate files. What I can do here is click these 2 drop-down arrows, and when I hover over it says Combine Files. It's going to give me a preview as to what the first file looks like. And if I click on OK, it's going to combine those files together and load the data into the Power Query window. So now I basically have a big long list of all of those files instead of 4 separate files. Now that I've done that, I can load it into Excel and start to clean it. So I have a Close and Load button at the top here. And what this does is it basically creates a connection between that folder and Excel. So if maybe at the end of the year, I then get a file called Sales 2020, in order to update this Excel spreadsheet, all I would need to do would be to copy the Sales 2020 file to that sales data folder. Because we're connected to the folder, the connection will update and automatically include all the 2020 data in this file. So that is why this method can be pretty useful. Now I'm going to close down the queries and connections because once it's been imported, notice that it's automatically been placed in a table. How do I know that? Well, I have the table design ribbon at the top and I have a table name called sales data, which now includes all 4 of those files. Now there might be a couple of things I want to do here to tidy up this data. For example, I don't really need column A, which is just basically listing the file name. So I'm probably going to delete out that column. I might want to apply some formatting to these columns, so Control-Shift down arrow. And let's go to Home and apply some currency formatting. And there might be some other bits and bobs that I want to do here. So that is one way that I can import a folder of files into Excel. Now, you don't necessarily have to always import a folder. If you just had one Excel file, you could go from File, from Workbook, and then you can just select the file that you want to import. Now, what we're actually going to do, and this next file is the file that we're actually going to be cleaning up, is we want to import a text file. And again, you're going to find this file in the Course Files folder. So if we go up to the Data tab, again, in this Get and Transform Data group, I have a From Text CSV button. So let's click. And it's this file here that we want to import salesdata.txt. Now this is going to open a preview of this text file. I have the option of opening this in Power Query and cleaning it up in that application by clicking the Transform Data button, but this time I'm simply going to load it straight into Excel and clean it there. So let's click on the Load button. And there we go. So once again, it's loaded this data in and it's created a table automatically out of this data. And it's this data set that we're going to take the time to clean up, because notice there are a few different issues going on in here. Now to make this a bit easier to see, I'm going to go to Table Design and just turn off banded rows so we can see these issues a little bit clearer. Now I can see that in this spreadsheet I have a couple of blank rows in here, which I need to get rid of. I can also see in column B I have some inconsistent casing issues going on, and I also have some weird spacing at the front of these words. I can see that many of these columns haven't got the correct formatting applied, and there might well be duplicates lurking around in here as well. So all of these are things that we need to consider when we're cleaning our data sets. So we're going to start out with this data set in the next lesson, and I'm going to show you how you can quickly remove all blank rows and even blank cells from your worksheet. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can import a folder of files and also a text file into Excel. And it's this text file that we're going to clean up and prepare for analysis. Now, if you find that when you are opening these files, you get this security warning running across the top in yellow, then you can simply click Enable Content. It's just because we've created external links when we've imported this data. So I'm going to click Enable Content, and I'm going to say, do not ask me again for network files. So now we have this data set. And the first thing we're going to deal with here are these blank rows. I'm also going to show you how to handle blank cells and how to remove duplicate entries. So let's start with the blank rows first of all. Now, blank rows in general can cause problems when you're analyzing your data. For example, if I want to put this data into a pivot table and then start creating things like charts, if I have blank rows in there, it's going to throw off my data. So you always want to make sure that you remove any blank rows that you have in your data set. Now, if you have a very large data set and you have quite a lot of blank rows in there, it's going to be pretty tedious to go through and try and delete all of these manually. So I might decide I want to select these two rows, hold down Control, select these two, scroll down, select some more. That's not particularly time efficient. Fortunately, there is a quick way to do this in Excel. So all we need to do here is click somewhere in our data, go up to the Home tab, and then all the way over in the Editing group, if we go to Find and Select, and then go to Special. And this is going to open this little Go to Special dialog box. Now, if you're interested in keyboard shortcuts, there isn't a keyboard shortcut to go directly to Go to Special, but what you could do is press Ctrl G and then click the Special button. Now, what this allows you to do, amongst other things, is select different items within your spreadsheet. And one of the options that we have here is to select all blanks. So let's select that, click on OK, and it highlights all of those blank rows. So now with them all highlighted, I can go up to that Home tab again, into the Cells group, and using the Delete drop-down, I can delete sheet rows, and I've deleted all of them in one go. So that's going to save me a lot of time. Now, another thing you want to make sure you deal with in your spreadsheets are blank cells. Now, I don't have any blank cells, but if I did, let's just delete a few things out of some of these cells. Let's go like that, like so. Now again, blank cells can cause a bit of a problem. It's always better to have some kind of numeric value in these cells, even if that is just a 0. So once again, if I want to select all blank cells, in this particular column, all I would need to do is select the column, Control G, Special, and I can select blanks and click on OK. And that will select all of the blank cells just in the range that I've specified. So now I can enter a 0 into all of them in one go. So all I need to do here is type 0, Control, Enter. And that's going to put a 0 in all of those blank cells. I haven't had to scroll through and do them all individually. So again, that is a real time saver of a trick. And the final thing I want to show you here is removing duplicates from your dataset. So it might be when you import your data in, some duplicates come across for whatever reason. Now when I say duplicates, I mean an exact duplicate of every single column in this row. Now it's always worth removing duplicates even if you're not sure if you have duplicates in your spreadsheet. And in Excel we have a button that can check duplicates for us and remove them quickly. So let's make sure we're clicked somewhere in our spreadsheet, up to the Data tab, and in the Data Tools group we have a Remove Duplicates button. Now when I click this, it's going to ask me to determine what is actually a duplicate. And the first thing I need to make sure that I select is my data has headers. And notice it's picked up all of the different columns and it's put a tick in the box next to all of them. So what this basically means is that every column has to be the same for it to be considered a duplicate. Now I'm happy with that because I only want to remove duplicates where every value in the row is duplicated. So let's click on OK. You can see that it's actually found 2 duplicate rows or values and it's removed them. Click on OK and we are done. So that is how you can very quickly delete blank rows, input data into blank cells, and also remove duplicates. In this lesson, we're going to continue cleaning our sales spreadsheets, and I'm going to show you how you can use text functions to help you fix some of the errors that we have in column B. Now, if we take a closer look at column B, the product column, what do you think is wrong with this column? Well, if you said the text inside this column is inconsistent, you would be correct. If you notice that some of the words in this column are in uppercase, some of them are in lowercase, such as Royal Oak in cell B8, and some of them are in what we call proper case. And proper case just means that the first letters of each word are capitalized. Now, proper case is how I want everything to look in this column. But what I don't want to do is have to go through each and every row, changing all of these words to proper case. Something else that's wrong in this column is that I can see I have some weird spacing. And this is something which can easily be missed. I think it's just because I've spent many years staring at Excel spreadsheets, I have a really keen eye as to how far away from the edge of the cell text should be. And I can see that in column B, if we take a look at the word Kensington, the gap between the first letter and the edge of the cell is actually a bit wider than it normally is. If you compare that to column A, Japan is a lot closer than Kensington is. So I know that I have some kind of space at the start of this cell. I can also see that for some of these, I have double spaces in between the words also. And it might be that I have trailing spaces after these words that I can't even see. Now, why is that a problem? Well, again, if I was going to put this information into some kind of pivot table, or even if I was to use a filter, it could mean that that is listed twice in the filter as opposed to once. It also could throw up some unexpected results when we're putting together our pivot table. So what I'm trying to say here is it's always best to make your data consistent across your spreadsheet. So we're going to spend this lesson tidying up column B using text functions. Now, before we start working on this column, what I'm actually going to do, just to make this super easy to understand, is I'm going to take this data out of this table, because this table was automatically created when I imported this text file. Now, if you want to remove data from a table, all you need to do is jump up to Table Design, and in the Tools group, select Convert to Range. Click on OK, and now the data is no longer in a table. Notice that when I'm clicked in this data, I no longer get the Table Design Contextual ribbon. So now I just have bog standard data. I'm going to insert a new column. And I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift+. Now this is what I'm going to call for now my helper column. And I'm going to use this column to tidy up the text that we have in column B. So the first thing that I want to do here is I want to change everything to proper case. So the function that we need to use for that is, as you might expect, a function called proper. And this is one of the text functions in Excel. There's only one argument for this particular function. So that is the text that we want to change to proper case, B2. Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I can double click to copy that down. And like magic, all of my text is now consistent. It's also worth noting that if you wanted to change everything to uppercase, you could replace proper with upper. And if you wanted to change everything to lowercase, you guessed it, you can just replace it with lower. So 3 really helpful little functions just there. Now it's changed everything to proper case, but what it hasn't done is remove these weird spacing issues that I have going on. Now if you want to remove what we call erroneous spaces from a text string, we use the trim command. So what I'm going to do here, Control-Shift down, let's delete everything out, and let's take a look at the trim function on its own. So equals trim. Again, it just requires the text that we want to trim. Now, can you see the difference there? If I drag this down a few, Kensington, now that we've trimmed those spaces, is a lot closer to the edge of the cell boundary than it is over here. So those spaces at the beginning have been removed simply by using that trim function. It's also worth noting that there is another text function called clean, which will remove things like manual line breaks and non-printing characters. So for example, if I had a line break in between these two words, let's put in a manual line break, Alt Enter. If I wanted to remove that line break, I would use the clean function. Again, we just have one argument. Let's hit Enter. And we should notice this when we go past Royal Oak. And yes, now you can see that Royal Oak is all on the same line. It's removed that line break. Now I'm just going to undo a few just to get rid of that line break. So we have 3 functions there, proper, trim, and clean. Now I want to apply all 3 to column B. So what I can do is I can combine them all together. We're going to start with proper, we're going to open a bracket, we're going to go straight into trim, we're going to open a bracket, we're going to go straight into clean and open a bracket. We then just need to select the text that we want to apply all of this to, and then we need to close off as many brackets as we've opened. So close off clean, close off trim, close off proper, hit Enter. And then I can double click to copy that down, and I've applied 3 text cleaning functions all in one go. And it looks absolutely beautiful. So now I have a clean column, column C, and I have what I'm going to label, for want of a better term, a dirty column in column B. Now you might think that you can just go in here and right click and delete column B. But if you do that, you're going to get these reference errors because we have formulas in column C that refer to column B. So if we delete that column, it effectively breaks that formula. So how can we keep the text that we have in here, but just remove those underlying formulas? Well, what we can do is we can use Paste Special to help us do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select column C, the column that contains the formulas, Control C to copy. I'm going to go to the Home tab, go to Paste, and I'm going to say Paste Values, and I'm going to paste just the cell values directly over the top. And what that does is it just keeps the text that you can see, and it throws away the underlying formulas. So now that I've done that, I can simply delete the dirty column, and I'm not going to get any errors. I need to change this column heading as well. So this needs to be product again, but that is a nice clean column. So I would apply that type of thing to any column that I can see has issues. For example, I think all of these are pretty much okay, apart from this month name column. I can see that that has what we call erroneous spaces at the beginning there as well. So I'm going to do the same thing. Let's insert a column. This time I'm just going to do a trim. Let's select the text, Control Enter, and then I can double click to copy down. I want to throw away the underlying formulas, so Control C to copy, paste, and paste values, escape, and then I can simply move this heading across and then delete column L. And whilst we're here, I'm going to apply some number formatting to columns which don't have it. So I can see here that manufacturing price, sales price, all of this to here needs to have accounting format applied. So Control Shift down arrow to select all of those cells, and let's click on accounting, and there we go. So we're now ready to move on to our next stage of cleaning. In the next couple of lessons, I'm going to show you some techniques for splitting up information. And in this first lesson, the method that we're going to use is splitting up data using text to columns. Now, what do I mean by splitting up data, and why is this useful when you're cleaning your data? Well, let's take a look at a very simple example first of all, and then I'll show you how you can use that on the sales spreadsheet that we've been working on. Now, on this first example, if you take a look, I've got some information listed in column A. And this might be information that I've imported from something like a text file. And you can see here, it basically shows the employee name. We then have a comma, which we call the delimiter. We then have that person's job title, then a comma, then the department that they work in, then a comma, and then their salary. And this is a very realistic example of what data actually looks like if you import it from a text file and don't break it up first. So it's a very real possibility that you might import data and it does look something like this. Now, what we basically want to do is we want to break up the data that we have in these cells so that we have the employee name in one column, job title in another, department, and salary. And there are a few different ways that we can do this type of thing. Now, we're going to use the oldest method in Excel first of all, and that is by using text to columns. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the data that I want to split up. Let's jump up to the data ribbon, and in the data tools group, we have a big old button here that says text to columns. And the screen tip says split a single column of text into multiple columns. And that is exactly what I want to do. So let's click on this button. Now this is going to basically take you through a convert text to columns wizard. And if you've ever used a wizard before, you'll know that it kind of guides you through the process. Now the first thing we need to determine here is if our column is delimited or fixed width. Now, delimited means that your different fields, so your different items, the employee, the department, the job title, so on and so forth, how they are split up. So the delimiter that I'm using here is a comma. I have a comma separating each of my fields. So I'm going to choose delimited and click on Next. On the next page, this is where I can define the type of delimiter I'm using. Because it might be that your fields are separated with a tab, or maybe a comma, or maybe a semicolon, or a space, or maybe some other item entirely. Now, if you do have your fields separated with something that you can't see listed just here, you can choose Other and then specify in here how your fields are separated. Now mine is separated with a comma, so let's choose that option. And as soon as I do that, you can see in the preview window, it's now splitting my data wherever it finds a comma. So that is absolutely perfect. Let's click on Next. Now here, if I wanted to, I could start applying some formatting to the columns. Now I'm just going to leave my columns on the default, which is general. The important thing here is the destination. So this is where you specify where you want your data to be placed after it's been split up. So I'm going to remove A4 from there because I want the first item to be in cell C4. Let's click on Finish. And would you take a look at that? Very quickly, it's broken everything up into nice, neat columns. I can then just go in and do my final pieces of formatting. So that is a very simple example of how you can use text to columns to break up data into multiple columns. So now let's take a look at how we might use that on the sales data that we've been working on. So on the next tab, I've actually made a small change to this worksheet just so I can show you this example. Now, if we take a look in column A, what I've actually done here is I've combined the country with the product, and the product is listed after the country in brackets or parentheses. So what I want to do here is I want to split up the country and the product into two separate columns. So for this, I need to add two blank columns. So Control-Shift+, Control-Shift+. And let's call this one country and this one product. So now I can use text to columns to break up this data. So the first thing I'm going to do here is Control-Shift down to select all of the data. Let's go up to the Data tab and select Text to Columns. Once again, this is going to be delimited, but this is a bit different to how it was previously. Because what is separating my two fields? What is separating the country and the product? Well, I have a bracket in there. So I'm going to say that I want to split my data where it finds that first bracket. Now, if you take a look at the data preview, that's fine. I've got the country in one column. I have the product in the next column, but I have a trailing bracket. Now, we're going to deal with that afterwards. Let's just get this split up first of all. So let's click on Next, and my destination, let's remove that, is going to be cell B2. Now, it might be that you get this error that says there's already data here. Now, I don't have any data there. Let's click on OK, and it's still going to put that in. So now what I can do is I can basically delete out this first column. Now, the final thing we need to deal with here is this trailing bracket that we have in this column. We don't need that to be there. So I can get rid of this doing a simple find and replace. And what that will do is it will allow you to specify what you want to find, in this case a closing bracket, and you can say what you want to replace it with. And I'm going to replace it with a blank, which will effectively remove it. So I'm going to select column B and press Control F. Now I'm going to jump across to the Replace tab and I'm going to specify what it needs to find. So I'm looking for a closing bracket and I want to replace it with nothing. So I'm going to leave this blank and replace all. It's made 702 replacements and it's got rid of that closing bracket. So that is how I could use text to columns in a more practical example. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can do the same thing, how you can split up data, but this time using Excel functions. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can split up data using text functions. And if we jump across to the Formulas tab and take a look in the text group in our functions library, this is where you're going to find all of the commands that I'm going to be using. And you can see we have so many different text functions in here. Now, I will say that for certain pieces of text, using text functions is a pretty easy endeavor, but sometimes it can get extremely complicated. And I'm going to show you how complex it can get at the end of this lesson. And then in the next lesson, I'm going to show you the way that I split up my data all the time because it is so much easier. But it's good to have this basic knowledge of text functions because you will find yourself using them from time to time, particularly when combined with other functions. So let's take a look at some of them and how they work. Now, in this first example, I have just a small list of part numbers. And maybe I want to split these up. So I have the first 3 characters in the code column, the middle 3 characters in the identifier column, and the last 3 characters in the part column. Now I could use text to columns to do this, but we're not going to do that. We're going to use text functions. So the first thing I want to extract from this string is the code, and the code is the first 3 characters of this string. So the function I'm going to use here is equals left, because we're going to work from the left-hand side of the cell. We have 2 arguments for this function. The first argument is text, so that is the cell that contains the text we want to extract. And this is a simple case of entering in how many characters we want to extract from the left. So because all of these are consistent, I want to extract 3 characters. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I can simply double click to copy that down. Because all of these part numbers are very consistent in their format. They all have 3 characters, 3 characters, 3 characters. Now, if I want to extract the middle 3 characters, for this, I would use another text function called mid. And we have an additional argument here. So our first argument is text, so that is the cell. We then want the start number. So I need to count across until I get to the first character that I want to extract. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to start from the 5th character. And then I want to extract the next 3 characters. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and I can double click to copy that down, and I've extracted the middle part of this string. And then the final one, I want to extract the last 3 characters. For this, we use the write function. Once again, we select the text string and then the number of characters from the right that we want to extract. So 3 in this case, Control Enter, and then double click to copy down. Now, extracting text in this way is all well and good. And if you have very consistent numbers or strings, then this works really well. It's super simple to put together. But more often than not, you have data that isn't consistent. So let me show you an example. And again, if we take a look at this data down here, maybe this is something that we've imported. We basically have 4 pieces of information combined into one cell and separated by a comma. So if I want to extract the employee name from each of these cells, I'm not going to be able to do it using the left function. Because if this works for the first one, so let's say left, I want to extract from this cell number of characters. Well, for this first one, if I want to extract the entire name, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 characters. We need to count the space as a character. So I could type in 9, close the bracket, hit enter, and whilst that works for the first one, when I copy this down, it doesn't work for the others because these are not all consistent in their length. And this is where using text functions becomes a lot more complex. So let me show you how I could extract the name from this cell. We need to do something a little bit different. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to use left, but we're going to go about this in a different way. Now we're going to specify the cell A12, but when it comes to the number of characters, we need to think about this in a different way. I can't just count across to extract the number of characters. So what I'm going to do is look at this data and think to myself, is there any common identifier that I could use here? Well, I know that after every single name, we have a comma. So maybe I could find the comma in this string and then extract everything before it. And that would give me the name. So the first thing I need to do here is I need to find that first delimiter, that first comma. So I'm going to use the find command, another text function. Now with find, we have a few different arguments. It's asking us which text we want to find. Well, I want to find a comma. Now, because this is a comma, it's essentially text, it needs to go in quote marks. So I'm going to say, look for this comma. If you had something else, so maybe you've got a space in there, you could type in a space and put that between quote marks. It all depends how your fields are separated. I'm looking for a comma. Where am I looking for that comma? Well, I'm looking for it in cell A12. So let's close that off. And let's also close off our left function. Now, if I was to hit enter just here, I'm going to get that. And if I copy it down, notice that it has extracted the name, but it's also giving me a comma on the end. So what I can do to get rid of that comma, double click to edit the formula, is just on the end here between these two brackets, I'm going to say -1 to effectively go back a character. And that's going to get rid of that comma. So that formula just there, if you look at it in the formula bar, it isn't too bad. We start with left, we then specify the cell, and we then just say find the comma in cell A12, extract it, and -1, so we're not including the comma in that extract. So that formula isn't too bad. Where things start to get really complicated is if I then wanted to extract the job title, because that's in the middle of this data. Now, the formula that you need to put together in order to extract the job title using text functions is extremely long, very complicated, and very much outside the scope of this intermediate course. But just so you can see how long this formula is, I've got it over here. So if I click on this and we take a look at that in the formula bar, would you take a look at that? We have so many different things going on there. It's a very long and complicated formula. It does work. You can see it has extracted that job title. But for me, trying to remember this and taking the time to type all of this into a cell is never the method that I use if I want to extract the job title. And in the next lesson, I'm going to show you by far the easiest way to split up your data. So I'm going to jump across there now, and I look forward to you joining me. So now I've spent the last 2 lessons showing you different ways that you can split up data. I'm now going to show you the method that I use 99% of the time. And the reason why I use this method is because it is so much easier than those other methods. However, it's not something that you can use in every single scenario, so it's good to have a backup of using either text functions or text to columns. Now, the function that I'm referring to here, well, it's not actually a function, I should say a utility in Excel, is the flash fill command. And they introduced flash fill in, I think it was Excel 2013, it might have been 2016, and it was like a revelation. And when I'm training Excel, this is always the tool that gets the most gasps, because immediately people can see how this is going to be useful and how much time it's going to save them, because they're no longer having to create these complex formulas to break up their information. So let's start out with a basic example so we can see how it works, and then we're going to apply it to our sales data worksheet. So once again, I just have a list of employee names. And all I want to do here is I want to split up this employee name so I have the first name in one column and the last name in the second column. So take a look at this. All I need to do here is type in the first one. Now I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Go up to the Data tab, and in the Data Tools group we have a button called Flash Fill. Click. Like magic, it copies those down. How brilliant is that? Now, there is a couple of different ways that you can invoke flash fill, so I'm going to delete all of those out. Let's just get rid of those and do it one more time. Now, what I could also do here is I could type in Mary, go to the cell underneath. Instead of clicking that flash fill button, if I simply start to type in the next one, Excel is going to ghost down what it thinks I want to type into these cells, and if that is what I want, I can simply press Enter to accept that. Again, super quick. The third way I can do this is to type the last names. Let's type in the first one here, so McCoy, Control Enter. I could highlight all the cells that I want to flash fill, and then use the flash fill keyboard shortcut, Control E, to flash fill those names down. So 3 different methods for invoking flash fill. But I think we can all agree that is so much easier than using text functions or text to columns. As I said, one of my favorite things in Excel. So now that we have that under our belt, let's use this in our sales worksheet. So once again, we're back at this stage with this worksheet where we have the country and the product combined. So I'm going to add another new column, Control-Shift+. And let's add another one, Control-Shift+. Let's call this one country and this one product. So now I can use Flash Fill to fill these down. So we're going to type in the first one, Control Enter, up to the Data tab, click Flash Fill. Like magic, it fills them down. Now what about with Kensington? Because that's in brackets. Let's type in Kensington, Control Enter. Let's click Flash Fill. It still works. So it hasn't brought across those brackets. All that's left to do now is delete out column A, and in literally 10 seconds, I've managed to break up that one column into 2 separate columns. Now it's also worth noting that you can use Flash Fill not just to split up data, but also combine data. So if we go back to our example, if I wanted to take these two and combine them into one to give us the full employee name again, if I just type in full name over here, we can use Flash Fill in the same way. So all you need to do is provide Flash Fill with the format for the first one, Control Enter, and then I can click the Flash Fill button. Now notice, this is an example of when Flash Fill doesn't work, and that is because there is a blank column in between my data. So if you have this kind of setup, this is where you might then need to resort to using text to columns or text functions. But it's worth noting, but I wanted to show you that just so you can see one of the drawbacks of using Flash Fill. So what I'm going to do instead is let's just move this across, and now I should be able to Flash Fill down, which I can because the columns are next to each other. So really important, if you have a blank column in the middle, Flash Fill is going to struggle to know what to fill down. But otherwise, this is a brilliant utility. In the last 3 lessons, we've spoken mainly about how we can split up text strings, and we've seen lots of different methods that we can use to do that. But what about if we want to do the opposite? Well, we saw how we can use Flash Fill to combine values together, but we can also use a text function called CONCAT. And you would use CONCAT whenever you want to join values in different cells together and make them one string. Now, before we get on to using the CONCAT function, let me show you another way that you can join text strings together. Because we can simply use the ampersand symbol to join cells together. So for example, if I want to join together the first name and the last name, what I could do over here is type in equals, select the first cell, and then I could use the ampersand sign. So if I do ampersand and select the second cell, so this time the last name, that's going to join these 2 text strings together. Now if I press enter, let's take a look at it. Well, yes, it has joined them together, but I don't have a space in the middle. So I also need to account for the space. So let's double click to edit the cell. What I need to add in here is after the first ampersand, I need to specify that I want a space between the names. Now space counts as text, so it needs to be enclosed in quote marks. So quote, space, quote, and then another ampersand to join the space with the text in cell B4. So now when I hit enter, I get exactly what I'm looking for. And I could copy that down and it's going to do the same for all of those names. So you can use just an ampersand symbol if you want to join text strings together, but you need to make sure that you do account for things like spaces, dashes, commas, things like that. So very straightforward. Now concat allows us to do something very similar, but this time we're using an Excel function. So let's do the same thing, but this time we're going to use concat. Now when you start to type in concat, you'll see that you get 2 things come up in the list, concat and concatenate. Now concatenate is what this function used to be called, and they changed it a few years ago to concat. But concatenate does still exist in the Excel database, but note that it has a warning symbol next to it, letting you know that that is kind of an old function and concat is the newest version. So concat works in a similar way. Our argument is the first piece of text, so we want the first name, comma, text 2. Now again, if I was just to select the last name and close the bracket, it's going to give me that with no space. So what I need to do in here is my text 2 needs to be the space. So again, quote mark, space, quote mark, comma. And then when I hit enter, I'm going to get the format that I need. So slightly different to using ampersands, and I'll leave it up to you which of those methods you find easiest to remember. Now, just to finish off this exercise, let's take a look at a slightly more complex example. Now this time I want to concatenate the name and the job title, and this is the format I want to use. So I want a space separating the first and last name, and then I want a space dash space and then the job title. So let's do this both ways. If I was just using the ampersand symbols, what I could do here is I could say I want A4 ampersand. We need a space in there, so quote marks, space, quote marks, ampersand. Then we want the last name, ampersand, and then we want space dash space. So quote marks, space dash space, close quotes, ampersand, and then we want the job title. So we can select the cell. Let's hit enter and we get exactly what we're looking for. I could then copy that down for all of the others. So that is how we would use the ampersands to concatenate slightly more complex text strings. What about if we were to use the concat function for this? Is it any simpler? Well, let's see. Text 1 is Mary, comma. Remember, our space is our next piece of text, so quote mark, space, quote mark, comma. We then want our text 3, which is the last name, comma. Then we want space dash space, so quote mark, space, dash, space, close quote mark, comma, and then finally we want the job title. Close off the concat function, hit enter, and again we get exactly what we're looking for. So that is how ampersand and concat work. So now we've seen how we can join text together, let's take a look at doing that on our sales worksheet. So just for this example, we're going to concatenate the country and the product name again. So let's add in a column, Control-Shift+, and let's use concat to do this. So I'm going to type in concat, text number 1. So our first piece of text is going to be the country. Now I want this to have space and then I want the product name, but I want the product name to be in brackets. So my text 2 is going to be a space, quote mark, space, quote mark, comma. What is my text 3 going to be? Well, I actually want a bracket in there. So again, in quote marks, because a bracket is considered text, I'm going to do an opening bracket, close the quote mark, comma. Then I want the word Kensington, comma, and then I want a closing bracket. So quote mark, close, quote mark, and then close off the concat function. Now that looks like a really weird function when you just look at it with all of these quote marks in there, but hopefully when we hit enter, we're going to get exactly what we want. And we do, and we can double click to copy that down. Now just for fun, let's see what that would look like if we were using ampersands. So equals Japan, then we want an ampersand, then we want a space, quote, space, quote, ampersand, then we want an opening bracket, so quote, bracket, quote, ampersand, then we want the product, cell B2, ampersand, and then we want our closing bracket, quote, closing bracket, quote, and that is it. Hit enter and we get exactly the same thing. So once again, I will leave it to you as to which of those methods you prefer. Now we don't actually want to combine these like that, so I'm just simply going to delete out that column. For me, Excel tables are one of the best things in Excel. And the reason why I love Excel tables so much is that they take a lot of the hard work out of formatting and organizing your data, and also they help you update data super quickly. So we've already seen how we can put data into an Excel table a few times throughout this course, but I just want to recap it in case you did miss that part. And I also want to show you why it's so important that you put your data sets into Excel tables. And this is my #1 recommendation. Whenever you import data and you clean it, the last step should be to not only spell check it, but also put it into an Excel table. It's going to make your life so much easier when you then start to build pivot tables and charts based off of this data. So I want to start out just by showing you a quick example of creating a table and why it can be so useful. So I have a very tiny data set here. I have a few countries listed and I just have some sales figures for these countries. And what I want to do is I want to put this little piece of data into a table. Now all I need to do here is click within my data and press the Control-T keyboard shortcut. Now, really important, make sure that you select My Table Has Headers if it does in fact have column headings and click on OK. Now that is going to format your data as a table. Now, how do I know it's a table apart from the obvious formatting? Well, I can see that I now have a table design ribbon appear at the top. And this is one of those contextual ribbons. If I'm clicked somewhere else on the worksheet, the table design ribbon disappears. If I'm clicked within my table, it reappears. And basically on this ribbon, I have all of the commands, all of the formatting that I need for this table. Now, I don't particularly like banded rows, so the first thing I'm going to do here is turn those off. Now, my next tip is to always name your tables, because by default, when you create a table, Excel is going to assign it a very generic name. And you can see here on the table design ribbon in the properties group, this table is currently just called Table 1. If I was to create another table, it would be Table 2, so on and so forth. Now these table names are very generic, they're not very meaningful. And when you get a bit further down the track and you start trying to identify different tables to use in things like formulas, it's going to be really hard to know what table you're referring to if you just have them called Table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you want to make this more obvious as to what the table contains. So I'm going to just call this, sales underscore data and hit enter. Now, a really important point when you're naming your tables, you can't have any spaces in your table names. So if you have two words like I do here, you need to separate them with an underscore, or you just need to remove that underscore and have it all as one word. So super important to name your tables. Now, what is the biggest advantage of a table? Well, one of the behaviors of a table is that they auto-expand. And what that means is that if you add any additional data onto the bottom here, the table will expand to accommodate that new data, and the new data will essentially become part of this sales data table. And what that means is that if you've created maybe a chart based on this table data, the chart will automatically update with the click of one button to include the new data that you've added. So it makes everything a lot quicker. So let me show you that in practice. Now I'm going to quickly create a column chart. So let's go up to the Insert tab, into the Charts group, and let's just select this one here. Now if you've never used charts before, don't worry, we have an entire section dedicated to building charts a bit later on in the course. But this is a fairly standard chart, it's just showing my figures for these different countries. Now I'm not going to do anything fancy here, I'm not going to start formatting it, because the entire point of this little exercise is really just to show you how easy it is to update charts when you add new data. So because my data is in a table, if I was to click underneath and add a new country, so let's just say Brazil, press the tab key. Notice as soon as I do that, Brazil becomes part of the table and it's automatically been updated in the chart. I haven't yet added my sales values, but as soon as I do, let's just say 20,000, it's going to add that bar to my chart. Now, if I hadn't put my data in a table, this chart wouldn't behave like that. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to undo a few steps here. So this data is no longer in a table. Now what I could do is I could select the data, go up to Insert and create a column chart. Everything looks the same so far. But if I then add Brazil onto the bottom, I press the Tab key, notice my chart doesn't update. And that's because I've created this chart based on this range of cells. And by default, a range of cells doesn't auto-expand to accommodate anything new that you add, whereas a table does. So that is one of the reasons why I love using tables so much. They just take a lot of the hard work out of it for you. So let's jump across to our Format as Table worksheet, and we're just going to finish off our sales data spreadsheet by putting it into a table. So let's click in the drop down. Now remember, you can press Ctrl T to create your table. Alternatively, you can jump up to the Home tab and go to the Format as Table drop down and choose one of the tables from the gallery. Both of these do exactly the same thing. So what I'm going to do here is let's just select this table. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And if you look at that table design ribbon, we have numerous things we can do here. So if I decide I want to change the table style, I can click here and I can change it to something else entirely. I'm fairly happy with it being green. I can then choose some table style options. Now I could toggle off the header row if I wanted to. I'm not going to do that because the header row is extremely important. I could add a totals row from here. I can toggle off and on banded rows. So if I don't like that banding, I can turn that off. I can make the first column bold. I can make the last column bold. I can even choose banded columns. And if you're wondering what these banded rows and columns are, a lot of the time these can really help with the readability of your worksheets. So some people love these, some people don't. I can't say I'm a fan. I normally turn these off. And if you don't like that filter button at the top there, you can toggle the filter off as well. Now, some other things of importance on this ribbon. We can do things like insert slicers. Now, a slicer is simply a visual filter. And we're going to be talking about slicers when we get to the pivot tables section. So I'm going to hold off from speaking about that too much at this moment. Now, what I can also do from here is I can create a pivot table. I can remove duplicates. So I think we did this already. Let's click on OK. There we go. 2 duplicates found. I can remove those at this stage. And as we've seen, if we want to take this data out of a table and just convert it to a regular range, we've got the Convert to Range button just here. And then finally, we have the Properties group where we can give our table a name. So I'm going to call this table Product Sales and hit Enter. Now, the final thing I would probably do here prior to putting this into a pivot table or creating a chart is perform a spell check. So we can very quickly invoke spelling by pressing the F7 key. I'm going to say yes to continue checking, and I don't have any spelling errors in this worksheet.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.